Chat, what's up? How you doing? We haven't seen the trophy yet, right? What's up, everyone? Yo, yo, yo. We have seen it before? Oh, yeah, I remember. We saw it yesterday. Yeah, you're right. Milan said it was the first time that EMEA's had a better trophy. Which is probably true. Chat, how's everyone's stream going today? We got a all 1080p, right? I don't know what happened yesterday. Patsky with the Prime, thank you with the 3 months, bro. Appreciate that. Everything looking good? Love that. Yeah, we're doing our first ever Twitter stream today. We're trying that as well. See, that's all working. But I forgot that Brazil's banned from Twitter, so I was messaging Desp about it. I was like, I'm gonna be on Twitter. He's like, mate, I can't even go on Twitter. Literally banned her. Yarpy with the tier 1. Thank you for the 11 months, man. Appreciate that. You're watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. I mean, thank you, I think. Thank you. Just boosting my numbers. Yeah, basically, it's too much. Do you want to know the real reason why I'm streaming on Twitter? Because I find it such an effort to tweet. So now I've just linked it to Restream, and I just go live, and it's like I've done the tweet anyway, and people can see I'm live. It kind of just saves me a lot of time. And then I never have to tweet. The website just does it for me. Check the maps. What are the maps? Give me the maps. They banned... What did we say? They were going to ban Haven and... Wait, Haven's still here. They banned Ascent and Lotus. Wait, they might have owned them. They've got to play Bind and Haven, M80? That's rough. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 15 months. Out of grad school. So thank you for all those co-streams. Of course, dude. Sideshow's unbanned. Who's responsible for that? Come on, mods, own up. Eric Hazer with the Prime. Thank you with the 10 months. Potentially, yeah. It might have to happen in the off season. Looking back at 2021. They barely won the Ascend the other day, so not too bad for M80. I think just their... I don't know, man. Their Bind and their Haven isn't great, from what I've seen. Neil, hello. You want me to turn it up? Sure. I'll give you a solid 20. We can do 25. Wow, man. Give you a solid 24%.
Their journey about to end. The other only getting started. One will be
27. I can turn it up here though.
VCT
Turned up on
Americas,
OBS, should be better.
and so well deserved for both of these teams. M80, the favorites coming into this, but 2Game, they have shown time and time again
should we call Des? Let's
that
see
they
where
are
Des
more
at.
than ready. They are capable. And Wyatt, that was the upper bracket run. They just have one more upset, and that spot could be theirs.
I think this chat poll better even out. I'm just looking at that in the corner.
This poll is the most ridiculous bias thing ever.
Like
Hello, Despo. Done.
My God, man.
What's up?
Yo. You ready?
You know, if you're just
I'm
tuning
ready.
in and you haven't
Yo,
watched
I
any of
love
games,
the
don't trust
the
the
map
chat
videos.
poll.
Like,
just ignore it.
what the fuck?
Like a 50-50
Wait, you think it's good?
for M80 right now.
How do they leave
Very
Haven
funny, but listen,
up
to take
open
it back
and
to the
they
seriousness of this
only
situation,
play
M80
Bind
have
as
been
fifth map?
playing for 2 years
crazy.
to core this team for this
Yeah, I thought it
moment.
wasn't the
This
best for
moment
M80.
again. They
'Cause I
got
don't think
here
that Haven's
last year.
good,
They
and I
played
don't think
against
their Bind's
the
good.
Guard, who
But we
beat
don't know
them,
about the Bind.
made it into the partnership, and look
Yeah,
at
we
the
don't
year
know
that
about
they've
the
had
Bind, but
internationally. One of the
they
best
left it
teams
for
in
fifth
the
map, so
game. That is
we might not
an
even get there.
inspiration for every team
Yeah.
that is here competing
I
in
like
the
that.
Tier 2 scene,
And
trying
You're
to
thinking
get
they
to
should have
the
first picked
championship
it?
league. And how
Yeah, I think
crushing would be for
it should be the
M80
second
to
pick,
make
like
it to
third
the
map.
finals
It
and
reminds
come
me
up
of
short
the
again.
Apex game, where it's like
And
if it
this
gets
is
to
a
the fifth map,
pool
it
that
should
Sunset,
go
Icebox, Abyss,
heavy the
Haven, Bind.
one way of
If M80
2G,
can
really.
get a
Yeah,
good, they
yeah,
actually need the
I
early
feel
start.
that.
I'm really worried about Abyss, Haven, and Bind, which is M80's perma-ban of Bind at the end, and Haven, which was very
I think our
shaky out
Haven,
of M80
it's
map one
fine.
yesterday, and Abyss, which is a toss-up. So need a very good
Dolphin with
start
the
for
tier
both
1.
teams.
Thank you so much, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's
the
all
22
gonna be
months.
starting on
Thank you for
Sunset.
doing that.
Blacklight Agent Select. We have seen Sunset coming out so many times from these teams. It's where the upsets started.
I think you got your free
before.
dodges maps
Duty,
from
they
what
got
I've seen.
Spike on the neon.
Sunset
Always so explosive.
looks sometimes
Silence as a
dodgy.
backbone.
Got
Yep.
M80
Haven.
Wyatt, they had
I
such
think
a
that
strong
has looked a
showing
little bit
here yesterday.
dodgy.
Yeah,
And
they
then Bind
did,
done that.
and it required Xander
That-
dropping
those three
30
worry me.
and Kuala
That's not great in a
24
best of
kills
5.
to win a game in
Yeah,
regular
I agree.
time against All Might. And the last
This
time
is
they
definitely a
beat
possible
2Game
take for a
on
map, this one.
Sunset, or will they beat them once? Nismo dropped 30. So if that's what it's going to take,
Yeah,
this is
I
going
can
to
see
be
that.
really tough.
But the thing that worries me about Haven is that I agree with you that we do look dodgy on it, but it's their perma-ban. They don't really play it.
Okay, yeah, that is interesting.
Now, let's get into it and head over to Van Silly and Shift to take you through our first map.
Yeah, it's a big pick by them.
Should be a great
Yeah.
one. I mean, in all instances, this is a best of 3 between these two squads. One M80's
I tell you what is fun, I get to watch this Spike guy again. Spike and Silence are just so good.
But now, the grand finals with a best of 5 on the line, and of course, more coveted, the prize of becoming the newest member of VCT America.
Matter of fact, they haven't played Haven all year. They have 0 games on Haven.
Agreeing with Wyatt that this is 50-50, but in quite all honesty, if you're looking at how the veto went between these two teams, I might have to hand a slight advantage to M80 to kick things off on Sunset and Icebox, where 2Game actually did have the upset against M80, but this has been an M80 that has studied their mistakes and figured out what was wrong in
YouTube
those
pen?
games, and they came
Yeah.
back swinging, for example, on Sunset against Glorious, not giving a chance for Sato in this neon composition to get activated at all. So I'm hoping here at this point, if 2G's coming in into a playbook that basically anteed M80 the first time around in the upper bracket, hopefully they have something here in a grand final.
Disastrous, thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1, bro. Thank you for doing that, dude.
It's literally Valorantception. But no, I did the think about it, and you know,
Surely no
why
tech
I'm, I think
pauses.
most excited about these first 2 maps in particular is because of the reasons that you
The real
list out.
question is,
M80 came
can
into their
M80
first
win
match
some
in the
pistols
bracket saying,
today?
Sunset Icebox, cool. This sounds
let's
good
hope
to
so.
us. Had their same playbook. 2G counteracted it perfect.
Kaiser Law
They
as
did
well,
their
thank you so
homework.
much
They had every
also,
single
dude. Thanks for the
response at
prime.
ready, and M80
Thank you, thank
never
you.
were really able to
Why are you
come
saying
back
thank
and
you,
make the
Reprise?
adaptations that they needed to.
Thank you
But
as
now
well.
that you've got the run back
I'll say
here
thank you back.
again with Sunset Icebox to start us off, there's no excuses. M80 has to know what 2G did to counter them the first time
Right,
they played.
2G
just a couple
on
of days
defense,
ago. So now
M80
there
on
are
attack.
Really, it's just time to put up or shut up. Slam dunks all around. We've got 2G and M80. Map number 1 of our
Because we're getting a
VCT
10-hour
Ascension
tech
Grand
pause now?
Finals.
Dude, we're getting no tech
Let's
pauses
get
today.
it on.
And for M80,
Confirmed.
you're hoping that they will start things off with a slam dunk, agreeing to what Sierra
Okay,
was saying
last time
before.
they played
They are
2G
known to have very slow
dominated
starts here in these
pistols.
high-pressured matches, and now they're kicking things off on the pistol round, on the attack. They could set the pace, and they want to make sure that they win this pistol. So 4 players now grouping up towards middle, and it's about to get checked here by
Whoa.
Zap with the passive
Are we doing the
crossfire
one with the
setup
fakes, with the
Bryzy.
smoke here,
They're just
push
walking
left
in
side
for
and
the
then
first
flash through?
contact.
This is good though for 2G. They're very aware of it. Not only that, but they also have good
Yeah,
members
this
that
guy's
could
at least
deter
watched
this,
it.
if
He's
not
getting in the
possibly
smoke. He
fighting
knows
back.
they like to
And
flash
M80
through.
will say,
So
no more.
already
Okay, that's
some
the line.
anti stuff coming in
Start
from
cover,
2G
pop
that I've
the doors
seen.
towards market and create some chaos
That
here
guy's
for
seen
2G
this
to deal
before.
with.
He knows
One
they
way
fake
has been
left and go
replaced,
right.
though, and Luis still holds the paranoia if he does find contact.
And this is good because of that crossfire setup and the door was closed earlier on. You have to keep those players up passively on the top middle for 2G. So M80 pivots back to an A site where they can have maximum 1 or
Omen
2
still has
players,
Omen flash.
but
We kind of
playing
need to get
outside of the site.
off site.
So this should be an easy site to take.
Yeah, we're gonna see a
on
5v5
5
retake.
versus 5 potential retake after this plant.
He's in tag. Luis does get hit by the spy cam placed late in towards elbow. Zap likely going to wait for help, and then he will be the linchpin of success.
The good
towards
news
possibly
for
finding re-entry.
M80 and why they should win this is just because they saved these 3 bits of Uto.
He's gonna be the first one likely
It should
to
be
try to
Omen
challenge
flash
this
for Omen
corner.
flash.
Right through main. There's the vault.
Oh,
Maybe
he
the play
Omen
by
flash
VCT.
spawned and didn't hit anyone, but the Uto's sick here anyway.
Regained, maybe a chance to get a
Nismo,
little extra
honestly,
here,
they
but
handled it really well.
good fight back though. VCT gets
Yeah,
the
we got one.
dropping,
Dude, this was
and
nice
Zap with
though.
only 20
So
HP is just
they
way
like
too far
Omen
outside the
flashed
picture.
through spawn to send it, and then M80 Omen flashed back spawn and stunned the left side. But no matter what, both the hits got wrecked by Uto. They couldn't get on site. That was awesome. That was a really good pistol. Yeah, saving the stun, saving the Omen flash. They just
Can
win
you
that.
leave your mic open instead of push to talk?
Yeah, you want that?
So-
could be so devastating for the players having to play
Yeah, I can do
turtled
that.
in or
You okay with me
inside the
thanking
site and
subs
not
as well?
playing for
You
the
sure?
spams. So
Yeah,
luring
yeah,
that
it's fine.
one away onto the short side, out towards the dumpster.
It's because since I'm
Great here for
streaming,
M80 that it was
I
just
don't
going
really
to be
hear your
Nismo
stream,
with
so
the
I don't
ball
hear your
line.
comments
Slow
on the
everybody
place.
down after the
Yeah,
initial
gotcha.
wave of util that's going to be thrown on a defensive side, and
Yeah.
he's going to be the only
it
body,
should be
so
better
everybody
now.
else can stay inside and go for the crossfire setup. But we'll hold that thought. We're going to go straight into the action in round number 2, potentially for a relay bolt swing out on a tap. And here it comes.
Yeah, the thing about this was Xander takes the proactive dash across the teleport, and there is
Did a
just
nice
no
cleanup.
way
Got a
this
look at
forward
BCJ on
2G
this one.
defense
Gets
can
his
hold
ult for the
against
next
the
round
superior
also.
firepower.
This
And
is
we see
the
a lot
this
of
is the
M80
snowball.
fans.
This is how you do it.
At least an escape from silence, but hey, we're dealing with a 5v2, just classics left. Very clean execute here for M80.
Damn, they're coming out to play today. Nice flash off the swing as well. Yeah, Koala as well, just getting the ecos, making sure that his ult's a little bit closer as well.
He has been a key component into the strat of M80 to try to get as much value as possible into his dimensional drift so that he can have the cleanest executions for what seems to be like clear protocols on how they want to play the pulse plan, and so far fairly clean. So I do like the idea of at least playing forward on the defensive side, on the eco side for 2G. It's just that the camera wasn't there. It was still being
Right,
placed
bonus
towards
rounds.
the window to watch towards
And
middle. So they were kind of
Fish
like going
ult,
into
you would
the
imagine
unknown
gets
as soon
used
as
on
the orb
this.
was tapped. So
Dude,
when you see out,
Nismo is
there's 5
0-0-5.
players
He
there,
already has
there's
5
nothing you can
assists.
do with two
He
classes.
got so many
Yeah,
flats
just
down on
trying
the
to make
pistol.
something happen out of nothing.
And obviously the flash that we just saw spawn.
From the defensive side, so
Yeah.
now full
Yeah,
weapons have been
it's
purchased.
crazy.
Spy came up top
It's
for
a
Silence
lot
is
of
often here.
assists so far.
Cyber cage down. That's
This is looking
the way
really
out,
good,
but actually
man.
the spy cam may have actually tagged the real version of Koala, dude.
It's a great
Hard
shot.
To say, but Silence is still aware of the play. Shuts down the first. Rash gets deep, and Xander tries to get aggressive, but only finds one. Silence now trying to hold while help is on the way.
Just hoping that the pathing of the
Wow.
thrust is
You
going
know what's
in.
really impressive with this Silence guy here? 0 overheat. Like, he gets 2 kills here, he doesn't try and flood back onto the site or anything on his own, he just literally just holds the angle.
The rest of 2G are going to be grouped up.
Man, Luis is taking way too long trying
Whoa.
to play this over
What?
to the middle of the map. He's wondering if maybe someone is lurking. So in that process, Zap and Spikes kind of have to re-clear Boba, and it's an aggressive.
I thought it
angle
was
by
gonna
Net that
trip
shuts it down.
spawn
So,
after those.
wow, the bonus looking clean.
Yeah, it would have
for
been
M80.
nice, but
Don't rule
it
Luis
doesn't
on
matter.
this
Dude,
yet.
that's a
great.
giant play from
Right
him.
there in the off angle to get his third in the round, and M80 are off to the races 3-0 up.
And you still have to respect this individual prowess from all of these players from M80 in the bonus
Streaming
round.
on Twitter now as well? Yeah, we're
Thanks to the
everywhere.
thrash that created all that space.
Doing them
Yes,
all.
Wallin have died, but it still gave a chance for Xander to go through the smoke to get an opening kill and actually create chaos.
Yeah, we're just testing it out for this one.
To have the perfect placements and the perfect positions to set up for a retake. So Net plays forward. He surprises more players. If he died, it was potentially going to be a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2.
Shiny head. Yeah, I'm using this new I'm using this new moisturizer. It gets crazy shiny. I have a shiny head anyway at the best of times. When I used to go on broadcast, like you have like a makeup lady. I would say every hour they will come over and just dab my head.
Sheriff upgrades across the board with the exception of Pricey just on the Stinger. And there's a 4-man
It's got that shiny head, man. There's nothing I can do about it.
Kind of similar to what they were doing with their classic save round in a way, but playing with a little bit more, I would say, adversity towards contesting the choke point rather than trying to get into B main. Silenced by himself.
Oh my god. That's sick.
This guy with a sheriff again.
He literally just ignored the Euro clone as well. That was awesome.
Because this gives me PTSD from the upper bracket too. When Silence was alone on the B side and still manages to get a 4K with the sheriff to allow 2G to get a thrifty and continue on and win the map of Sunset against M80. But thankfully now at least he had to fall back to the rest of the team.
I mean, he is so many, bro. Oh, this guy's killing everyone. Someone's got to go huge on site. That's the last flash.
Yeah, that's his round.
This is the scary thing with this team, man. This Silence and Spike together. They're such heavy fraggers.
Because he's good for it more than just this once, you think.
And that's no cast of curse. We called a 4K from Silence last time. He got it this time around.
Yeah, we are Beckham.
He picked up. And unfortunately, there, the backstab from Net was perfect, but he just whiffed a couple of shots and unfortunately falls behind, and it makes it so that you have to try to play a retake on a 5 versus 2. Everybody's so hyper-focused on
it's just min-maxing. Makes the most sense.
Because Net already grabbed that space towards the shop. So I love the reposition to have a 4-1 retake on your thrifty here for the defensive side of 2G. Although, again, this is 3 rounds in a row that was won here by M80, so they still have a healthy buy.
We got a big run. We start looking at the money here. 3 people that can't buy if they lose, and 1 person here, and this would be a drop. So 2G gets such a boost to their economy with that round. Dude, the smokers are just dueling out here. Oh my. Bro, this is going to be a good final. Look at how everyone's playing. This is going to be a great final.
He did it unassisted too. No util at all.
Yeah, it was just everyone's aiming.
It's awesome. Miscommunication coming out from M80, similar to how it started against our opponents yesterday when they were actually trying to move up. I mean, you look at the util, everything was being pushed here towards his right side to not allow a crossfire being set up here by Zap and Luis. So yes, they maintain and contain the one on the right, but they swing one by one on the left side against Zap, not going for
like we said, losing this round would force him down to an eco, so we got 2 hero guns. I mean, 3 hero guns? We'll count both as singers.
That's going to slow things down for a bit. You see the smoke being thrown too, just to maintain that space, but M80 already pushed up towards middle.
The thing about this is Silence is
showing a lot of confidence with that one.
Round. So he had the cyber traps down and the angle being held. That's enough to say M80, nope, you can't come this way. Go
I wonder
if B-main's not
they try to make a plan with your walls, try to get an orb. It's side perfect.
On the eco?
Right now would be to
yeah.
I think if they were going to do that, they would have bought like a Bucky or something. And unless he has a backup
that makes sense.
Yeah, even Owl Drone at the minute mark, seeing that there's no mid pressure, so it's going to be on the extremities where you contain when you contest. So you see now they double up on the.
See the thing I talked about, he lurking, he does it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense when you got the TP close. I think this 2G team have been really good at doing anti though, so I think like as soon as they see Yoru fake pressure, they're not buying too hard on it.
Yeah,
I was watching the guys on B in the minimap, no one even budged.
Not a great buy, so you can't be too critical of it. But regardless of the fact,
it's a great round, man. Their money is through the roof. This guy's hitting 9K.
That's it. It was a lower buy, but you were hoping at least for a spike fight, at least for some damage now. As Sato's in the crowd with the rest here supporting the Brazilian team.
Dude, the crowd's crazy today. Look at him go.
Gather up here to watch this grand finals, and you see that it's split literally 50-50 in that crowd. They all look at each other at the end of these rounds. just to smack talk over to the M80 fans out there. But overall, man, this is looking pretty good. The fake looked like it was going to work, but it came down to that rolling.
Okay, another round. We're back here again. Lose this,
so
eco. I mean, we're definitely getting the Euro this round.
Hunter's Fury one away for Pricey, but on the other side,
2G might not eco for the rest of the half with that money.
Yeah, I think they're good, man.
M80 are usually just good for, flat out. I mean, he gets so much space for free. So how are 2G going to try to set up defensively, knowing that this is going to be a continual problem for them on the day?
Yeah. And this was an opportunity for M80 to snowball a lot of these ultimates with those 3 rounds that they first kicked off with. But now it takes up to round
it's going to be hard to fight. Omen Flash and Neon Stun. Okay, they're going to have to fall back.
They're going to try to tie it up here with a fault line. It will get the stun onto Luis.
Holy, full stuns. And they tunnel vision as well.
I think he knows it. That fault line comes across, the dimensional drift just popped, and he knows that he's gonna have to take a fight.
Oh, that's a nice wide swing. We've seen him do crazier things than this.
Teleporting further away from this defense is Xander, and he's gonna
Just
get a
gotta
reset on
smoke.
the 1v2.
But Xander in the clutch, you know you could count on this man, but he has no utility to work with. It has to come down to
Pretty good plan for
positioning.
him.
He just went for an angle where he can isolate the fights.
They also don't have
They
any
defuse
type
that
of
from
util,
behind the
no
box or
recon
not? Maybe.
available either to try to sniff him out. And now he's in prime position here on the outside.
First shots are decent, Pricey.
Oh, it's really unlucky. I had no idea that he was the first guy to cross. It was a nice try.
Follow up after the heroics from Luis. And like I mentioned, there needed to be some sort of a response.
The Omen did great getting the kill on the Yoru with a stun here.
I'm good for it.
And it's just a good read, too. That was a solo play by Luis as well. If he was to falter in that elbow area, that would have been the whole site taken over. And the other player is so far away to be able to help out here on that short side. Immediately after, though, as Luis wins that fight, look how quick they came down towards the short. Spike slid down, making sure that he could capitalize on those kills because everybody behind, lagging behind the dimensional drift, will be trying to focus on taking down Luis. So a nice little push and pull.
And nice early time. That makes a lot of sense. They lost 7 in a row.
You've gone now through 2 big ultimates within the last 7 rounds that could have snowballed things back into your favor. That Thrash and the dimensional drift got fully denied, and it didn't get value out of that. And it's up to Happy to talk with the rest of his team just to try to bring the senses back.
So mad that like a Yoru ult into a breach stun. Did he flash as well? I think. Like that's not enough to get a kill.
He flashed out of the ult. Yeah.
I think you've always, I think for safety, you've always kind of got to do it with an Omen Flash. It feels like.
Yeah.
And then the Euro goes a little bit further back and then gets out of it.
Yeah, he even tried to go on the back of the Omen before he came out of the ult, so he
had to
would
spin.
Without things like the dimensional drift at the ready, you're going to have to go up against things like Hunter's Fury, things like Neural Theft, things like the Overdrive, where you're
and
just
that's like
with those full
to me that's the most
That's
important
gotta
kill
be
of the
where
round
M80
because
are
it baited the
better
guy
today
on
if they want to have a
the
chance
left.
to stop this 2-game squad, which has gotten much improved since the first couple of rounds that we saw them in the group stage.
Definitely, and now with once
Okay,
again,
they managed to squeeze out another buy here. Guardian missing a small amount of util, that's about it. Like double TP onto Omen. One.
And Cypher only has 1 trip.
No, he's got double trip.
Oh,
Bro.
true.
This is nuts.
Not looking good.
Yeah, this is just like momentum fully stopped, and now 2G are winning every single Angel.
At worst, he dropped below it, but we're just going to just double swing it and do it together instead of trying to flash
Yeah, we
him
even
out
gonna
right
lose
into
any
nature.
damage on
To
this?
make matters
Any
worse,
HPs?
Spike has found a component towards mid. That's going to be just a high gear play
Okay.
where Net saves it. Chance for him to possibly even plant here to reset what would be now just
S
a
still has
1v3.
info. If he can get back to B main here, there's a chance.
For M80 and Net, the trip will get
Oh,
spotted
this is nice.
as
Now we can
Silence
kind of push
breaks it.
somewhere.
This could isolate potentially a 1v1, but he chooses to
Whoa.
move towards the garden to win that against Zach.
He has 2
He knows his
1v1.
timings. He knows that Silence should be close.
Ooh, that was a really nice try though.
scopes in, finds the shot, and it's 5 rounds in a row for 2G. Initially, it all starts with silence. The last couple of times, it's been Luis, though. And wow,
If he hits that, yeah, I mean, it's super on.
really showing up.
Yeah, and for M80, you were mentioning that flash at the top or whatnot. I think it's still understandable here for M80 that they didn't do it because they didn't go for any smokes on the left or on the right side because it wasn't really that contested in terms of aggressive positioning or aggressive peeking coming out of 2G. They turtle up towards quad, they turtle up towards the staircase, so there's an opportunity that they could actually, once again for M80,
I mean, they've always struggled on attack, right? 5, you said, was the average, I think.
Open up the map a little bit
Oh,
more.
I'm pretty sure I
But
asked
this time
it
around,
before.
Luis understands they weren't playing with these flashes, so he plays on the top
I'm a
of
little
the
bit
quad.
worried they're not
It
going to get
breaks
5
across
down.
their face
I'm
because
looking at the
nobody's gonna
ults
look
that are
out
up.
there, and he
Yeah.
gets the surprise
Another
element.
eco in this
The element
one.
of surprise, rather, to get
Double
3 kills in a
stinger.
round.
Well, this time it's M80 looking to get a bit of
And now every time they get ult, 2G also has ults to counter, like they have Sova and Neon.
The trap wires have been deleted. Drone didn't really find too much. Spikes though cleans at the middle of the
That's
map.
a giant kill back of sight.
That was a good attempt from Net to get behind the play, but he gets completely shut down. M80 trying to hold aggressively. Decent detain starts to come through. His 2G have to hit a bit of a pause. Overdrive still in play though, but Net might be
Damn,
all
look at this ult,
sliced.
bro. How are you meant to hit that guy?
I mean,
How are you meant to hit that guy? I feel like the win rate from teams that use Neon at this event are crazy high. The agent looks so strong. And they invested Fischl into this as well, so it was a little bit costly for M80.
Yeah, the Omen flash from Luis was great. It protected the Neon from the fish shot. He got stunned, but no one could capitalize the kill.
Yeah.
But because they detain that other player and they're still
What a
spiked
balance.
at the
So
line, you can't really
people that are
try
good
to
with
push
it, man,
in.
like
There's also support
it's so
utility
nice
coming out
watching them
too
when
to
they
make
just like
sure that
full left,
M80
full right.
cannot
It's so
get the
hard
full
to hit.
collapse
Everyone's
back
doing like
into flipping
the
that map into Boba.
like
So,
slide
again,
forward and
2G
then tap and
in
crouch
terms
as
of
well,
the
so your
macro
hitbox is
play
just
has
going
been looking
crazy.
pretty good here as a team.
yes, they have. And I think the thing that's been really cool about 2G's defense to this point is we've seen
Neon,
it
yeah,
find
there's a lot of
success
good
on
Neons at the moment.
aggressive nature of the defending side, and we've also seen them do really well in retaking. So it's one of those things that M80 are going to have a hard time kind of delineating where is our problem, because at certain points we can't get the spike down. At other points, our post plant's just getting broken. So really making this a pretty convoluted mess at the moment is 2G's defense. And this is going to be a first look for M80 to try to threaten market early in the round.
If anything here, Shift for
Oh,
M80,
I like this
they have to
though.
make
They
it
use
into
the
this site, so
decoy and then
at
2
least,
push
like,
through.
3 or 4 players still left alive. They're losing a lot of these players at the very beginning. Look at this. Net's about to get taken
Did he then
down.
run back
Boom.
into the trip? What
Great
happened there?
utility once again being utilized by a fault line off Aldrone, Hunter's Fury, a trip that activates everything.
But they have no idea this guy's over towards site.
I was about to say,
He's really weird right
this
now.
is great in terms of isolating market and being able to, like you mentioned, get around the back. But the problem with this was M80 were just using this as a bit of a
Yeah, they
fake.
got to somehow
So
buy a
Spike
lot
will
of
get
time.
planted. You have a Rolling Thunder to help support this.
Xander has a
Also
paranoia
at
to
the
buy
ready,
time
and
here.
keep in
See if
mind,
he doesn't die.
Koalanoob is way
Yeah.
behind this play.
That's your fault.
Problem is Xander just peeks out into the open, doesn't find anything off the flank. Now you got to spend the dizzy to try to get something going here, and they luckily do.
Yeah, and I
Right
mean,
as the
that
Rolling
definitely
Thunder
buys a
was
lot of time.
essentially avoided by the majority of this defense. Zap trying to hold over towards Mate. He gets one. Koalanoob now
Yeah,
trying to help
that
over
was
the
great.
top. He finds a second over towards Elm with the flash. Connects, and now it's just down to silence. Mosh Pit kills a little bit of time, which is really coveted here for Silence. He has to get this to halfway. He'll be allowed
Yeah,
to.
this was
but
very nice.
Koalanoob will
The
beat
ult from
back
Nismo here
and
is definitely
find a
wow.
way back on the
Like,
board.
I understand they just got a delay here. Especially as the guy that dies is like knows there's 2 there.
They had to commit Xander to fall back and watch a little bit more aggressively towards that spawn. And as soon as he realized
Yeah, someone in
it was
chat
a
was
2 versus 1
telling me
on
about
that
the
flank,
Ascent comp
you're now
today.
spending your Rolling Thunder going
Ah, it
into
sounds
watching the
crazy.
backstab
I mean, I'll get to watch
instead
it at
of
one
using
point, so
towards
that's cool.
site where their opponents could be flooding in. That potentially could have really nullified that late lurk where you mentioned Koalanoob was on a run here to try to make that happen. We were so far behind, but thankfully, because they got those trades towards the end, because of the hero plays that came out towards those 2 players in the back lines of the A site, it gave a chance here for Koalanoob to gain that time back in his favor and win that. And
Yeah.
yeah, now round 11, you see 2G, they continue to try to contest different extremities, but so far so good for M80. They haven't been met up with that early aggression out
Yeah,
from
another
2G.
Euro ult.
It's
Let's see if
just
they
the
can actually
mid-rounding
combo this a
that
bit
still
better.
looks to be Brazilian sides to win.
Yeah, good sight
I want to
here.
see the Omen flash
In
on this
terms of
guy in
dimensional
market if he
drift
sticks
being
around.
Immediately utilize, try to isolate. Again, Quality loves to stick for these. Line comes out. That's a good flash to follow behind it. Silence can only get
That's a nice way to use the ult.
I like that we had someone else with it as well. Like no matter what, that's a kill.
Everyone was tunnel vision on the ult, and then the Cypher swings, and they don't expect him.
Dude, Net's doing a lot, man. He's playing very aggro, but it's good. Like he's basically second duelist in that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Spikes also finds an elimination.
Ooh, this might.
The flash that's right there to counteract it is perfect. Luis trying to get
You know everyone's on the left.
Oh my, 1 HP.
Crispy guy, man. 1 HP, 30 HP. The guy defusing's on 30. This guy's on 1.
Left to the resources and just playing off one another. Get completely shut down by a single member.
They just giving it. They separated the crowd, so it's like one team on one side. It is, right?
It looks like it, yeah.
The space, sorry, that Spike was able to get towards that B main. With the really Bolton coming through and keeping those players at bay, you saw that BCJ, despite him getting that kill, he was rushed to throw his molly to get that kill down onto Spike. So it actually did not land at the right spot here to deny that defuse out from Luis and gave a chance here for Zach.
I'd need to watch that one back. I think it where they're all on one side.
Oh, this now all of a sudden starts to feel like a frustration play. But you're
Yeah,
on a bit of
1 HP again.
The talent on 2G is insane.
Not today, no sir. Sit down. 2G looking
Not even an overheat.
on a lot of this defense. After the first 3 rounds go awry, they're in a prime position to take 8 of 9.
And it wasn't a little bit of a save here. It's basically buying whatever you can in the last round of the half.
And they have the spike.
Basically calling out
Just
going all
noticed
the way
that.
down to 0
it's a
in the
done
buy,
round,
and once again trying to take control of elbow. And Luis survives at 1 HP. How many times this game has he survived with little HP in these fights?
Wow. That was an insanely impressive comeback.
To finish the half.
It was 3-0 at one point.
You know what? Playbook isn't working. Let's just go back to the tried and true. Flash, dash, so to speak, by using the gate crash to get deep. And Luis is, I don't want any of that. Are you joking? Get out of my face. So what has often been the trouble side
1
for
HP
2G
rounds,
on this
yeah.
map all of a sudden
They're unlucky on that
turns
one.
into a miraculous finish. And now they go to their stronger side overall, where again, when these two teams played in the upper bracket, Vansili, M80 had a perfect response for what, or pardon me, 2G had a perfect response for what M80 liked to do on defense. This is a troubling moment here for M80.
To go back at it again, they were really doing a great job manipulating around the map and going from creating some early pressure, keeping their opponents at the top where they were expecting for a contest where they could set up these crossfires for M80. And once they cut noise and try to move around towards the mid map, that space is even given up by M80. Then it becomes a double pump back from 2G to take control of that space and go for these
Gen
nice
T with the
splits.
Prime, thank you
But
so much
what's
for the
been
3
good
months,
for
man.
M80 on that
Appreciate you
previous
doing that.
matchup against Galoris, where they tried to learn from their game
Thanks
against
very much,
2G, was really trying to fight towards that A side extremity at the very beginning on the defensive side. And also activating Koala Noob on the op ASAP, of course. That has to be continuing to be one of the winning conditions here of M80 on the defensive
Big
side.
Papa Rafa as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, man.
You know, this M80 team has
Thank you
often
for the Prime.
relied
Welcome
on
into the Slug
being
Club,
able
mate.
to ability stack to kind of fulfill this defensive half. And 2G's contestability was what I really walked away with as being a
You just have an
major note of
infinite
adjustment
supply of
for
balloons,
how
man.
they
What's going
played
on
the
there?
offense the first time around. I mean, you go back to the early stages of the group stage, 2G were just running and dashing with the Neon.
Yeah.
In the upper bracket, so far when we watch them play this, that hasn't necessarily been the first instance of the case. Yeah, that still happens, but it comes a little bit more calculated, with a little bit more methodical of an approach in terms of how do we make sure Spike finds these 1v1s in a little bit more of an easier fashion. And that has been an issue for a lot of squads. So M80 need to decide, I think, coming into this defensive half.
Okay, I mean,
not only
M80
do they
probably
find
need to
a way
win double
with
pistol.
But I think on top of that, are we going to try
Yeah,
to
they
contest a little
definitely
bit
do.
more and try to fight at the barriers more than just holding back and trying to play a 5v5 retake?
You bring up a great point. It seems like in the group stages, all of us were kind of rap-godding these rounds whenever we had to cast like a Neon and Breach versus a Neon Breach. But this time around, as the tournament
I like this from
progresses,
2G.
a lot
They're
of
waiting
these
for
Neon
something
comps now
aggro.
added a little bit more of stop
little
and
bit
go,
weird
a
that-
little bit of mid-rounding, and it works very well here against
Straight up split.
these teams that maybe haven't played against
Oh,
enough.
it's the one where the recon goes Boba.
Neon and Breach comp.
Yeah, Frenzy out for Spikes again, just as that entry. Luis to follow. Xander tries to step up with Ismo on the cross. That's not going to work out. Trades favor that of 2G's offense, and they're trying to double swing the player deep over towards backside Boba. Nismo, new angle now approaches. And he's able
pretty
to take
good
down one,
make
life
this
little bit
into a
easier,
2v2.
and you've got a full HP Koala Noob still to play with here, so no reason to do anything too crazy.
Shot.
But Silence steps
This
through
guy
the
is
aftershock,
incredible.
Finds himself a trade onto Nismo. Sheriff out for Koala Noob. Needs to just hit one more shot on the Zap. Counters the flash. There's the peek and Zap.
They're playing
Lights
so
up the
well.
headshot.
1-1
The
pistol
key
each,
pistol goes
and
to
you would
2G.
imagine that's
Again,
the man.
And that was a headshot that was needed
the
there. The
crouch
headshot
peek
at
is
that
so
distance
good.
of 105.
Yeah, the crouch peek
With
is
the
insane
investment that
these
you
days.
saw from
Everyone's
Koala
done it.
Noob, it is a Sheriff that he had in his hands, so no armor for him. For sure becomes a headshot. The idea was there, though, around the aftershock, just to try to split up those two players around the pillar to try to win a 2 versus 1. But just there, a little bit of a miscommunication where Koala Noob was set up here. Almost looks like they were looking for individual 1v1s towards the end after the aftershock. And you saw that
This
Zap
guy
never
gives
beat
it
out.
so much. It's
And
sick
Nismo
to watch.
lost his 1v1.
It really is. Okay,
allows
only
2G to
investment for
win the pistol
M80
here
is a Sheriff,
on their back pick. Again,
and
this-
2G are pretty much
when we
allowed.
started this series,
I mean,
Chip, we were mentioning this looks like a veto
kind of
that
allowed 3
still
deaths,
favors
but
M80 because of the
would
history
be
that these two
nice
teams have
only.
against each other. Again, you're looking at a map number 5 that's a that's fine.
Dude, stop it!
Look at him.
Stop it. Yeah,
Are
man's
you
a beast.
joking? He's just solo peeking B main off of the spy cam that sees nothing and coming away with 2? Unbelievable. Net opportunity versus Luis. Shots are just not there. And 2G are gonna run away with the round unless Koala Noob can step up and hit a couple of 1-taps. Yeah.
Looks here,
they're
Chip,
gonna
that it was
peek it.
basically M80 playing against All Knight's Tinjoff, where he's just winning alone with a pistol and gets all the openers that's
Yeah, and it's a
needed.
nice lesson to get the ecos as well. It's an ult soon. And they keep all the guns into it so they can buy an extra rifle, and it's a strong bonus.
running away with his first map.
And that's the thing, you know, just to put it into full-on visual evidence, that's what 2G was doing versus M80 in the upper bracket round
Chat,
1
what
match
is
that
with
they
you
played.
today?
Getting
You
onto
lot
a
of
site and then
savages,
not
man.
just
The
holding
mods
it
are working
playing
overtime.
backwards.
Relax yourselves.
Nah,
We don't
got
flame here.
flashes. We got Neon. Let's use that. And if Spike survives,
Let's be
until
normal
the
for a
spike
bit,
is
surely.
planted, that is what you're often going to see. Some sort of a fault line or flash or recon dart coverage to where Spike can now take the advantage of pushing out, doing Neon things, and getting away with it. So a clean round leads to a full bonus essentially here for 2G. Early damage also touted as Koala Noob gets pushed back in towards the backside of B.
Some great damage being done too, and that was, yeah, I think there was a camera that was being thrown right by Silence that looks up towards middle. It allows the fault line to actually get the hit onto Koala Noob and not allow M80 to get that surprise value here that Koala Noob we were praising him for. Solo plays, not getting a pick, falls back, heavily damaged.
Yeah,
It
the
gives a
damage
lot of
at the
space
moment.
now for 2G to work
When
with.
does this guy check
There's only
camera
a
and just
solo
see
player
just
inside
sees
the
4
site.
of them?
They
There's a
saw
camera to
everyone.
start to set
Yeah, he
things
didn't see
up.
the Cypher. I think
To
that's
put
it.
Koala Noob,
That's
sorry,
why these
to
guys
put
are searching
Xander in
middle
a
still.
position inside the smoke where he's pretty much in a one and done.
Yeah, and the thing about this is they're going to wait until this fault line is recharged, which now it is, and he's going to use
Okay,
this
so
to try to open up
this
the
is pretty
backside
nice. Like they
over
omen
mid.
flash, but
That
because they
likely will
didn't
be
break the
affected
drone,
by
they
it.
just
And
realized that
in
no one
fact,
flooded
Spike
sight
goes
here.
down.
But that is a
Xander
great
steps up,
Yori
tries to break
flash.
the timing. Doesn't fully work out. Zap caught.
Dude, it's so
That's
fast-paced.
good news for Net. Turns this to a 3v2. Fast lane out. Still, the battle rages on towards the backside of the site. Trades back and
The
forth.
1v3
Prize is
at
able to
its
find
peak.
himself too. Now for the 1v3 does not expect
No matter
that.
what,
Will
this is a
save
great
round
bonus, man.
M80 and
We've
avoid
got
a
5,
Yeah,
2v
that's
sorry,
a
4
great
gun
bonus.
revives.
2 big kills there by Net. Winning that 1 versus 1 against Zap was a great start. You just mentioned the fault line that was just replenished here on the side of the attack that could have been very, very detrimental to M80's attempt to retake that site, and that fault line was up. A very similar setup on a pulse plant that was attempted here for 2G,
They're
just
just
like
no
we saw
giving rounds. Yeah,
M80
you
do here
gotta-
on that
you
pistol
gotta
round.
scrap
Taking
for
that
everything.
breach behind enemy lines at that short A side and just line up the fault line whenever it's needed, whenever the action comes out here from the defensive end. And thankfully here, Net winning that one gives a fighting chance for M80, and yeah, we're looking to fight here towards B main.
Well, it's not even just that. This is pressure on B main to see if they can push 2G over to Sanders' direction because he's got a
36.
This guy is
takes the
insanely
1v1 versus
good.
Koala Noob and wins it by a bullet. So now this judge is ineffective, and you've got to already hit on the precipice of B. BCJ, Nismo trying to hold. They do a decent job to start.
Oh
Net is
my
also in
God.
position.
They are just out aiming him.
Up M80
In a lot of these
flawlessly.
situations.
Now a chance for the plant, and it's just down to Xander with a judge.
Just makes you think, is there something that they've learned here from this matchup? This is deja vu into the silent camera looking at the top of B main. That spot's
Wait, he's actually on top of this guy. Oh, it's a little unlucky.
Instead,
I mean, money's in the bin. 1-9 loss bonus. Everyone's sitting around 2,000. They got to go up against a Sova ult. Might as well start looking at the next map. If this Silence guy's playing like this the whole time, it's going to be pretty hard for M80. This guy's getting so many fast kills. He's getting so many important kills. He's getting so many multi kills.
And nope. Silence just steps up, takes a 1v1. So it's a good idea from M80. Try to do something a little bit more creative and just try to force maybe some of that early contest that we were talking about. But it just doesn't work because Qual-Noob drops his 1v1 and 2 games say, all right, well, with him out of the picture, we know B's gonna be wide open because there's no way that he gate crashes back and we have a heavier defense towards Boba. So it's just really good mid-round adaptations knowing the situation at hand.
But again, it's been a position that's been
Beck_FPS, thank you so much. Appreciate the 17 months.
Despite not having a judge or event, whatever.
I've never heard that one. Sebastian,
something that Silence knows of. That's
thank you for that,
been
Beck.
a 1v1 at that very spot. And it just seems that maybe Qual-Noob felt that confidence that we'll go through that ring once again, and I'm going to be able to win that best out of 3, at least in the amount of times that we could potentially contest this B main. But it's Silence at the top, on point, once again.
Guys are doing it all, man.
Been good at the shots here with the Sheriffs in that thrifty round that they had earlier on, and continues to be a force to be reckoned with, for 2G side. M80 still have yet to
tea or cold tea, bro. I don't like tea.
How about this? Silence is going to go to an outlaw,
I'm
knowing
fake
that
British.
M80 are on a limited buy.
This is the map that I was expecting us to now win anyways. It's like the biggest disparity in my eyes.
He's got enough to obviously afford a full weapon, but this is a bold call and just try to play a counter to knowing M80.
Not more than Bind, because I don't even know what they play on Bind.
At the very beginning where you mentioned Silence with the outlaw. And
from the ones like we saw, this was the one I thought they had it.
And maybe because of these
okay, worth noting that M80 pretty much gone all in, right? They just go full force into this one. We got one gun, we got triple stinger. So our Lord is on this one.
They're persistent and they are annoying. Silence is going to wait for this to dissipate. It's going to take a while though. Aldrone will see if there could be a tag first. Doesn't really see too much. Xander gives the shoulder to it. Spycam going to get replaced. No tags there either. This is becoming laborious all of a sudden for 2G, who are now looking to try to open something up through market, knowing that Silence has not been able to even take a shot at anybody. So you've got the time ticking away here. 28 seconds on the clock. 2G trying to
stun
make
is
market.
Great.
First element is good. Now it's time to
it gets close and back. Damn, bro, this agent with someone good on it is the best thing ever to watch. It's so satisfying. It was like old Jet days.
Understandable though, because they have a lower buy. But this should not be easy for BCG. And net, although BCG does get that pick on
He'll use the fish out, right?
No. Problem is, you can pick up weapons, you can't pick up armor. And Silence, well, for a second, thought he's going to do it all himself. High-low setup here for Net to deal with. And if you're 2G, you just don't have to change this. There's just nothing he can do to clear this angle besides swinging it. Trying to get something through the wall.
Yeah, this was so well handled by them. I'm so impressed with this team, man, every time I watch them.
Again, the patience displayed by 2G going towards the B main. All 5 of them were just looking for an explosion into this B site because they had the Hunter's Fury with the Aldrone and an overdrive to work with. They clear it out with the Aldrone. Nobody's peeking out here from M80, so you're still questioning where the positions are at. So they pause once again and go for a mid to B split, where because of all the
12-5 on Sunset.
B main, it seems as though M80 were kind of just hyper focused to watch towards that spot, and it weakens up the market. It allows
any believers? I mean, they got good ults to win this one. Like, they should be fine on this one. Dude, look at the rotate, by the way. Straight up fake. Neon. Oh my god, man. That's ridiculous. It's all a fake, and he's just ulted an empty site.
We ult an empty site, yeah.
They just got wrecked. Oh my god, they got absolutely played.
Yeah, and the rolling thunder from Nismo towards the B side, thinking that the hit was there, and boom! Nobody there to greet them. The spikes towards the inside, And it's a beautiful
That was a sick round.
masterclass round once again by 2G.
It was actually a
That
sick
Hunter's
round.
Fury Overdrive was
Neon
supposed
ult
to be
into a
used in that
Sova
previous
ult
round.
because they're
They still
dodging the
do it this
Sova
round.
ult,
They
and then
still get
obviously the
openers,
Neon's
but they
impossible to
rotate
hit.
over towards the A side.
They're trying to shoot a guy that's pretty hard to hit and dodge an ult at the same time, and you're just using the Neon as a human recon. It's awesome.
And they threw smokes as well.
Nismo, last one left.
Yeah.
Guardian, able to get the first, but
Absolutely
not before. 2G
awesome to
make
watch.
the
What a
statement
sick team
in
they
map
are.
Number 1, kicking off this grand finals with some heat.
Sorry, 2G, I was unfamiliar with your game. Maybe it's the 2 game that I have to start learning instead. For them to actually ban now
Okay,
again,
let me
those two
upload
first
this
maps,
VOD.
Ascent and Lotus, where M80 already
Was,
looked shaky at the very beginning. At least their
yes, what's the
matches
next
against
map?
All Night yesterday. Something they could have
Icebox.
learned here going into
No.
the series now. 2G just stick to their plan. The maps that they're strong on, the maps that they
That
know
was
that they can
fast?
fight
Yeah,
with,
that was
and they
fast.
start off on
Not wrong.
Sunset again, where you again this breaks a little bit the momentum here and the mental here for M80, because you walk into this game into a series where you know how they're going to play the Sunset match, yet you still lose it in a one-sided battle there against
M80
2G.
versus
I'm looking
2G
forward to the rest of the
map
series now, Chip.
Sunset.
Should be good, because I think the other
And people that are new here, we've got a VOD channel on YouTube if you ever want to watch a singular map.
Beat M80 the first time around. Icebox awaits for us here again, best of 5. Plenty of time, especially if you're familiar with what
Prodigy,
M80
thank you
did
so much.
yesterday, but not the greatest of openings as we said to break, and the desk will be back to break us down.
I just wants me to stop talking about Val movements. People don't steal his thing. It's Primmy's fault, man. Primmy brought it to the big stage, and everyone's studying it. Okay, chat. I'm gonna spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit, all right?
That's a good shout, Blob. I'm gonna do it. How do I think Bind will go? I think Bind is such a weird map, because last year we haven't played Bind last year either, but we lost to the guard 14-12 on OT. So even not playing, we had a good map. So I don't know. I have high hopes about it, but I believe there's a chance we don't get there. I really do, because next 3 maps are 2 of M80's best, and another one that we looked good yesterday, first time playing. So we're gonna give Icebox next, which is our best map of the year. Then we have Abyss that we look great yesterday. Like, we look great, like absolutely great. And then there's Haven, which I know we looked shaky as fuck as yesterday. It was not good, but it's a good map for us. And it's a map that 2G haven't played all year. They haven't played Haven all year, and yet they didn't ban it. That's why I thought it was the obvious ban was gonna be Haven, but they let it out. So I think there's a chance we win the next 3, a good chance. I have 2 monitors, Fraxa, but my second monitor is a tube monitor, like a VCR monitor. I think it's how it's called. It's a white monitor that has a VGA cable, and I have a splitter that turns VGA into CRT. That's correct. I have a splitter that turns VGA into HDMI, and then I connect it to my CPU. It's literally a white monitor, a huge white monitor tube. Doesn't get like not even 720p.
Sunset was where M80 started their comeback to make their way into
This is
the
from
grand
my
finals,
first
and
ever
might just be the
computer,
first
like
nail
from
in the coffin as 2G dismantles them on the first map here in the
2001,
grand
maybe.
finals.
Like I
Going
was
to Sunset was an
5,
opportunity for
6 years
M80 to
old,
show
and
us
I got my
what they
first
learned
PC, and I
from
still
that
have the
last
monitor.
series, but this was a 2G that, Jen, the confidence, the shots, right from the get-go, M80 tried to set a pace. 2G were having none of that. It was all playing on their
It's great to
terms.
play like
I thought in
retro
this
games
rematch
because you
that
don't need
this was gonna
to.
be a closer Sunset.
It gets
Just a
perfect
reminder that it
scan
was
lines.
13-8 the first time
gets
that
perfect-
they faced off in
perfect
playoffs,
scan
and now
lines.
it's 13-5.
Yeah, Ninja, the
2G
shirt is on.
Just get better. We
It
know
has
they
to
have
be
these
on.
strong starts, but something that we hope that M80 were going to learn about was the post plants. They stay on the site, they let themselves get boxed in, and often rely on clutch or kick scenarios, which maybe we just need M80 to heat up a bit
I think my
more in the
favorite
microwave,
retro
but we'll
game
see. But
has to
2G
be
had
Super
very
Metroid
successful retakes,
from
5 defuses out of the 8
the Super
round wins that
Nintendo.
they had.
I play it
Out
a
of the 12
lot
defensive
until
rounds that
yesterday,
2G
like
had,
until
they managed to
today.
get first bloods in 8 of those. So they were
They
always
make some
on the upper
randomizers
foot
to the
in
game
the early part of the
where
round.
they randomize where
You're
the
talking about
items
clutch or
are
kick.
throughout the
2G
map,
was
or they
definitely
randomize the
taking
map
them
itself,
around.
so you
From
can
multiple
play
different
the
angles as
game
well.
differently.
These 2G members,
Yeah,
at times
I
they're
kept
allowed
up
to
with
get
the
these
recent
2-3
Metroids.
Ks,
I
and just
I
the
really love the
individual
Metroid Dread.
performances was
Great
fantastic.
game.
This is a team that
Absolutely
didn't
great
need
game.
warm up. They didn't need to, kind of get used to the grand final.
I don't
It
even
is
have
team that was
a
really
Nintendo
showing
Switch,
why
but I had
they're
to
ready
borrow one
for this
from
series. They're
a
ready
friend
for
of
this
mine
grand
to
finals.
play the game.
They're ready for that Ascension spot, and M80 yet again find themselves on a deficit.
Yeah, Jen
I don't
brought
play
attention to
Pokemon
those
with
first
Sideshow.
kills, and I'm about to do the same. I mean, you can see, given spikes at the top
I'm
of
not
the
against
scoreboard,
the idea.
you can look that he has 5 of them. 4 of them are with Silence.
Looks pretty fun what they
duo was just dominating the server. Everyone else was contributing too. It literally looks like yesterday. The only difference was that at the very beginning, I was...
Yeah,
you
I
guys
play
heard it,
other
like,
Metroidvanias
M80, they
too.
got the pistol. BCJ, he's gonna have his
I like
flash right for
Castlevania.
round 3.
Symphony
He
of the
had
Night
it.
was
They
one of the
win
first one that
bonus
I
on
played
round 3.
back in the
Oh my God.
PSX.
And then, yeah, it didn't matter. Then from then on out, it looked
I
exactly
really
like
like
yesterday.
Mega Man,
Their opponent
Mega Man
could do no
X
wrong. Every
series.
player is hitting every shot.
Hollow Knight,
So,
yeah.
That's tough. Time to reset.
In the
and see
race
if
now,
we
you
can,
could beat them.
Do what they did
That's
yesterday,
fine.
but this time
Dude,
on
I
map
want
2
to. I
and
literally
not
want to
wait
play
until map
Valorant. I
3.
just don't have enough time at the
It's just
moment.
funny to see 2G take a
Maybe
page out
this
of
week we play
M80's
loads,
book
'cause we can
play
do
further back. I mean,
Pacific
look how
into
many
actually
blinds
playing.
that M80 had with the Omen, Yoru,
Is there like a big gap
Gecko,
from
Breach. Like,
Pacific?
you kind of want to sit back and play
games?
for retakes, and 2G just knew how to play their composition. And I wonder if the Neon continues to be the M80 kryptonite, because that's what really killed the
23rd.
M80 yesterday. They had a hard time handling Dante.
23rd,
This could
24th,
be the same
27th.
story
Not really a
today.
big camp. but-
I mean, there must be multiple kryptonites out in the server then for M80, because where the downfall started, Wyatt, you already talked a little bit more about it, but let's dive back and look at that round 4, because
When is home ground, the Americas one? I need to schedule that in. I need to look at it.
Yep, I mean they're
I need
just
to
hitting
D-rank
into
so I
the
can play
side.
with
He
Weber and
hits 2
Nil.
shots.
That's true.
This is still winnable.
Dude, Weber will be
3v5.
immortal in
Net
no time though.
Perfect flank timing.
The
Vandal in
guy's,
hand.
the guy's actually
Beef,
legit.
Beef, and then he dives to Silence, and then from there, Vandal recovers.
How's Mini
Silence
going? Has
goes
Mini
back
been
through
losing or
link
winning?
side. The players on site are collapsed upon.
It's
If
on the
Net just got
29th?
one
Wait, this
kill
month?
there and retained
telling me it's in
that
like 8
position
days.
with the Vandal, even though it was 3 versus 4, M80 are going to win out that situation. Silence wins that round with the 6 share of shots,
The NA
and
play-ins?
completely
Yeah, that's what I'm
flips the
talking
game
about.
on its head. Like I was saying before,
Oh,
M80
okay.
just converted the bonus
Yeah, I
because
need to see if I
BCJ
can
had
get streaming
already
rights for
gotten
that.
access to the Thrash, and the net popped off himself with a 3K just that round prior to the beef. And so just from there, disaster.
Weber and Neil is the only way that
was
ranked
taking
is
over
tolerable.
game, and
The
then
triple
once you're on
stacks are
attack
really
and
fun.
Spike is heating up on Neon. GG.
Yeah, and it's tough too. I mean, we highlighted
Weber
at the top
player
of the
for
show
Heretics.
that
Yeah, he
Silence
stood
was
in
a duelist who also
stood
has
in
done other
Physique
roles, as we got to see the Cypher on this map that could absolutely
in,
pop off and
well,
change
last
the
year.
series. And now looking at the map too in the series,
Doesn't mention the
the
5 stack.
Icebox
Dude, I'm telling you, the
reminds
5
all
stack is
some of the
pointless.
other
I
things
just
that we
get stream
highlighted from
sniped.
2G was
The only way I would
Silence,
do
the
a
aggression from
5
the
stack
get-go,
is
and how he was able
1
to
minute,
pick M80 apart.
delay.
M80, Jen, this has been a map that for a long time has been quite strong in 2G. It did not look like that up
You're
against
just out here
them.
giving
And
people
this is the
free
opportunity
elo.
now for
It's
them to
pointless.
flip that script, try and take it here, but we'll have to see if that 7-hour chat they had after that loss will have any results on this.
Yeah, M80 are dumping every hour they can.
I mean, I
into
could do
fixing,
that, I guess.
perfecting, and hoping to execute. They go to Icebox. They had a good time against All Knights yesterday.
There's other
13
issues.
to 5.
Dude,
They
honestly,
played
it's
this
pretty
without a
fun
duelist.
apart from the
Off of
stream
just, again,
sniping.
very
Like the main
flash-heavy
reason I don't
play
wanna
with
play
this
right
team
now.
With the KO, the Gecko, and of course, Koala Noob now is going to be on the Omen. So they're flexible enough to change different roles and to deal with whatever duelist is on the other side. But how will they handle Silence on the Jet now that he had an MVP-like performance on his Sentinel, and now he gets to play some offense? So I'm excited for this Icebox.
I mean, you're talking
45
about the
seconds slow mode in
composition
chat.
for
What happened?
M80.
Yeah, people are out here
And with
flaming.
Silence being able to consistently get that first blood, stick around on the site.
People
and
can't
not
help but
let
flame.
M80 play into the strength of being able to utilize all of that util consistently. That same composition that has done them so well throughout this Wyatt was ultimately their downfall. I doubt at this point the composition in the competition we see composition changes.
No.
So I think a lot of it is just how they go to approach this. And when you have a fragging Jet on the opposing end, that's a little tough.
Yeah, if Silence can recreate what he did last
With 10
time
mans
against M80, which by the
Nah,
way,
I don't really like
dealt
10 mans
them
that much
their
either.
second loss on the map in 2 years.
The problem is
M80
when it's nothing,
14-2 on the map all time.
when
And
it's
they've never played the
nothing
duelist. It has always been non-duelist
at stake, people
comps.
don't
So
play like properly.
They really have
This is
mastered
pointless.
this map, at least to some extent, right? It's always been a home map.
Kukuka
for
in the
them.
YouTube chat,
But
or
it's a
fake
must-win
Kukuka, we should
in
say.
my mind, when
Dude,
we're
for so
looking
long,
at the rest of the pool in
me and the
this
mods thought you were the
series,
real
it's not
Kukuka.
going to get any easier. They have bind at
I appreciate the
the very
gifted from the other day,
end,
by the way.
which they permaban.
I say me and the mods.
Icebox
Did we not?
Is a must-win
You
for
never
them,
did?
in my
It was literally
mind,
just
and
me?
it's a map
Oh, okay,
where
well
they
then I dragged the
certainly
mods into it.
can
That's
win.
my
We
bad.
saw Nismo yesterday just crushed All Knights in that series.
See, Bacon did. There we go.
Crushed them. What did he go like?
I mean, Bacon
24
is
for
the
9?
mods.
So, look,
If
they,
one of
they've
you
gotta
did, you all
bounce
did.
back here. I think if they don't,
Madra-
funny to say after yesterday's game, but I don't
Madrarua
think, I think it would be
with
too
the
little
tier
too
1.
late if
Thank
they
you so
can't
much for the
take
2
this
months.
And this
Don't
is going to
think
be...
lightning can strike twice.
I think it's going
And
to strike
Sam
hard
Conran
for
as
sure
well with the
when it comes to
Prime.
2G,
Thank you so much.
because they picked offense first, so they can dictate the pace. They know they
Mod for
have
point
M80
for
in an
GT,
awkward
yeah.
spot. They beat them down harder than they did last time
what
on
I'm saying,
Sunset.
Bacan.
I think 2G have made huge improvements. I mean, talk about
Hello,
the
Psych, how we
turnaround from
doing?
the last week of group stage to the first match of playoffs, going from losing to winning against M80. You got to be careful of 2G's offense off of this Jet and how M80 are going to try to mitigate that pressure. Are M80 going to want to stay on the site? Are they going to give it up and play for retakes?
Damn, this
It's
is a
gonna be at
big
the
break in
map
between
about
the
9 games without that duelist for
between the
M80.
maps.
It's going to be about the util, and M80 is one of the best.
This count as a tech pause?
They're one of the best when it comes to those initiators.
When they're warmed up and ready to go. I think
Yeah,
if
maybe
this was
0-2
third in
M80.
the series, that we see a very different Icebox. But
Let's see if
this is where we have to
we
see the
continue
mentals
the
for M80
trend of
coming in strong,
Nismo
being able
KO
to
and we'll win.
just turn that switch on and be able to bounce back
I
now.
think
I don't
it's-
think
I
the
think
loss
it's the
on
thing,
Icebox,
man.
in my opinion, is
I think this guy
'Cause we
all done
needs
and
to be
dusted for
Parma.
M80, but I
Parma
do
KO.
think it looks
We
absolutely
get him
dire.
on
And
KO
for
for the
2G
next
to
two,
have that victory that
which
they
is
had
Icebox
on
and Abyss.
Sunset. We're talking about momentum for the teams and how it's
That's a double
important that
win.
M80 gets fit. I think winning Sunset in this entire best of 5
Wait, the
was
Abyss
that
looked pretty
momentum
good,
needed
actually.
to be able to try and snowball these early rounds and force M80
Yeah, the
into
Abyss
that very
looked great. That's why
uncomfortable position
I'm
of,
shocked with
well,
Abyss
you better
being
turn up
third
or
and
you're
not
about to get
fifth.
this upset. So it's already with that 13-5 on
Because
Sunset.
you
Looking really
they definitely watched Biz yesterday, and we know how hard it is to anti-strat a team based off on one performance, right? You watched the M80 yesterday, you saw like they did, let's say, soul vault. They did one soul vault. How do you get prepared for that? Because you can't assume that's the only one they have, and that's the one they are gonna do it again. They can do another play.
Yellow box on the left
Yeah,
side of the
you
map.
don't have faith in,
The
like,
different
well, you
nooks
don't
and
have any
crannies
hard
on the
reads,
right side of
basically.
the map, so a lot of weight on Zap's shoulders
Board
to
next with
really
the Prime.
convert
Thank you with the 4 months, dude.
value
Thank you for
of
doing that.
Silver
And
here,
Preemie
and to
137
kind of figure
also.
out the
4 months
tempo that
also.
M80
Thank you, thank
are
you.
playing at with the Viper walls, with
For
the
the fun
smokes that
streams this year, of
Koala
course,
Noob,
dude.
has, and how
We got
2G
spoiled
can
with some
strike
games
early and
this year,
strike
for sure.
fast.
Atroix as well. Hello, mate. Dude, I heard you're doing well, man. That's awesome. Congrats on that, buddy. Thanks for the 13 months.
Some of these skills, phenomenal. So if we're looking for that impact, he's already proven on the day he is showing up. He just has to carry that through now to Icebox.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, looks like everyone, it's just like yesterday with All Knights, everybody's showing up so far.
Where is Worlds
and
this year?
nothing really to write home about individually. Nismo on this map, though, is the one
What is
map
that? It's like the
in
League of
M80
Legends
pool
champs.
where he is unleashed. You know, we forget a little bit how strong of an individual fragging player he is because he's not
Berlin,
on that
Paris,
hard
London.
flex playing Ray's kind of classic
Wait, what?
role in Valorant. He's just locked
Like
in
different
on
stages
Breach.
in different
Aside
places?
from this map, where he plays the KO and plays sometimes for others throwing pop flashes. They have a lot of little plays where
that
Koala
new?
Noob, for instance, will teleport across to back yellow when they're executing on B. He'll pop flash for Koala. There are moments where he sets
they always
up,
do this?
but there are a lot of moments where he's playing the KO
Oh,
intentionally.
chat, I had
very
no idea they
selfishly
do it
to
like
put
that.
himself in position to get kills, flashing
It's
past
literally
their
the
Viper
final
wall,
only in
past
London.
the dark covers that their Omen Koala Noob will be putting down, and taking fights himself. You have to be looking for him to step up and start driving their team to some round wins.
I'm glad you brought up the KO because this is something new for 2G. Only the last 3
That's kinda
matches have they
sick,
really
though. I
used
like
the
that.
KO and even a Jet. Previously, they kind of 2G adapted a similar comp to M80 of not playing a duelist and playing heavy initiators, and now they don't play the Gecko at all. So a lot of important information comes out of that Sova, but also anti-utility with that KO. And I think a lot rides on
Yeah,
Silence
this has
and
to
his
be a tech
performance, which
boss.
I don't think we
Oh,
really
yeah,
have to
it's been
doubt
crazy long.
based on how many first bloods and just how many rounds were started off on a good foot on 2G side.
I mean, M80, though, we're talking about, I mean, that dismantling done by a Neon over on Sunset. And if we're talking about how rough of a start the series was yesterday due to Dante's hands on that Neon, it was a Neon that later on in the series that we did see the individual members of M80 come up and stop, showcasing that these aggressive
Map 1 of the tech
duelists
balls has been.
that
This is the
do
first
have
one we
the
had.
firepower to
Just right now.
back up that
Pretty much
Todd.
just as you got here.
They do have the individual skill to be taking them down. Koala Noobs down their duels a couple of times. And we can see maybe the same here on Icebox. And I think we absolutely need that. We need to be able to see kind of these different members of M80 go toe-to-toe with Silence here. And I think that's going to be key. Because I think if Silence is consistently allowed to be getting these first bloods, consistently winning out on these duels, why, it's going to look rough.
Definitely, and that is one of the very obvious fundamental differences with 2G, their roster, as opposed to All Knights, who M80 defeated yesterday. There is clearly a difference with All Knights when Dante Deus is not playing Neon. His other duelists do not look as good as his Neon, and when he wasn't on Neon, Koala Noob took over the server. However, with 2G, they have two
where's that
players
hosted
that
as
can
well? Where's
round
that
out
held?
playing
Is it UK
all
again
of the
or not?
duelists in God mode. Spike will play the Neon, and when the Jet and the Raze are needed, Silence will play in God mode. Totally different
normal studio?
story than
Man, they're
what
really doing a
M80
lot of
had
the
to deal
studio.
with All Knights yesterday. There's just a totally... It's a different echelon of firepower on this team. They're more well-rounded. The players have more flexibility with their agent pools.
And for M80, it's weird because
The winning
they've admitted
team
they
needs
just
a certain amount
forget
of
how
players
to
to
play the
franchise, or
game.
can they fully
go on
rebuild?
autopilot. They make
So,
stupid mistakes.
last
You
time
kind
I
of
checked,
pointed
you have
out
to keep
some-
a core of
some
3.
of it in your clip that
But
you
I
pulled
don't know if
earlier.
that's still a
And
thing.
At what
I
point
don't know if they
does
changed
M80
it
get online?
since they added
Because
like the
yesterday, it was map 3.
The
If it was a
relegation
best of 3,
rules.
they wouldn't be here. So is it going to take an M80 O2 backs against the wall for them to kind of wake up and smell the
I
coffee?
think you probably should change
or
it, but
is it gonna
it's
be
also
a
very
sweep in
harsh for the people that
2G's favor?
qualify.
Because that was a dominant
don't know,
showing
it's a weird
from
area.
2G's side to improve
I
that
don't know what
much
the rules
on
are now.
Sunset. But Icebox
Maybe
is
Bacon does,
M80's
but-
arena, and we'll see how this boils down.
Gonna
We're
start the
talking
game,
about the
Vanzilli. That's your
grand
job,
finals
man.
of Ascension.
Push the
Winner
button.
Moving on into partnership. See them in VCT Americas next year. You're talking about those mistakes. Those
Yeah,
little
HN, it
mistakes
would have
that
been really
plagued
weird,
them,
man. We had
and
no
they need to
idea
be
what would have
cleaned up
happened.
right about now. You've made it through the groups. You've made it through playoffs. There is absolutely
Oh.
no second
Prius is on the camera,
chances.
man. He's
And
going
with
crazy.
Icebox ahead, and how
Zooming about.
badly of a beating they took last time from 2G, it is an opportunity to showcase that you have that ability to be
Be
able
better if
to
they could
learn
change
from
only
those
after one
mistakes,
split.
to be able to adapt, overcome, be able to close
like
this
that.
out, and try and push this best of 5 to the absolute
The rule, I
limit.
like that.
And 2G have shown us through this
But I think you
upper
should be able to
bracket
change two
that
players.
They are not a foe to be
I mean,
seen
do I think you should be able
around
to change
with.
two
You
players?
make
It's so
that little
brutal.
mistake, you're
I
not
don't
going to
know,
have the
man. I
opportunity
don't even know
to
where I
really
sit on the
be able
rules.
to try and fix it
'Cause
in
the
that
org wants
moment.
to
Wyatt.
make sure
They're
they get
so good
the
at
champs,
that
kinda,
instant
or at least top 8.
punish. And that's dangerous for this M80 that haven't woken up yet on today.
Definitely. I think the map pool is really of the utmost importance here, and I really do think that Icebox is a must-win for M80. It is the only map in the pool that I look at and I give them the edge. They have historically been fantastic on this map. 2Game has been a bit more inconsistent. They beat M80 last time, but they've lost it to their Brazilian rivals Galores a number of times in the past. So I have to favor M80.
Should be able
here
to
on
change
this
5
map if
players.
they're going to be in good form.
You're
But
a
if they're going
savage,
to be
man.
in that same poor form, lose their pick
You're an
here,
absolute
they have to
savage.
win Abyss, which 2Game are sick on, Haven, which 2Game are sick on, and Bind, which they permaban. So this is a must-win to me. And maybe they'll make me eat my words and do the same crazy comeback yesterday.
I mean, getting
There's
into the
Mo
Black
KO,
Light
yeah,
Agent
for
Select at this
back-to-back
point,
maps.
there's not necessarily many surprises. What we have to see is who's going to be showing up on the day. You have set the stakes for Icebox. That
I just feel like he's so comfy on this agent.
Of the map pool going on forward.
A problem with the Prime.
This
Thank
is
you very
where
much,
we
man.
need to see that
Appreciate the 10
turnaround.
months.
The map that they were so dominant
But last
on,
time we watched
cleared
this, they
on
antied
throughout
them,
the
right?
season, and 2Game showing they
Yeah,
do not
pretty
have
heavily.
that fear. They're
Like,
willing
really
to go
heavily.
toe-to-toe with you. This Star Jet, everyone else able to step up at any capability. M80, it's time to show what they're made of, and if not, 2G are going to be up 2 in the series. It's time to head on over to Icebox for map number 2 and head on back to our casters, Vanzilli and Shift.
Yeah, thank you, friends. Vanzilli, I think we need to take a moment here and actually do a little bit of damage to Wyatt's ego. I know at the beginning of the show he was saying he hates to see duelist head-to-head stats. Well, the good news is there's not a second one to go up
Knatak
against. But
with
the
the
problem
14
is,
months. Thank
the
you so
whole
much,
talking
dude.
point relies upon what
Appreciate you,
Silence
bro.
could
Thank you
do.
for that.
He was a first blood machine, an off-kill machine.
Do
He
I
was
still like
everywhere
Clove on
when they
Icebox?
played
Yeah.
this matchup last time
I
around.
think Clove's good on this
Yeah,
map.
he got so many opportunities, even Blade Storms and Ops, to get behind M80's positioning, especially in these pulse plant scenarios.
You want to do double
and
smokes?
when
I
he was playing
normally
the
think the
defensive
Clove
side,
is
it
the
really
one.
threw M80 for a loop. So I'm actually going to throw up my copium to start, right? We had a slow start.
Like the
for
only
M80
map I
to
think
kick
Clove
things
is
off on Sunset.
better.
They got dismantled 5-3. It's a similar start as what they had against All Night yesterday, where they totaled 7 rounds in 2 maps. So thankfully, at least in the first map, they already got 5. So already past the halfway mark. It can only go up from there. And secondly, where M80 started to pop off was actually on
Clove over
Icebox
Omen.
2, when
I
they
really
started to
think
bring
the
it
dead
back.
smokes
Now
are
it's our
giant on this
second
map.
of this series. There's a big chance here to turn this into a 1-1 in the score on the scoreline. But to get back to your point here, Shift,
Qualo
you were
wants to
mentioning
opposite
how
plays Omen.
Silence
Yeah,
is so
I mean
good
that
on his
that
jet,
bit
on his
makes
duelist
the
role.
most sense.
But I think once again, it's the
we're
preparation
finally
around
in.
how they were working the macro around M80 was so nice. Remember the piss around too when 2Game was starting off on the defensive side. They basically
got M80
read
on
how
defense,
M80 would
and we got
start the attack
2G
with the
on
pop
attack.
flash through the smoke and just fight back to contest.
Give me a countdown.
And maybe this time it
20,
is a point here where
19,
2G
18,
wants to start
17,
on the
I'm very
attack,
behind.
so you
16,
don't go into those same mind games as
14,
before. 2G now has
13,
a chance to
12,
take the attack, to
11,
dictate the pace on
now
their
we're-
side, and just to make sure that they could smother M80 with Silence being the spearhead at the front here to get these openings as all of 2G are starting
crazy,
the pistol round on their attack side, and M80
all right.
has 4 to
we're 1-1 for pistols.
Not
at the
sure if
moment.
the observer is throwing some subliminal messaging, but Net is the one player who's trying to
Higher
ascend
low with the
twice.
Ultimate Flash with 3
How about an
people.
opportunity
Oh, we
here
committed
as the
4
defense will
people.
step forward beyond
This reminds
the
me of old
overall
M80 pistols, man.
platform, and that
They
will be
were
enough for
the
a very
inventors
clean
of, like,
3-for-1
I'm not saying
The
the inventors
4-1.
of 4-1, but
picture.
they
Yeah.
at least brought it to this map very heavy.
Orb already stacked up in that spot.
Oh no, not the silence again.
Bot coming back.
Why does this always happen? It gets so quiet. At least we got game sound. Is he observers?
Now 2 players
Looks like my
Honestly, not sure.
co-commentator Advancedly may have disconnected from our call here, so
I'm back now. Yeah,
looks like
somehow
he's back
everything
now.
grows.
Okay.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that.
Well, I promise you this, friends, that the breakdown was perfect, as an op that is. So
Thank you.
we'll be
Thank
back
you.
into this here in a moment. We'll let fans have a spark note moment here as soon as this fades away, as Luis will be in a pretty impossible situation, 1v4, but has been able to salvage at least something out of this round with the spike plant. Maybe a chance to play off of his own wall.
Yeah,
for
it's
some
hard with the plant
isolation.
here
Screen
now
will
as well.
drop. He sees 2 contestants
What an
over towards
absolute
yellow.
shot that is. What the
Yuzi
hell was
and
that?
the snake bite may have made things a bit of a mess. Nismo has to step off as soon as he gets to halfway, and M80 will take the pistol.
Yeah, and you see that backing off is like, wait, I'm not getting hit by this. So, and they're actually just trying to decide who they want to give the ult points to as soon as possible, because now Xander gets 2 kills, would be able to get some sort of defuse, but it's Nismo that's going to pick it up after all, because yesterday as well against All Knights,
maybe have it
Nismo was
bounce.
able to get 3 null command right into the first half.
It's interesting,
And he was
Slicel, maybe.
activated on that map,
If you had it
and
bounced to like the
KO
same
null
button
command
as
added
well.
so much value here
When
on
you
how
get
they
the
wanted
kill,
to
it
take the
insta
attack
did that.
side on their A side takes. So this could be a potential good idea here for Nismo to activate these.
I
on
don't
the
think it would
defensive
be
side with
anything like
the
a.
retakes that they could do
I don't think
here
it'd be
on the
anything
side
like a
of
dash,
M80.
but
Yeah, and that's the big key, right? We kind of
Might
talked about
actually
this
be
a little bit
alright.
on Sunset,
I
not
wouldn't-
just
I wouldn't say it's
of course, the
reliable,
previous
but it could
map,
be
but
okay.
also in their previous matchup.
Xenix999
But the same
with
thing
the
exists
10
here.
months.
You've no
Thank you
duelist.
for
Yeah,
the.
the whole idea is
Thank you for
get
that,
your
man. Appreciate the tier
utility
1.
to find effectiveness,
Well, that's a great
run
knife.
through it, find success. And now all of a sudden, M80 are looking to still keep the
Spike
aggressive
down
pedal
A.
down. Just
Yeah,
making sure that
back-to-back
2G
aggro
don't
rounds
even
on
get a
A.
chance to execute. So it's looking for first contact here
Vice
for
isn't
M80
playable?
early in this
Nah, not
defense
here.
for hopefully just an
Oh, only in
angle-based
China.
first blood, and then you make this retake if you have to do it that much easier because you've got the numbers.
Yeah, just a simple thing there that you have to bring into your games here, chat. Just make sure that somebody's going to break that dart. That was big there for Quality to be able to get the opener.
And Vance's out here giving people some rank
Yeah,
tips.
and that's another thing to keep your eye on as well. You know, we kind of talked about this when we were
How to
casting
be a
over
better
this
teammate,
matchup
shoot
the
the
last
dart.
time around. Silence getting over towards the top side of
Okay,
A
this was
rafters
convincing.
was
We
an
got
issue. This
a
time
little
M80
bit
not
of
allowing any
damage
sort
done
of
here.
dashing
That's
or
it. That's not
flashing
going to be an
behind the
armory
spike
buy.
site. So again,
Money's going to be
it's
real
this
good.
level up. We're putting together an aggressive front line as soon as the barriers drop.
Did anyone play
Now,
Vice
if
in
we do get
China?
that numbers
Yes.
advantage,
So the
let's just
team
make
that
sure no
actually
one dies
won
through
the
us,
whole
so that
thing,
way,
they
again,
played on
even if we're
Ascent, they
successful
lost
at the
0-3.
retaking. Again, this is early, friends. It's just a pistol and an
they
anti-eco
lost-
round.
they
But
lost with it
if
3
those
times, so it has a
mentalities
0%
stay
win rate.
strong and true to the rest of this half, that would be a brilliant adjustment in my mind for M80 dealing with a thing that really thwarted them when they played 2G a couple days ago.
100%. You could definitely
might
see
get a-
even in my tone
might get
of
a buff
voice now,
coming in
seeing
soon.
that M80 is able to
Nah, I
convert
don't know how it's
a
doing
pistol
in,
round and anti-eco
ranked,
to a 2-0 point.
At least the win
Maybe
rate
winning
hasn't
the
been great,
bonus,
but again,
I'm
it's
not
only
really
one team.
excited about it yet because 2G could definitely turn
Also,
it
I think it
around.
will look
So
a lot
going
better
to map
once
3, though, in
the
round
buffed
number 3
Astra comes
rather,
into play.
M80 are not going for that full aggressive focus back
Did I
towards
look
the
at it?
east side, and now
Yeah, they had some
a
okay
little
stuff.
bit of a
They had
change
like
of pace from
3
2G as
things
well.
that were
Yeah,
nice that I
going
would
for a
use.
recon dart. It's a knife just to make
The
sure
rest
that
of
it's
it wasn't great.
potentially unbreakable.
No
and
one
you
can
scan
be
how
one
many
shot
players
by
are
the
close,
outlaw.
and they only spot Koala Noob.
It's one of those
Yeah,
things of just
we
you
got
know,
all
do
the
your
heavy
homework
armors.
before you jump into the fray, and that is an owl drone on one side, a knife on the other. So now you have the opportunity to still
Don't read
possibly
Twitter
use
chat.
things like
Wait,
this
did you
recon dart
post?
or Zach Walnut up top.
Do you know what, Keeper? You made me miss all of this.
It
That's
does
your
not get
fault.
away. It's an even trade, and then the numbers for 2G will
This
hold them on
this
for a
is
while.
great trades for
And again, another one of those
2G.
moments where you're getting
Midi has
bonus
no
from
smokes
M80, so you respect these
to play
one-and-done
the
positions where,
retake,
again, the
which is
beginning
pretty
of the round,
hard.
The knife actually hit Koala Noob. That should have been something that they
This
tried
Surprised
on
they're
the left
playing
side.
10 HP.
He stayed tucked in towards the pipes. It's hard for
Dude,
them
the
to
shock
get the
dart could
angle,
be,
and then he gets a beautiful 2K and a chance
wait, I'm
here
looking
for
wrong.
M80 to take this site back.
We got
The
knife,
spike
we got
is
flash.
actually
Dude, they
31
used
HP.
everything
Boss
on
doesn't
this.
get bullied in the corner. Zap is still holding strong.
Really?
This guy's playing
Wow.
great. This is the best I've seen him play.
So another moment where 2G are allowed to hold
Big
an
step
angle,
up.
and they make good
I think
use of it. We
they
saw the
decided to
couple of times
play
on Sunset, Blues in
side
particular
because the low guy, 10 HP.
To get us kicked off to stop the bonus of M80.
Yeah, you can see how that one molly
What are they
that
up
missed,
against?
everybody was still focused on the fight towards the
Killjoy.
front, 'cause, like, nobody's
Probably
gonna
'cause of
swing on
Wingman
the back of
also.
dice. So that one piece
Yeah,
of utility that was
that's
missed
true.
here from MBD became a huge round for Zap, who continues to be
Okay,
ultra
now we get
vocal
into
in
the-
these
now we get into the
multi-rounds
good
that
rounds.
he's getting here. So far in the
Everyone. We've got
series,
4
'cause
people that can't
he
buy
hasn't
for
been active
M80
in
next
all
round,
of
so
the
we get the
rounds because
op
all of
out.
these kills are stolen by
And, I mean, this is
Luis
one
or
of the
by
strong things
Silence,
with the
but when
Omen.
he
This one
needs
way
to step
is
up, man,
really
he's
good.
getting multi-kills
Knife
after
goes
multi-kills
out,
this series so far.
stops the
This is
drone.
something that we'd seen from
Huge.
M80 a lot on their Icebox in their region of North
Surprised
America. during challengers.
Xander
You
backed off
double
because
stack
the
with
drone
Xander
didn't spawn.
playing off of Koala Noob, op is in hand. You had the early knife as well. So you're able to at least communicate that there were a couple of members playing over towards A.
Oh,
But
that's a
here we
lot
go.
of
Here's
damage.
A different look for 2G. Little pop flash through the poison cloud. Nisbo's still decent for one. Koala Noob misses his opener. But the trade from Xander is decent.
Ooh, little pop
Follow
over the
flash
top.
comes
That's
through.
nice.
That's just to create
That
space.
splash is so good.
And
This
Spikes
guy's
will
in
be
trouble.
left here kind of hoping he finds timing because he's stuck with the spike at the moment.
Has to come down to this fight towards
Prius.
A main. If Prize can open things up, and I love at
Prius
least
is
that
off the
M80's
one guy.
closing that gap. Because
Honestly, he
Spike is
thought that
stuck
was
there.
gonna
You
swing
want
him.
to at least activate on that side. Prize even loses his fight towards the A side, and all these duels back in favor of
Okay, that was
M80.
nice. That was a really good
little
flash
play
on this one.
towards the end for BCG for the
BCJ
last kill, but
getting his ult
overall,
online
it
as well, and they
almost
go
looked
against
like
the
from
eco.
setup
2 people
that
could get
it
kind
was
of
a
hero
very
guns.
weak side towards A. You saw that net was being set up all the way towards
Let's
the
hope we
back,
don't
so
fall
watch
apart
into
after
the
another
players
3-1
are
lead.
lurking up.
I mean, this
The
one
turret's
would be
gonna
hard to
guarantee
lose.
if they're actually committed past that. There's an alarm bot watching middle, so for
2 hero
for
guns,
M80,
everyone's gonna
actually,
have
they
light
had 2 squads
armor.
for a weak side.
Could easily get an outlaw out.
Where Nismo got killed.
Yeah, it's
and
Icebox
also
though.
where they
Why
were
say
weak
that?
side on A
Dude,
because
this
they
is a
wanted
hard
play
round
the
to
Thrash
lose.
retake. So
'Cause it
was
is a
still a
hard
great
round to
start from
lose.
M80 to, or sorry,
treat
for
this right, you
2G
get
to
the
come
outlaw
through
out.
that smoke and get that first blood
Yeah,
on
They're gonna rush
Nismo. But you saw the other two.
The Icebox special. When you don't know what to
trying
do,
it.
rush A.
Faking, you're scared of
2G
3
cannot take
classics.
advantage of.
That's
No,
crazy.
exactly the case, and I do have to agree with you. I think 2G trying to play through tube instead of through either B or A main and facing that Thrash is actually pretty, I think, keen
Uh-oh.
towards being able to get yourself a potentially deep post plant. This time, though, knives are exchanged early.
Yeah, I love the movement that people are doing here at the moment. It's so nice.
But Zap is there with the trade with the Guardian. Hunter's Fury now ready for
That
Zap.
great KO nade, man. It's on his head.
Right in front of the spike
BCJ is
site.
on an island.
About to fade
Yeah, this
away.
guy's a little
BCJ left
bit-
with just wingman into Thrash. He gets caught. Now, obviously,
Guy's
Bill
just
didn't use
spinning
it, but
around.
as
It does not look
silence will
comfortable.
drop, now the round becomes a little bit more plausible for M80 to put
bullets.
together, especially with the spike on the
Eye
ground.
lower.
Long range angles also coming through decently, but Zap, a little more
Bro,
magic
imagine
for
Zap
ya.
wins this. He's
Swaps
playing
over after
so
the double
good.
From the Guardian, now has the Vandal. He's collected
Oh,
the
oh
spike. He
boy.
sees that up top, and Zap
Oh
will
boy,
pull
well,
the
I'm gonna get
victory.
blamed for that one. He's played it so well though.
Not like that.
Yeah, and they lose to 3 classics and 2 hero rifles.
By the desk as an IGL, as the one making the calls, but this time also fragging for
I told
the
you.
team.
I knew what they were doing.
They
That's not
mentioned
my
it during
fault.
the
They didn't
group
get an
stages.
outlaw
We've
out.
seen
Don't
it
blame
during
me
the
for
group
this.
stages. He's been so loud and
When in
vocal
doubt, just
until
rush A.
2G
That's
started losing
Icebox.
here this series where they almost didn't make it through the group stages. It had to come down to All Knights beating TSM for them to get
This
second
is on
breath
me.
into the
Dude, they
playoffs.
didn't buy
And
an
now he
outlaw.
has
What
all
do you guys want
the
from me?
confidence to step up once again.
We've seen how easy it is.
And be as loud as he could be because he is making this happen for 2G.
Oh boy. How does that quote go? Special teams, special plays, special players. And that may be the difference maker today.
They're getting a lot of
Nismo,
success from the
first
aggro
blood,
A. This
good.
guy's on the
Backs off
island though,
Koala Noob.
and
Is gonna
we are
be
not going to
left
jump
to
check him.
stay deep
Chat, how
in
many
the
did you
knife.
get?
Isn't a good
All
sign.
of them.
Koala
3.
Noob is gonna line up a
Right.
couple. Okay, paranoid to follow. They know Zap is nearby, and surely he doesn't pull this one off.
He gets
Although
3
I won't
costs if you
go
nailed
on
it. Well done.
Punisher, considering what he's done so far today.
Definitely typed it on
And
time.
as an IGL, you have the game sense, right? So there's a possibility.
Dude, the
here
aggro
that
A is
you
working
could
well though.
have
He's
and-
getting the
and
fourth too.
contest some sort of opening.
No,
Because
he's
look at
not.
him walk back towards middle. There is actually 2 players watching it, but very passively for net. First contact, it is going to be Xander. And then you can actually swing right away after.
Would
Referee Connor gives
really
a tell here that
be
Zap was
nice
contested a little
if
bit
this
further
was
back,
clean.
and that push moves forward towards
That's
the belt.
one.
And that's how you isolate
That's
fights.
not too bad as
Sticky,
well.
why
Never
did-
should be able to
Finally,
pick
here
up again.
Xander closes in.
Yeah, not bad at all. And
You
I
can't
love
blame
that
me for
M80
everything.
just don't cower after the play comes
Stay
through.
FB
And we
with the
talked
Prime.
about some of
Thank you
the
for the
things
whole
that
year,
they may
mate.
be trying
Thank
to
you for
do
doing
here
that.
defensively compared to the last time they played 2G.
What have you
A
missed?
lot of
Why
it
is
was
2G incredible?
back out of the site, play
got some sick players,
We've got
Weber.
all this utility. pop open a wall, throw all your flashes, dive on in. That did not work particularly well versus 2Game because they were playing so far aggressive that that utility was just being counteracted by the dynamic positions they were holding. So this time around, they're trying to stay aggressive, contest them in the first 30 seconds. At worst, you're dealing with what, like 3v3 situations if you do end up allowing a plant to come through? That's still fine because you hold the advantage in terms of retake utility. So I love the mentality shift here from M80. Let's see how long 2Game still get spoiled by this.
Yeah. And I'm still okay with 2G continuing to contest towards the A side to kick things off because M80 are being very proactive of where they're trying to place Qualanoo with the op at the very beginning. So sometimes it's opting towards B main, sometimes towards A main. So they just want to make sure, especially when you're adding that
the M80 stop going
wall,
aggro after this
towards the
timeout
front side of the A
is
site. You force the Viper wall to come up. You gain some space. You can control the orb. And maybe
I think they're gonna
you're seeing
fake
a little bit of
going aggro.
lack of how can I say it? M80 pushing a little
Stay,
bit too
thank
much,
you for sending that,
trying
mate.
to get punished out of that, right?
Good to
So
see here.
Overheating
lack
a
of
touch.
discipline is what I'm trying to look
FML
for.
well
Yeah.
with
that
the
might work in
gifted
that
sub
sense.
as well.
But
Look
with
at
this
that. Look
timeout
what
now,
kind
with
words
not
get you.
not contesting towards the B side,
Gifted.
maybe now with the Aldrin,
FML,
you
thank
can
you for doing
start
that, bro.
figuring out here how
I'll be
they're
right back. 1
defaults now
second.
for the defensive
bro.
side for M80.
Yeah, the other thing though, I think for 2Game that you have to keep in mind is, hey, you may have to be facing up against this operator still, which is something that makes
100%.
that B-long play
EMP
difficult
also,
to
thank
deal
you so
with.
much for the
Now, it
5
won't
months.
be in
Appreciate the
play
prime
here.
usage.
The finances are not healthy enough for
We
it.
had a little one before
But it's
this
going to be a save
map, brother.
regardless for 2G.
Like
Pistol
maybe like a
upgrades,
5-minute
Hero
delay.
Vandal plus the knives. You also have Viper's Pit,
Other
no
than that,
command, Hunter's Fury.
not
There's a
bad.
lot of potency still, just based off the ultimates that they
Okay,
can
so after
use.
the timeout, they buy the
Anything that
hero
do, find a
gun.
way to get
This
the plant
is enough
And now this
for
is
an op next round if they want it. We
timeout
got
to call
knives, we
because
got
you may
hero
start
gun.
investing these ults around
And
the
instead
hero
of the
rifle,
3
around
classics
the
they
blade
lost to
storm
earlier,
here.
we
That early
got...
Aldrone, and
What
now
the
Oh my God,
hell
Koala
is
noob.
going on?
Good for the first.
Wallace.
Follow Paranoia, though, decent Qualanoo.
He
Yes, that would be
just
enough
sent
for
He
the
it.
just,
wonder.
yeah,
And
making it look like he's in
nowhere to
Paper
go
X
for
or something,
2G.
man. He's
So
just running
they
at him.
tried to get aggressive down B, but that's the problem. I
Wow.
think in particular when you try
They're
to
showing
fight
confidence.
up
I mean, so
against this
literally,
M80 squad that's
like
so
we've seen them
keen
go
at playing
aggro
those
over
long
towards
angles
A,
from
and on
yellow
this
through
one just
green.
aggro over
You're
towards
gonna
B.
have
This
to
was
hopefully
more of a
get
trap
shots
play,
back from
but
M80 just
it
catch
wasn't
by
like a
surprise.
crazy trap play. He
Yeah.
straight up just
Especially
almost
when
flashing
you're
run at
missing
him.
some utility being
crazy.
used on the EA side. The call out from Orzander on net on the
Oh,
defensive
Koala
side.
is nuts.
At
Yeah,
least
this was
on the EA side,
confidence.
net saying I'm not being contested anywhere. Let's try to see here because of that early Aldrone, because we heard the blade storm. There's a potential lean towards B. So all the rotate comes in from M80, and that's a nice little flash that came through from Koala.
Yeah, we got 7
just
ults.
to
It's gonna get
counteract
crazy.
the setup that 2G was
Whoa.
about to do here with their ults.
Oh, I like this though.
Koala,
Dude, look how aggro they're going. So yeah, literally
It's
just after the
aggressive,
timeout,
goes
instead of
one for
aggro A,
one.
we're just going aggro B
Importantly,
back to
that
back.
silence that is
I think
down.
it's the
So their
same
ability
thing
to get
from
deep on
the
towards
from
site has
yesterday
now
after
been
the
limited
O2.
pretty dramatically.
The-
other side of that,
Taking
though,
Joe's
is that's-
getting-
Take
that's
it,
your
do
only
his
role
thing.
player if you're M80, so they're likely gonna have to play off of some pretty raw contact here, you'd think. And they're gonna try to maybe pop flash something over through mid. Poison Cloud is up.
Oh,
They're
he's
gonna push
dead.
through this timing.
I like the
Not gonna
double
work
flash
out
though.
right.
They
It's
get
gonna
so
the
much
read and stay
info
safe
from
away
that.
from it.
Yeah, with the
double
info
flash
of
too,
at
and that's
least
gonna
2
pull it
people
in,
middle.
especially with the knife being thrown towards yellow. B side is now out.
This is gonna be weird. Wait, did they
But this is gonna be an
both
exchange
pop
of
the
balls
ult
here.
Yeah.
at exactly
No
the same
commands are gonna come in
time?
from both sides.
Nismo
Eventually, when
reacted
that
to it.
ends, There's a
Oh,
pit
okay.
that should come up from Luis,
Yeah.
which would activate the Thrash,
Well-
which should activate the Hunter's Fury. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, the null command actually pushes him back pretty convincingly. So a Viper's Pit is kind of out of the picture now for Luis. Maybe there's one encounter here for the defense to try to play it off. Retake. Luis stepping forward. What in the heavens? He just
Oh,
steps
man,
right
Wingman
past Yellow.
might win
Hunter's
this
Fury
one.
Maybe allows him some isolation. Takes a couple with him. Pricey trying to deny the Wingman, who's getting nowhere
Yeah,
again. Oh,
that's a
big
Wingman
business
diff right there.
hours
Lovely
for
shots from
VCT.
BCJ also.
And the Wingman, the diffuse
Huge
comes
round to
through
win.
and
How many
M80
ults
continue
did
to
they
put
use?
together some score.
KO.
And that
KO and
slight pause
Sova?
gives a
Was there
chance
another
for
ult that I
M80 to
missed?
recollect how they
It
can
was
win
KO and
this war
Sova
attrition between
for
the ultimates,
KO
because
and Gecko
I mentioned
from
that,
M80.
that Thrash that's
a
being
2 for
pulled
2.
out, sorry, by BCJ activates the Hunter's Fury, which would then cancel
The
Thrash,
timing on the
but then that
Wingman was
allows for you to
perfect
get a
too,
null command out
He
because
waited for
he-
the
if you
ult.
actually want to bring it to
Yeah,
your
he just
side,
waited for the last
if
beam
it
on the
gets to
spike
that
and
moment
through.
where you're not able to
Slimy
win
Beast
that
with the
aggressive
Prime,
fight
thank you
here
so
back
much.
towards control of yellow, back towards the control of B main. And thankfully,
Yeah, I
here
mean
on
to
that
say
2
that,
versus
chat, I'm
2
not
make
bitter.
that even a
If
3
Wingman
versus
does
2
something
because
good,
they
I'll
have
shout him
Thrash
out.
on top of that
Don't
for
worry about
M80 to
that.
throw and stick the defuse of the last 2
But if
players
he's
here,
out here
BCJ
just
and
planting
Net
and everyone's
can
cheering
just
for
set
him,
The pendulum swings for the trades and
I'll
for
be
the
flaming
victory
him.
in the round, and
Let's
immediately
just
we
hope
go
M80
into a
doesn't
tech
bring
pause.
Yeah.
up again against
M80 trying to
Diego.
stir up the crowd just a
At
touch.
least the
Smiles
outlaw.
all around.
Big time hater.
And it's been a
Yeah.
heck of a start. Exactly what the
Professional
doctor
hater.
ordered. I'll tell you that much. In terms
There you
of
go, Weber.
prescribing the remedy
This is your fault.
for all the faults that happened in map number 1. I hate to say it, but it was a pretty embarrassing feat as 2G was just all over it. So this tech
I have a question for
slows down
Sideshow.
the momentum in the game.
Here we go.
M80's trying to stir up whatever they can.
If Wingman was a
crowd monitor.
Pokemon, which Pokemon would he be?
Stirring the pot, at least on the defensive side, is actually something that M80 is doing quite
Talking
well
about
so
what
far.
type or
And how aggressive they were on stacks on
Or
the
one
A
is
side
he
for
closest
this
to?
round. And then again, since this pause that came through from 2G, the timeout that
I
was
meant
called
like
2 rounds ago,
which
there's
one
been a
he's
lot more
closer
lean
to,
from
but
2G to try to
I'd love to
explore
hear the
this B
type
side
too.
to see if they could
Then
overtake that.
electric.
But what has
He's
M80
yellow.
been doing? One
think
was
that
a
makes
counter
sense.
flash into
Yeah, makes sense.
the ults are about to get set up here for
Pass the test,
a
I think.
2-game to take.
That's
And
why
the
he's so good at
second round
Pokemon.
is such an aggressive TP coming in
Proven.
from Koalu back towards the main, the garage, where that's for sure going to get hurt. And you saw Spike was ready for it. He had the crosshair placement. You just had to win your duel, but that's just a high-risk, high-reward play there by Koalu that ends up being a,
He's
a
like
key
Pikachu
factor
that got
because
pushed
it
too
goes
hard
into that
into the
duelist
ball.
versus duelist matchup that
That's
Koalu
crazy.
won, playing as an Omen this
Bug
time
type,
around.
yeah, bug
It makes it a
electric.
lot harder here
On board
for
with that.
2G to really create that space. Because remember, White was mentioned at the desk. One thing that Spike was doing very well here on the side of 2G is pop flashing through the alternating smokes that was being thrown by Xander and by Koala Noom, so that Silence could actually gain that space that was needed. But he's down,
Electric?
which then means those,
Yeah,
those
when he
one-way
slaps,
smokes
what
are
is
gonna
that?
be so hard to deal with in the long run.
There's got to be
Oh,
some
big
kind of
time.
electricity, man.
You know, the other part about that last round
'Cause
is
yellow?
how important
That-
is the
that
fact
also,
null
man. We
commands
got
that
two
get
things going.
exchanged Put the Viper's Pit out of commission, because I think 2Game are literally thinking
That's the
hey,
Thunder Wave.
we can at least trade out things over towards A. We avoid the play through mid. Maybe there's a chance, or pardon me, towards B. You then have a chance maybe get the spike down with the ability to Viper's Pit it. Especially with no smokes, no paranoias. Like, it gives you a little bit more post-plant security, but not allowed because of the timing of the null command. So coming off this tech pause should be interesting, I think, just to see how 2Game adjust, because M80, similarly so to what they faced in map number 1, have now created multiple issues for this 2Game offense to have to consider. At the get-go, are we going to get pushed at? We have to spend something, usually a knife, maybe even a recon.
Damn, you lot are really
We have to
passionate
make sure
about
we're
this.
staying
That's
safe
we
when the
see what you've
barriers
done
drop.
to chat.
But
They're
then
going
beyond
crazy.
that, we're already limited in terms
Yeah,
of
I'm
what we have in
seeing
terms
this.
of executable
But it's the
utility,
perfect
especially in the
feel
face
for
of
the
M80's resilient
tech
Sport,
pause.
man.
presence
Everyone
with
thinks
this
they're a
hub.
Pokemon master.
How
It's
do we
crazy.
get this plant down and then set up a good post plant? Because that's been, I think, the biggest question.
The
for
tech
2Game,
pause is normal.
in their offense in their region.
Honestly,
They
yeah.
In
get
this
better at it
tournament,
here
yeah.
at this particular event, but it still seems to be kind of a question for them, especially in this matchup here today.
Yeah, especially for M80, it almost looks like when you're looking at how the state of these rounds have been going through, that M80 seems to be wanting to play
Because we are.
retakes, right? But it's not necessarily
Man,
the case. It's
chat, I
just
reckon if
you're
Pokemon
weak
had
side on
ranked,
one end
the
because
average
you
rank
actually
of
wanna
you lot
add
would
more
be
pressure
like
towards
plat.
another. So despite Koalanu TPing towards B main,
I mean,
you
you
still
guys are
saw it
crazy
in the
out here.
mid-round, that double flash that came through
You're all
from
thinking
the
you're
Dizzy
radiant.
and the KO. So they do want to contest some areas here so that they could isolate really
Shaber,
2G
Shell
in these
Bay
post-plant
with the
scenarios.
tier 1. Thank you
And
for the 2
even in
months.
other
Thank you,
sides
thank you.
too, when you're fighting behind the Viper wall and 2G is about to activate, they're actually pushing in to fight back when they have the right amount of numbers here for M80
That's
as
what
well.
gets swept
It's not,
in
hey, let's
iron.
let them plant, we'll deny
Yo,
we'll
you
deny
can't
the
you
plant
can't be
with our
talking about
utility and
anything,
then
man.
just
I've
fight
seen the
back
smokes,
into
bro. Come
even
on.
gunfights.
You're
They
not allowed
actually
to
do
talk
just
about
want
ranks.
to fight before 2G has a chance to even set up if they're already there and ready to contest.
Well, we could break this down in a multitude of ways.
I'm the type to bring in
We're gonna have to
Magic
wait
Cup
to
for the
see how
Pokemon fight.
action
I mean, how
moves
else
as
is he
we
meant to get
continue wait
XP?
for the pause to lift. And I think just generally, you know, this doesn't really necessarily favor
Put him in
or,
to tank the hits
I
and
think,
then put
hurt
someone
anyone
else
in
in.
particular. They're used to it at this point. It's been an event that has seen many tech pauses, so
Rare candies, bro. I
this
ain't
isn't
farming all of
anything
that,
new.
man.
So I'm sure.
I know you're out here
in
using
place,
all the
like, hey,
cheats
when
so you
this
get all the rare
happens,
candies.
Hey, let's just try to keep our cool. You saw, I think, on one side, they were trying to stir up the crowd, keep the energy going on their side. Where on the other point, 2G, deep breaths, small meditative moments, just trying to keep cool and know that this map is far from over, even though the start hasn't been anything particularly graceful for them compared to the last map.
100%. And for M80 to hype up the crowd and being in this
Me and
position where,
Sideshow,
again, this
me and Sideshow should
is
do, we should
such
do
an
like a
important
we
game
should do like
for
a
M80
1v1 on
that if
5
they
different
lose
games.
this
I just don't know what the
one
games
against
are.
2G, that's another year of work that goes down the drain to not be able to ascend here to partnership. And that is going to sting a lot more. Usually,
It'd be
this is
pretty
going to
fun.
give a lot of pressure right now for a team like M80, especially when you got this mantle there on that first map. When you look back at
Chess?
how things started,
I reckon
against
he
the Guard
cooked
last
me
year,
at chess.
They actually won their first map 13-11, and then ended up losing.
Chess, Pokemon Showdown, Valorant,
1-3
CS:GO,
over the
and
guard that
TF2.
ascended the guard into
Bruh, I'm not
partnership.
playing
This time
TF2,
around,
man.
I
know that's your game. We'll take out TF2 and we'll take out CS:GO. Get two other random games on.
What to do in these scenarios. They know how to fight from behind. They've already had the experience of fighting from behind, just like they did against All Night yesterday. Again, when it was a 2-0 lead in terms of a series for All Nights, that M80 was able to turn back in their favor. For 2G, though, this is the first time that they're making it to the grand final stage. The
Overwatch on
one,
dude, I heard you're the Worms
Bo5.
master.
So
Actually heard you're the Worms
under their
master.
belt
Minnie was
with a
telling me about it.
convincing win of
What
a
a chance.
13-5 scoreline on Sunset. That gives you a lot of confidence.
There's
to,
a world
to
I
say,
could take
hey,
you on
we
Overwatch.
actually
Depends how
could
much
do
the
this.
game's changed.
We had 3 different opportunities that we made through to this moment.
But I imagine you probably have 1,000 hours more than me.
So let's just make sure it doesn't go to waste. And
About 10,000 hours more
wasted
watched.
that opportunity in the first map of this series. This time around, I still think that it's a little bit too early on Icebox for them to decide if it's like, oh crap, we're running out of ideas, because they have been, again, pressuring the A side a lot more at the very beginning, and now only just starting to prod towards B. That said, if you're able to muster a little bit up here, muster a little bit of rounds coming in on your attack side to even 3 or 4, you're still going to be looking pretty comfortable here on your defensive side, because you could put a lot of responsibility onto Silence again, as does Jet, where you could lock down that one side of the map. And
bro, I can't even remember how the scoring system in Flappy Bird works.
Though, I think that's the biggest part about it, right? Like
100%.
Dude, I fully forgot about that game.
One of the reasons that, you know, again, this 2-game esports squad was able to best M80 last time around. I mean, it was an unbelievable individual performance from Silence. On the offensive side, he was finding value, getting deep towards the sites. But yeah, defensively, the operator in hand, he wasn't missing. 7, I think, or 8 kills that he was able to put together of his 25 total. So good stuff there in terms of what you could trust. Now, again, the other part about this is, hey, if you're 2G, you're on a bit of a limited time.
Sancho would be me a GeoGuessr. Yeah, the dude goes outside. He has a giant advantage.
Put something together to start creating some new trends and patterns that M80 will have to deal with, because once again, we're getting aggressive. This time it's down middle, and Nismo will find one through Tube, leaving the Viper's Pit and Net and the Killjoy to deal with the rest of the hit coming over towards A.
I was just about to say, how did
Thank you, Blob.
sneak through?
Sander is in a lot of trouble, is he not?
On the defensive side for M80, they're rapid from behind, but there's still players there from M80, so that's gonna stop.
Wow, nice shot.
Oh, nice shot.
Shenanigans coming out until this happens, though.
Silence, little hardcore on top of 410.
That's a W, no?
I respect that. Xam's held very strong here. I like the fact that the rest of his team just heavy flooded before they could actually try and get rounds back the site.
And of course, with that, now they hold advantage over the top of the spike, which has been left.
I think 2G will be happy they got
there it is in the picture.
KJ
Viper has also been reaffirmed as a major defensive threat.
And Viper too.
Right now, at least for 2G, though, they've done a great job doing this econ damage and this half buy that they've brought. Zap again with another hero rifle coming through, but they've expended 2 ults on the defensive side to try to win this round.
Oh, Zender's time.
Actually quite good for 2G in the long run of this half.
This guy is playing great.
He's playing great today.
He's really on it.
Not this time.
Not this time. But you're right. I mean, again, it's, you know, in terms of the weaponry, the economy is not going to be hampered too much. Just simply due to the fact that, again, everyone was over about 3-4K.
Tactical pause.
Like
Again, just to remind people, you can't talk in the tech pause, so
the door
that's why
in terms of 2G coming
that's
back
why you
this
get the
next buy
tactical
round,
into the tech.
They will talk about it, knowing that
tech into the
this round
tactical
right here
a lot of the
can
times.
set this whole second quarter of this half into motion.
But I think M80 wins today.
And now there's already another tactical.
I don't think the
pause,
map
so
pool is great
if
for
I'm not
them.
mistaken, this is their second and only.
So I'm
one
kind
that
of thinking
left.
2G
so they're gonna use this
favorites.
right now, and I think it's just an opportunity for them to.
Because I think Haven's going to be close.
Used the lockdown, and they've used.
The M80 should win this map. They should win
There's an
Abyss.
opportunity for us now to work around
And then
that
it all
map a
comes
little
down
bit
to
more.
Haven because they
I think
should
there's-
lose Bind.
This is a timeout that's being called here by.
I don't think that
that's
Haven's
a-
great.
That says, hey, in
That's
these
a fair
5-on-5
way of
scenarios
looking
where we
at
finally
it.
have economy to work with, and especially that Luis was able to sneak through down towards middle. There's an opportunity for us to default here and really pull these rotates out and maybe win the round. Now for
Bind is
2G.
map 5.
That for me also shows for 2G that they're putting a lot of confidence in winning the defensive side. So
When was the
you're
last
just
time that
trying to
M80
scrap
actually
this
played Bind?
3rd or 4th round, maybe even 5th
M80
round
only
if you get
played
here on
Bind
your attack
once
side,
in 2
and you
years
should
that
still
the
be
org
sitting comfortably for
exists.
2 games.
Okay.
it was
I don't know if we can lay out
Ascension
conditions here,
finals
Vansili.
last
We've
year
Yeah.
against
covered it
the
all.
Guard, and
Feels
it was a
like,
14-12.
yeah.
Back pause.
Oh,
We'll wrap
that's-
it. We will jump back into round 10. Again, a key one here. Offensive lockdown at the ready. Offensive Vipers pit at the ready. Those two
I
in
thought you were
combination.
gonna-
They haven't
gonna say
banning
something crazy.
bind
Feel
for
like it
2
should
years.
just be
They
a
never
round
banned
winner,
another map.
but
They only
what
banned
does M80
bind
have in store for
ever
us over
since the
towards
start.
B?
All
Double
matches.
stack up inside the cubby. Dark cover to block part of this angle. The only
I
question will
mean,
be,
they wouldn't have known it was
does
going to get
2G
played,
even
so we
bother
could have
with
some
this
good
play
anti.
through green, and they're going to use an owl drone instead. So these players
14-12 against Guard, respectable. Dude,
for
for your permaban, that's...
Yeah.
And it gets shot
I would
quite
say,
early
yeah.
too, where the
Say
Alto
it's
didn't get a
impressive.
chance to look into the
Okay,
cubby.
did they
So
both
right
get
now
hit by
for
the
M80,
knife?
They reinsert Quality
They're
in that
happy with that
spot.
pressure,
But
now they're
with
gonna
the
go
knife that
insta
only
over
spotted
towards A.
BCJ in the very beginning, that is the call
Most
now
likely
for
they probably
2G
use
to
Killjoy out
maybe
here, but
think that
then
M80 are playing
where's
a
the
little bit
KO?
more
Oh, the KO's
anchored
really
up
far
towards
away,
the B
so
side.
there's nothing
Yeah.
to stop this Killjoy.
There's also the ability here, if M80 do give up on this presence through green, yeah, they can
Aku, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months.
Whoa.
Thank you for the prime.
That's an important setup in terms of knowing that the hit is on the way. Lockdown
Okay,
will be
rotate.
spent
1, 2,
first.
3.
Huge will
Everyone's
use
going
this
here.
to
We get a
plant. Vipers
smoke
that you would
in
assume would come
on the right,
afterwards.
one way.
Try to get themselves some advantage on the post plant setup. There it is. Vipers pit place.
Knife doesn't
Nanoswarm
massively
doing a little
make
bit of chip
sense.
damage, not a ton, but a little. And that will be enough now for the retake. Start coming through. Good
That is
reveal.
one hell of a
Timing
recon.
of the recon vault is chef's kiss. Koala trying to work his way on the backside of the pit. Him and Koala doing this without any flashes. One smoke available. Pardon me? Does he get a more?
Yeah, it turns out the
He's
Viper
looking
knows
for
where
it.
people like to
Koala
hide in the Viper
turns
roll.
that into a second. Luis back on the
Almost.
side, not gonna get seen, and 2G will take the round.
And now we're seeing a lot of value coming out from the IGL Zap, not only in the fragging department, but into the utility as well. You talked about
That cost him. I mean, most people hug walls, right, in Viper ults. They hug walls or they hug that edge of the ult, so
wanted to continue to dictate
not the craziest for him to spam. Zap is playing so well. I feel like every round that they win is just something to do with him.
Inside the pit, all the way back towards Dice, and fight back against 2G. But that puts a wrench in the plans for sure. And that timeout becomes a nice conversion for 2G.
Yep.
Although they expended 2 of
Oh,
their
this
ults for
time
that
didn't
one
get
too, and now BCJ
They weren't able
has
to actually
the
shoot
rest
the
of his own
knife,
here for
so
them to play with
they
on
might
the
just
defensive side for
insta-react and
M80.
probably just
Deeper
insta-pulls
knife
back.
thrown this time for 2G towards A. They do
Where's
scout
his
out
smoke?
2 players. Koala, most
Default?
importantly, with the operator in hand. 2G are stepping away from it. Whether they know he's got the op or not is outside of the picture.
That's a
Defensive
giant
That's
knife
gonna
as well. That
reveal
hits
just
4.
about everything. So that's enough for
It hit
Nismo to
everyone but
say,
the guy
I need
back
some
in
help,
yellow,
boys.
so they
And
don't know.
more
That's why they're still
importantly,
kind of looking
not
for
only is
one
he
over
gonna get
towards
some
middle.
good help, he's
And,
gonna get a little
yeah,
bit of alert through net, who may
They
be able to
insert
clear a
net
cross
on the
rotation
corner
back
to
A.
watch the rotations.
This is important here for Net not to overextend though, because he dies. That's a full A side.
He is so good right now. He doesn't lose angels.
For 2G. All of M80 were focused here to just fight back towards the B main. You needed that play to just stay alive and just to watch the cross back towards A. Now, yes, despite them booking it towards the A side, there's still only
This
one
knife might
player, but it's
really
still
help.
Nismo.
Yeah,
He's
this
been
knife-
on fire
Yeah,
at this
that's
point before.
solid info.
Really good from this knife to reveal 3. There's a moment of concern.
Dude, I can't believe they
because
didn't
of the delayed
rotate from this
nature of
M80.
hit, that there may be a reroute back to B.
Oh, he did a lot of damage there.
30 seconds almost combines the damage out of the rifle to secure an elimination, but it's Xander through mid. Deal with the lurk of Zap in the first place.
Ooh,
what a shot.
BCJ has the thrash on the field. That's going to detain. On the hunt is Xander. Finds his 3rd in the round. Looking for 4.
From
but
26
Spike
HP?
is doing the same.
Should
He's
come
gonna
in.
be able
Yeah,
to
they
get
do.
this
Koala
down.
switches to the
Paranoid's
rifle.
gonna cut across, but he doesn't care if he's
Nice.
near
Very nice on this one. And that was impressive though. That shot from Xander was outrageous.
Spams him through the boxes, and M80 will get their 8.
Nismo
The-
did really good on site, to be honest.
The Nismo
Get
knives.
nade, get him 2 down half, and get the kill back sight.
And both knives he used on yellow.
3.
And then- yeah, exactly.
Another smoke being thrown towards yellow. And then when Net dies, Nismo gets a second knife that detains 3 players, or not detains, but disables 3 players where they can't use util on a hit, which then gives enough chance here, enough time for M80 to come back and fight, especially when those 3 guys are hit by the knife. You're starting to feel like you have to activate towards middle. It gives a chance there for Xander to win his 1v1 at that spot. For Koala to close it in. M80 now in the lead by 5. And 2G, last round here of the half, Elise has 2 ults and rifles, a couple of rifles to work with, and they want to go quick towards this B main.
I need to right-click and smash there. I didn't like the decision making here.
Updrafting away, quality in trouble. Oh, the aim is scattering on both sides, but Spike will save the day. Again, this is a bit of an eco here from 2G, and they're finding extreme value. Just down to Xander.
Spike planted.
It's a 1v4
without the rifles.
He's got himself a very tricky spot.
What happened?
He's stuck in
I mean, they wanted to
corner.
fight
There's
over
no
towards
way
B.
He gets a go at this.
But I think Nismo,
have to, it's the
either
last
the
round.
comms were wrong
And I
that
think 2G
someone
knows here
that he
that
thought
Xander
someone was going to shoot the
to what
drone.
he's done to
Because if
the
he's going to get tagged by the
compatriots
drone
of
here,
Dolores.
he's got
They
to
do
have
not
a
want to
flash ready to
overextend.
right click.
So it just comes down to the protocols. As soon as he has the spike, hello, 4 players to peek, 4 players to spam, and
That's not too
Pricey
bad.
to claim that kill.
Yeah.
Allowing here to narrow
Feels
the
like
gap on
A
the
is
first
a
half.
lot
Yeah,
on
and I think both
defense.
teams, I think, are going to be pretty okay with the result of this first half. I think with how it starts,
Now
you
we
start
get
look
to
at M80
see
saying, "All right,
because
right back into the mix." It
I think
feels a lot like
the
yesterday.
anti
On
from
the other side,
2G
though, good
showed
stuff after
more
the pause for
on
2G,
M80's
kind of
attack.
shifting
Yeah,
some patterns
that's
and
true.
trends at the end of the half towards their favor. And being able to salvage 4
Yeah, it was just
is
all the
not
Omen
worst
smoke
news in
stuff,
the
right?
world.
Omen smoke over
I
towards
think it
B,
would
they
be
had
a little
set
bit
stuff.
of miss in terms of if you said, hey, 8-4 on your offensive half, are you okay with that? You know, maybe they would have liked more overall, especially considering how they played it the last time around. But considering how the half went, being able to still scrape together 4 is important. And now we can kind of reset the energy going into the second half.
I don't know if Silence was able to get 2 openers of the Blade Storm while he was getting gooped too. That was pretty crazy how things opened up. It went from that to what, a Spectre double kill in order for this round to be converted for 2G, where they had 3 rifles around that and 2 other ults. None of them needed to be used pretty much on the openers, and that change of tempo coming out from 2G, I guess, kind of surprised M80 here. And again, those tactical timeouts coming out on the defense, or what was on the attack side, sorry, for 2G, was just to try to salvage a couple of these rounds on the attack. They have nothing left outside of this halftime that seems to be
David, hello, mate.
fully taken advantage of now by FaithZor.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, looking at just kind of how this map has fared for both these two squads as we swap the sides, offensively, that was the favored side, really for both squads. But for the defensive M80, they have looked really, really solid. I think
Who's the
just
favorite
on
coming into this match?
particular event,
That's
which
honestly
is
a hard
great
one to
news for
say.
them in terms of
Because
how
before
you were
playoffs, you
able
say
to
M80.
obviously find 8 here. Now moving to an
Then
offensive side,
when
that
you get
was
to playoffs, you're
arguably
probably
one
saying
of the more
2G.
successful halves when they were playing in Americas in
Yeah,
particular for
that's
challengers.
about right.
And I think the thing about this is now for 2 game, you don't get the explosive start from Silence. So now you've got to try to find a way to receive all of this incoming executable utility from this M80 offense. So a lot of things kind of on the table here. Both teams have shown good success. So it all kicks off with this pistol, which have been 50-50 to this point. See if that stays the case.
I just love that M80 in this pistol.
2-1 for
still
the
wants to
pistols
brute
at the
force
moment.
B main. Knowing that last time around, again, we talked about the KO pop flash.
M80
fighting
go
against
for the
utility
same
being
pistol they
utilized
did
by
last
M80,
time these
and
two
that was
teams played,
activated
but
from
instead of
VCT
doing
throwing
the
it dizzy.
smoke, they just wore
This time they're
contact
just
because that was their
walking
tell.
Look at this nano sword. Aggressively placed over towards yellow. Trying to keep this
Wow,
angle.
2G had a lot of early info on A.
Deactivated. Net going to find the initial trade, and Price takes a ton of damage through the poison screen.
Spike
So
planted.
that'll be a spike plant. 4v4, and M80 will have all this, well, I would say they usually have all this post-plant utility, but they spent just about everything they had to get the execute. Now it's just down to who hits their shots.
Yeah, at least on 2G's end, they have util to retake this. Silence with the Sheriff. Shot darts that's going to come through.
Follow up, though, after the knife fades. Now
What
it's
an
down to, again, if you
absolute
can hit your
shot.
shots. M80 in a little bit of trouble here. But a flank from Koala. Newbie gets
Nah,
spread,
it's
and
that
Zach will
again.
put it out of the picture as a
Of course
4v4
again, man.
post plant. And it will only be a 3-for-1 exchange.
Another
was a great
1-1
shot.
pistol.
Good stuff
Yeah,
here from
it's
2G,
2-2
and a
for the
critical
pistols.
pistol goes their way,
1-1
putting
every
the
map.
deficit back to just within 3.
And the ballsiness from M80
Have a game?
to just
Oh, for
walk
sure.
contact at the
Yeah,
very
I mean,
beginning,
dude was
and as soon
dude
as they're
was
about to cross
hit a
the line
great
where maybe
shot
could
here
somebody
to
could be
straight up
watching
flick towards
default,
yellow.
They throw the knife towards
He's
yellow,
trying to shoot
and
the
that
guy
was
on
perfect
higher.
because it actually did hit the KG at the same time on the defensive side, which didn't give him a chance here to
Maybe we get to see
activate
it.
this nanostorm right at yellow that you called was going to be a
Nah, it
great
just
thing
happened
there
before this.
to help the defensive end, the Viper on that side to hold his angle. But it becomes a beautiful retake towards the end. Over swings coming out from M80 just because they were getting flooded by utility and players running through. and it just got caught. You just had to win your duels at that point. And it's 2G that White mentioned before. Plethora of agents they can play, and they have great firepower.
Yeah, double flash combo.
Snakepipe just gonna get ran through. Lots of decay. Wingman denied from finding a plant though, so now M80 are a bit stuck right off.
We now know that Wingman makes a different sound when he's running with the spike than when he isn't.
So aggressive.
Out to Ivy.
I mean, wow. Absolute domination. He's not done yet. Oh, maybe he is. Nismo puts him out of commission
Damage.
plus an extra, so decent here in terms of being able to limit the strength of the bonus coming up next, but
I'd be
this
so
feels like it's
tempted
gonna
to
be
just
well
run
without
B and
reach,
try to get the
2G
orb.
will bring this to within 2.
We'll take that, right? Just licking your wounds, 12 HP remaining, get 2 kills. Just trying to move it through for a plant, but that's how it's nicely readjusted here by 2G. A poison orb right by the
Pacific Ascension? Yeah, I'll do some of it tomorrow. I'm not doing the first game, it's way too
All of them
early.
were being decayed and vulnerable at the same time. They had almost no HP to work with.
But I should be here for
And
the
that just
second
makes it
or
much
third
more
game,
difficult.
depending on
You're
the
waiting
time.
for the decay and the
I'll
vulnerability
at
to
least
come
be there
back,
for the
staring
second,
at the walls, trying to
100%.
find the timing to say, hey, let's try to hit this at a certain time.
Second game,
And Louise
that's
finds
a
his own
maybe.
timing through there and doesn't allow M80 to go for
I'll
that
set my
setup
alarm
for flags.
for
This
6
is a
AM and
great
we'll see what
pistol
happens.
anti-ego conversion
How about
for
that?
2G. And now an opportunity to bring some strong weapons into their bonus round
I'll
because
sleep
I
in
think
these days.
I'm
I mean, that
pretty
was
sure
the
it at least
plan
a
in the
Guardian
off-season.
going into that one.
There was, yeah.
Where I would give it to Silence so he could watch it here at the long range.
Yeah, they had a Guardian and a Bulldog, and that's what they'll bring forward. There was a Spectre in the mix, but that will not be collected. Instead, it's going to be Silence on the Marshall. Okay. Good enough.
Of heaven to deny the orb,
Guardian on their
it will give
side.
it to the Bastion and did the damage.
I love this. Louise gets revealed. That knife doesn't necessarily mean he's playing forward. They know, of course, that there's going to be some sort of a stack, and that might be enough for M80 to say, let's not get crossed up by something strange.
Not a
Defensive
great
knife clears.
bonus,
That should be enough
really.
for 2G to commit, saying either we push forward or we get out
The
of here.
damage that
One of the
Nismo
two,
did
they're
is
gonna
actually
do a
pretty
little bit of
huge.
both at the same time.
There's a big test for Silence in this position now.
Oh, whips the opener. Dizzy keeps the angle free and clear for Net to take the dub. Little bro able to get the plant off, no worries. And the post plant setup will be largely right on top of the
They know
site.
about this guy behind. He
1v1
broke
here on the
the
backside of the play could be
I like this,
critical if
I like this
2G
play
were to
from
open up
Koala.
another angle of approach, but Net is watching it. And Net for a second.
Yeah, this is a
wouldn't
cool
have
play.
chance to lose it. This is
I
the
guess
first
normally
time
when they do
Connects
this
on
after
the
plant
third, and
position
then
as well, he's like
Nismo
nodding
from
the
the front
smoke, so he
half.
TPs
No
into the
securing
smoke.
a black light flawless
cool.
and denying the bonus.
It would have been unfortunate there that one time that he goes for a sidestep. That's when Luis peaks. It could have been the fight that Luis could have won there, but thankfully he stops that from happening. All right, we got a little bit of love here to Sabrosa. But overall, at least a black light flawless going in a second round. Back into the gun round that was invested here by M80, which is great because we talked about value that 2G were going to bring here with a Guardian, a Marshall, and a Bulldog. Yet going into how they executed towards the site, there was no opportunities here for 2G to really stop that flood to happen because
So not enough damage to M80 in the round before,
and that
so
one knife, as you mentioned,
the
didn't
money's
really
good.
give
If they
you
lose
Luis's
this, they can
position of
buy.
where he was
2G,
positioned, but it gave numbers.
not saying
and
that the
realizing
map's
there was
done on
3
this,
players
but
there, they didn't want any of that smoke
probably
there for
likely.
M80.
Oh, this is the first look at Silence on the operator. It was a key tool for 2G to use on their defensive side. Last they played M80 on this
now they start to use the
to
normal
get
smoke.
aggressive. Knife will not reveal him.
And again, they
He
got two
says,
variations
"All right,
with
let me
this.
get back to work here."
Everyone
Takes
where
a
the smoke
different
goes a little bit
angle.
deeper and they TP into it with a flash over.
Null command spent, and once
What an
more,
absolute
Silence
shot.
backs up
Back-to-back
with
entries at the moment.
I mean,
Jesus.
Yeah, it was
blows him out
fast.
of the water. Should be a free plant, and 2G need to decide how they want to try to approach this.
That was a rare, especially when he's a null command. He pulses when he's going to be coming, yet still gets that win against Silence. That's a huge kill to start.
And here we go. Now the retake on the way.
Ooh, and they want to fight. Wall up. Everyone goes to danger.
Over towards mid. That's going to keep Net a bit more interested. Flash.
Yeah, he
out of
tanked
dark
it.
cover.
They both
They get
tanked
pushed
it.
off. And 2G, if they don't commit here or find a pick, they may have to back off.
Oh, nice
And,
shots
well,
from
there's not gonna be a
Xander. He won
choice.
double
Now it's
duel
just
here.
down to Zap, who will prefer to at least try to find a way to save this Vandal, but there is possible threat. Net on the corner. Timing doesn't work out for the peak, and Zap will get out of there.
For now.
I did
Still
really
heading
need to
towards
save his
the
gun.
ramp, and Net just went for the peak, and yeah, it seems that it might be a moment there that Zap will be able to save his weapon after all, but that opener was everything to kick things off there, courtesy of Nismo. Once again, activating very early into a null command on the attack side. And again, reiterating how much value he's gotten on the attack side for Nismo as this KO. And usually you want to give it to Koalanu being the one that's going to open things up, but he's playing an Omen. So a lot of that responsibility is going to have to be on Nismo pushing forward here with the team. And also leveraging this composition maybe as to why you're playing this no duelist. Because
Yeah, they keep the save gun, and
to go for the
an
plant.
outlaw would be really good here,
down
but
to that. So he's going to be the tip of the
don't opt
spear,
for it
opening
again.
things up and creating
Whereas
that
me.
space so that
Here we go,
M80 could
Vance.
fight.
Aggressive setup coming over for the defense. It's just on pistol upgrades.
Yeah, and they play aggro, and that's a gun to pick up.
Almost a chance for a trade, but Spike is able to stay alive, if only just barely. Luis holding one corner, the hero rifle in Zap's hands. Still watching for a cross down to the ropes, and he does see Koalanu, but cannot connect for a secondary elimination. So M80 will back off and try to restructure.
Yeah, they're going to try to get the gun out of here.
One of those moments where the one-way smoke being thrown in the attack kind of bites them for M80 because that was just prevent a push coming out from the short side at orb because they know that 2G's on the lower buy. Yet you saw Spike moving
2G's
confidently
close
towards
to some
CL, gets
outside. I
that
wonder if
opener.
they
Yeah,
get
they got
2G with the numbers
overall
advantage.
is like very likely here.
Recon dart off
Viper
to the
ult.
defense. Xander goes high.
Yeah, the Viper's
Oh,
no one
and
after
he
that.
Again.
Luis is stuck in the corner. Zap does well. Spike, we know what he can do with his pistol in hand. He's able to turn this into another at low HP, but Zap isolated, can't do anything more. Just down to prize.
Zap did it
Very
again.
doable. Yeah, made it super doable, man.
A lot of low health pools though. Net in particular, just about a shot away. The drop down
What a
doesn't
round
work
from Net.
out. Silence. What's the call?
The guys on 2G here went very
Updraft at the
individual.
ready. Tries to go into the corner. Net immediately below him. But Silence doesn't know if there's been some sort of a backup, so he'll re-clear the backside of the site. That gives
that's-
away his position.
That is kind of nice, right?
Trying to see if
I
he can
never
get the
saw
corner.
this.
Yeah, it's
The
pretty nice.
stack up from
Ever.
M80
That's
works
pretty
out,
cool.
and M80 take us to 11.
Beautiful round there by Net to kick things off too and save that round for M80 because Spike was looking dangerous with that Sheriff just around the 410. Continuing some great shots in that area and dropping two players, and even a flash came through
They for
that
sure
flood
could have
in
played
the
the
very
turn two
beginning,
better.
but he
That
was
guy
able to
really sent
just
it.
readapt and refocus and get those picks and a 4K into the round. It almost looked like you talked about the position that they had on that 2 versus 1.
Yeah, and they
Weren't really ready there
should
for
also
M80
know
to set
that
up the crossfire where
I
Spike
think
maybe-
Nap was one
and even
shot,
Silence
30
with the way that
HP,
he's
40
playing
HP, something
as
like that.
this Jet
Yeah.
could really win that 1 versus 2.
Yeah, comms would have come in for sure.
He went for a different type of path.
Okay, Molly goes to Mundo in case there is a wall, in case there is turret there, as we can see it's over
Koalanu tried for
towards...
something cheeky to get over towards the top
Ooh,
side of
over towards the
410.
back
It
would be.
gets read perfectly.
It's
Silence
for
holding the
kitchen,
other
I think.
angle,
Yeah, yeah.
making sure there's no follow-up. Aldrun will clear the space, at least most of it. Doesn't fully get in to check
They're in a
the
pretty good
last two
spot to win a
players
lot
from
of
M80
rounds
that are
here.
holding.
All the best
And
ults you
instead,
could win.
Net is gonna go on a bit of a
Maybe you
hero
could argue
mission.
Killjoy.
Try to play an island towards
This is a big
B.
duel to be right
Top
now.
shot
They're
misses,
lovely.
but Net opened the
That
door.
is definitely
Okay,
not
is there
needed
maybe
by
an
the
opportunity for
Viper.
Net
But
to
the
take a
early
1v1
info here, why
Net
not if we
kills
had
out,
not
prize
open?
in the
I'll
corner.
never get it.
Nano
Never,
alarm bot
ever.
reveals that Net's here, and a couple of shots
Yeah, he
will
just
push
gave him
him
a
back
way
off
in.
the angle. Now the lockdown will open up the site for M80.
Great play by Net. I was almost scared of that moment because he was running with his knife out, but it was only to jump peek, and that actually forced the shot out of Pricey, and also forced utility.
Oh, they messed up this round.
He tried to go for a hero play, didn't work out, and it
Hey,
seems
don't
to be
need-
the
yeah, I
round
was gonna
for
say, you
M80
don't even
towards
need to
the
use
end.
that.
And that's the call to don't pull out your pit yet. We have a Thrash on top of that. Don't deny visibility. But again, just to get back to what Net was doing, he forced out that utility off the jump peak. Pricey didn't have anything left, rather, to hold that push. And then
Yeah,
an
that,
old
dude, that
command
gave me
just
some kind of
forced the
flashbacks to
hand of 2G to
remember
play a little bit more
FPX,
passively,
like
yeah. And for even Pricey to swing out because he was going to get detained no matter
Shanghai
what, if
maybe?
he was going to
When it was like
sit
Berlin
within that
giving them
range. So he
all of the
tried to go
kills.
for the hero play to
Yeah.
drop that
Like
spike and
in
give a
a
chance here for
4v5.
Zap.
That had to be
win,
called
but
too.
Yeah, that's just what it felt like, man, just walking out into the open.
But they say no. Let me see if I can get the spike carrier down before that lockdown becomes a.
Was it Madrid? Yeah, it was Madrid, you're right.
Call doesn't work out. Net on the hunt. We'll find one more at least.
Just every single time they had an advantage, just taking a 1v1.
And like you mentioned, you still have things like the Thrash and the Viper's pit. So if you're looking at that from 2G, you got to be thinking we need an opening pick. We need to try to contest this spike before that execute can come through.
Yeah, you have to think on the fly pretty much too as the IGL for Zap because those 2 timeouts were already used in the first half just to try to get your 4 rounds in the first half.
Hey, I mean, this map's
so now
look
you're
convincing.
looking at from the UI, you're like,
The,
oh crap, they
the
do have
Nismo
2
thing
balls to
on
work with. What do we have on our side? Thankfully,
KO.
we still have that Hunter's Fury
He's
that,
got
from that
the
previous round
good
from Zap.
record.
Activating is also Spike and Luis. It starts things off with covering towards this B side, and I like this play with the alarm bot too. It allows your Luis
This is a nice play to do when you got servo.
B side, and for them to converge a little bit more into a defensive hold towards middle between Pricey and Zap.
Yeah. Well, M80 looked like they want to just walk in and challenge this Viper's pit. Luis backs out, gets the integrity back to full, and M80 are still maybe considering. We'll spam
They
over
go
towards
close
the
to see
backside
if they
of
could
yellow, see
hear
if
the
that will
alarm
connect,
bot,
but it doesn't
maybe.
work out, and now with 60 seconds on the clock, M80 are going to take the
Not
reference
sure.
day.
Yeah, I think it's a good call here for M80, because if we tried to go for a thrash, there's still that Hunter's Fury that
Great
can
timing
cancel
of
it.
the
So
smoke.
let's go for a pop towards the A side. Net's been inserted towards
Yeah,
Pipes.
and this is, they always do their smoke,
As he doesn't
though
reveal
this
anything,
pause can't get an
Silence will have
angle.
to play a hit and hope type situation, but instead backs away. Knives are exchanged. The offensive one will connect more than the defensive one will. But Silence not
Zap is
dissuaded,
fully
still
aware
holds
of
this
Net.
corner. Net is going to say, come back my direction. But if he gets caught, if Prize sees
This is so weird right now.
that might be the end of the round. Omen's also going to teleport.
Oh, what a
deep.
flash.
Flash on out. Prize
This is
gets
awesome
completely
info that they gave him.
isolated. The Viper's
Yeah, and they
pit
had no
now
idea
all of a
about
sudden
the
seems not
Omen.
Luis has
Oh,
been
that's a flash
isolated.
miss.
Offensively, BCJ gonna get the plant off. Hunter's
God, this
Fury
is
trying to
manic.
come
There's
through.
so many
Chaos.
things going on
Everything's
right
being
now.
spent here. What could
This guy's gonna have
possibly
to just plant in the
round of this
Viper ult.
map. Net holds the line through 2. Has a chance for more. Maybe
Ned
lines
had a
up for
chance
no.
there, and
It's
no
there.
way that shock is
It's
on
there.
his head.
It's
5
there.
seconds to finish the
Down
plant.
with
Did
the
someone
shot
send it?
card. Plant has to be held. Just barely beats the time. Luis trying to find some spam. Connect.
Oh my
Oh.
god, a double. Oh, not another 1v4.
Did he reload the short or not?
Inside of his Viper's pit with a Vandal. One snake bite
I'm
remaining.
not sure. It was one bullet though,
There it
right?
goes. Zap, hit by it, maybe not fully. Shorty's back again.
Oh, he
Zap's
thinks
still
the Molly
holding.
hit.
And Xander, does he check
Oh,
it in
it's
time?
unlucky.
No, he
Molly
doesn't. We
just
got
ever
the
so
Icebox.
slightly shallow.
It just missed as well, so that
Yeah, if
we
that
can
Molly's a little
actually
bit deeper, I'm
stick
pretty sure he
on
wins that.
spike for Zap.
It was a great try from him.
And
God, did that get chaotic?
knowing him,
So much of
I
that
watched
juice
this guy
hill
too many.
heavily
He doesn't
used
spam with
towards that 80 side,
the rifle
just trying
because
to
it's a
take down
Vandal.
that jet, just
If
to
he
try
had
to
a
take down
Phantom, he would have
Silence.
He's a
spammed
Vandal.
That could have been a
100%.
paranoia from Kualanu that could have been super important for that refight back.
And he's
towards
gonna buy a
Orange.
Phantom
It
now.
turned out, yes, they still
Just
let
watch
me
it,
go
we have
to
a
but it's still
Phantom.
You reckon he
activated.
body blocked
That
it?
Null coming under
The Molly?
defensive side that then became a
think it
second
just looked
gap for
short,
the two
right?
players to start
I think,
playing
yeah, I
back
think it was
off
short.
the information
It looked-
of
it looked
Spike
short.
being down,
He just
literally
threw it down
as
to the
KO.
floor.
So
Must have hit
that
someone's foot, man,
2G
but-
could somehow win that 2-versus-1 versus Xander, who once again could have had a historic moment to clutch another 4-versus-1. But unfortunately, one
Did
snake
M80
bite
lose that?
fell
Honestly,
a
Zap
little
just
bit
did
too
insane
short,
again.
forced his hand out, lost that fight to Luis.
Yeah,
and
they
now
got the most
we
important
have
kill on
2G
Ned, and then
back
the shock
somehow
to
in
get the
this game.
planner.
Yeah, and with this tactical pause called by M80,
And then
that's
the recon
another
as well
opportunity
kind of
as
helped,
well
but
for the coaching staff of 2G to,
it at
to
least
talk
meant
back
that the other
and how they
guy,
can bring back this game on
who would have
Icebox.
I
been
think most importantly,
Koala
it's not
was gonna
just the
swing
window
through that.
back into another
The ult, 'cause
possible
they gotta
round,
isolate the
but
guy
maybe
that's solo.
into possible overtime with a couple of massive ultimates now off the table for M80. So yeah, the timeout
Nah,
feels
yeah,
a
he
little
had his
bit
chance there.
warranted
I
for
agree.
M80 talking about, okay, how do we get this done?
I found it
The
so weird
old-fashioned way.
that
No
Net
extra
had a
presence
chance
in a
because
lot of these key
the KO
ults.
was
Lockdown
down, right?
was spent
So
just a couple of rounds ago. The
he
Viper's
should
pit
know
down
that
now.
Net was swinging.
Hey, you've got
Yeah.
nothing
And
besides the
Zap
thrash.
was, he had a
So
shock in
that's
hand, I
what's gonna be
think, or a
considered.
dart.
2G, not fully healthy on
Pretty
this
weird.
purchase. A couple of light armors. Operator still purchased. Wall noob just teleporting all over the map. And Prize will respect this. A couple of pings, you see them on the map, mean that the defense are aware that this could
I
possibly
mean,
be a
even
play.
if you expect it, it just means that this guy gets isolated. Okay, so they're trying to collapse on mid in reaction.
Turns it in favor of M80 for the first.
And Pricey's now pinched, so he has to give up
That's
the site. He has
okay.
no choice. Just all of that TP coming out from Kualanu just thinned
What a
out the
smoke
defensive
to
side,
save him
where
as
they can
well.
focus
This
the
should be
3
it.
versus 1
This is
against
really
Luis.
hard to
A
lose.
great execution to start.
Crazy
Now
hard
let's
to lose
see
this
if
round.
M80 could hold the post
3
fight once
Molly,
again.
And you have
4
to hit this from
Mollies,
multiple points if you're 2G, due to
paranoia,
the fact that the
Fish
thrash has
ult.
been recollected.
face shot
Silence,
again.
Also
Yeah,
with an operator.
this is hard.
Not going to feel good trying to retake with this.
And,
He'll track into top 2.
2G has
Make
nothing.
sure no one's still lingering inside this site, but M80 are happy to play this through yellow and green. Offensive wall goes back up.
What a
Flash
nade.
comes through.
And he saw his gun barrel.
Behind this. Sander is in the back line, but only gets one. Quality
Okay.
follows up for his trade. For
Comes
easy
an official
situation.
again.
Silence still on the operator. BCJ
Nice.
throws it
Very
right back
nicely
out, and
handled.
it's Dispo.
Okay, honestly, kind of two dominant maps. I feel like Zap tried his best on this. He actually gave this a really good go, man. He played so well on this map. But yeah, it's just a diff like the first map.
It was basically pedal to the metal for M80 on executing on another B-side split, and now they tied up the game in this series 1-1. They've activated and woken up very early in this series as well for M80, and now we're into a treat, a possibility now with how these maps are going in the favors of those that pick their maps.
Yes.
We're looking at Sunset won here by 2G, Icebox won by M80. There is a possibility to see Bind that's never been played before here by M80 this year.
That would be feisty to say the least. Des talked about it. Coming out of the upper bracket, you get the benefit of the veto process. But the response for M80 is significant, and now we reset this into a flat-out best of 3 with a really interesting map coming up. We'll tease you, let you marinate on that as we send things to break and come back with the desk right after this.
Okay.
The game starts
Map
long before
2,
the game starts.
Icebox.
And warm hands are faster.
This will be
hands.
fun, because I mean, I liked
Gain the
M80's
upper
Abyss
hand.
last time I watched
Power
this.
up your pre-game warm-up with Zippo hand.
I don't think I've watched these other guys play Abyss that I can remember. Maybe I have.
I don't think they played on playoffs, so you haven't watched.
Yeah. That'll be fun as well. Hey chat, usual stuff. Ads are coming.
It's hard to say Black Balloons because we have to think that those teams are playing against quote unquote weaker competition, right? While MIBR and Furia have to play against Sentinels, 100 Thieves, all those teams, G2, everyone. But I think they show how can I say a more depth than those teams. You see those guys are more prepared, I think. You don't usually see MIBR and Furia having too much depth in strats like we're seeing from these guys. And you also haven't seen too much dominant performances for individual players from those teams from VCT as well. Which is weird. Let me get some water real quick. Just fill up my bottom and I'll be back. 1 second. I'm back. Oh, really, Sims? I haven't watched the match. I was watching. I watched Liverpool and Bournemouth, I think, this morning. That was the only one I watched. Uh,
Last time we saw these two teams face off on Icebox, it was one of the upsets of Ascension.
I think
just 2G.
M80 gets poached harder if they don't ascend. But I don't think it should be that way. I think 2G should be heavily poached. I think they should poach 4 out of the 5, and the 5th should get at least a trial.
Good news for M80 fans out there.
Yeah, they
the 5th that I'm talking about is Pricey. Like, he haven't looked flashy. Not that he's playing bad or anything, but they haven't played really well. He's doing his job.
So M80 stepping things back up.
I don't think so, Genji. I think if M80 qualifies, this is the M80 we're gonna see in
the map in the pool that I do favor them on.
VCT.
Most of the other maps,
M80's IGL is Xander.
We're heading to Abyss next. I don't know what to think. We've got Haven after that. Feels like a 50-50.
Apart from Spike Zing, who's 17, everyone else is
I think the series might have been over.
Yeah, I mean,
everyone else is
M80 paved the way on defense
over
first off. Just very
18.
solid strats on the B side. They had the double controller and they played off of it. Mainly when 2G was trying to cross Xander's Viper
I think
wall,
Nismo would
that's when
relocate.
M80
Yeah,
would
I think so.
in. They really tested 2G's timing on how they would cross those barriers and the initial confusion.
Yeah, David, I would. Like, I always say this. I don't cheer for organizations or companies. I cheer for players.
That aggression, 8 of those first bloods
So,
came from the defensive side, and it took
we've
a
been
lot for
talking
2G
about
to
this.
fight
If
fire
Fiols
with
is
fire.
here,
They needed
he'll
ults
back me up
to
on this
fight
one.
back against that
We're talking
aggression,
about like
Silence's
Sadak, for
Bladestorm
example,
to
the
at least get
KC
them rolling
rumors
on
and
the
all
B
of that.
side. And 2G had some
I
moments where at
definitely
least
cheer
number
for
deficits, they were splitting up
Command
and not
Co-op if
synchronizing
Sadak
all
goes
the
to that
way,
team.
and maybe that was 2G trying to create that
I'll
chaos that they're known
definitely
for, to
be a
break up that
KC
M80
fan if
team
Sadak
play,
is
but
on
it
that
didn't
team.
work out.
I just want to say the fact that Zap on his 7-13 loss is getting that amount of kills. I mean, Zap was someone we highlighted a lot going into this overall
I
series.
cheer for my players. The players that I like, I'll cheer for them.
Being able to kind of carry them on through and stepping up just wasn't backed on this time around. But that's someone to keep an eye out on for the next series. But someone who brought
top 3 favorite players.
Talking about. We have to look back at the tech laws.
I'd have to go with Xander.
And for M80, my biggest question was
Sadak,
the mental going on
and
into this. And this was just a funny little moment trying to
who's
hype up the crowd, but
who's the
when
third?
we talk about the momentum,
Xander,
we talk about the
Sadak,
mentals,
John
I don't know, this was
QT,
kind of
maybe.
like a light bulb, like, hey,
Yeah, I
maybe-
think John
maybe
QT is
M80
the
got
third
this.
one.
Definitely. I had never seen a team so mentally two-dimensional flattened as I did with M80
Oh,
yesterday.
that's a lie. The first one is EU. The first one is EU. It's EU, Xander, Sadak, John QT.
for net winning a
EU is
clutch.
the
They were
best
just so
player
down
in the
dumps,
world.
but that's not the case here today. Map 2, they're in it mentally. And Net played really well. He had
How could
a
I
couple
forget
of those
him?
rounds on the attack half, crucial kills that allowed M80 to close out the game. So, credit to him on kind of 2 fronts for what he was doing for the team on that map.
And especially the role of the Sentinels, the KJs, especially on Icebox, to create that kind of alternate angle of pressure and that kind of mental game through the mid side. And if that was open for Net, that's how he would find those key kills. So big shout out to Net. And ever since he got brought onto this roster, continues to bring that stability.
I mean, yeah, Net, we talked so much about this redemption story for M80. For Net, there is a different redemption story. Having ascended last year, trying to hit back to that same glory this time around with the squad. 1-1 in the series, and now we're going to be going to Abyss for the next map. We've gotten to see both teams on this map. M80, it was actually their first time that we've ever seen this from them yesterday, and quite a strong showing. When we talk about the momentum and people showing up confident on the server, this was a map where I think Qualanoob just went absolutely nuts. And now we get to see that head-to-head with Silence, who also performed so well when they played this up against AK. This is going to be the battle of the Jets now, Wyatt, and I think as to put it bluntly, whatever Jet performs best, I think their team takes the win. Simple as that.
M80 definitely shut down Silence
Simple
on
as
Icebox, but we know for a fact, because we've seen them play Icebox 16 times in officials, that M80
yeah, he's doing
are
great.
more than competent on defense.
Streaming as well,
there.
right, Des?
Abyss, totally different story.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
They were phenomenal
You guys
on
can
it
go follow
yesterday,
him as well if you want.
but they've only played it one time. So
Your
yeah, they were
Twitch if you
amazing.
want as well.
But also, you could say, well, they had the momentum on their side. They had so much confidence against an
I mean,
All
they can
Knights
just
that were
click my name and
that had
come
his name.
if
That's
they
all I
want.
wanna see
their
that.
momentum in that series.
Technology's
Koala
crazy,
having
man.
a life game.
Get,
So, look, I don't know what to really think
impressed
about
every day.
M80's Abyss, other than they had one showing. It was excellent. Is that the level they're
Just said he
always going
doesn't
to be
support
on?
you. Support
Is
you in
that
what,
just
Bacon?
a
What
flash in
decision
the
are we
pan?
making?
We literally don't know. We've only seen the
Maple,
play once.
hello.
We do know that 2Game are really good on Abyss, and we do know that every time they play it, Silence is just showing out on Jet.
Anything,
So
full
that's
stop?
my expectation from them. M80 are really the variable here.
Yeah, and also that 2G are starting on attack, and I think that's the bread and butter for a player like
I mean,
Silence
do you need
on
that
the
though,
Jet.
Bacon?
This is his playground,
Not have enough
and
faith
this
in
is
yourself?
where he dominates. He almost got a 30 bomb against All Knights the last time they did go to Abyss, but he's going up against Koala Noob if he does match that Jet, and I think being on the attacker side first for 2G kind of helps him set that aggression level and take over that real estate. But I'm wondering, the M80 defense has been difficult for a lot of teams because M80 like to play so far back, out of sight, out of mind, and it's hard to discover where they are. So I'm looking towards 2G and how they're
Have you
able to
missed
collect
much?
that information.
Not too
Zap
much.
did
We're only-
such
we're
a
two
good
maps in.
job on the previous
maps
map
in,
on
it looks
Sova.
relatively
I'm
even.
looking towards
Both
him
had a
again on
dominant
Sova
map.
for Abyss.
I mean, you're talking about the momentum that 2G
been
can
alright,
get
Flo.
started on the attack. That
It's been
M80
alright.
had such a
Everyone's
phenomenal
really-
defense with
everyone's
Koala
playing
Noob
pretty
picking up the
well,
op and
so that's
getting
good.
multi-kills. Nismo having
Like,
the confidence, who
individuals,
also started
having
stepping
some
up
great
in the later
rounds.
half of Icebox to be able to just like push smokes and be able to take multi-kills. It was a team that was really, really strong at just being able to shut down or be able to collapse back in on these post plants. So that'll be really interesting. A 2G that has
What
this
move would I
aggression
most
with
want to
their
see this
Jet
year?
versus this M80 that was doing so good
I
shutting
don't
down
know, man.
yesterday. Heading
It'd be
into our
interesting to
Black Lake
see-
Agent
it's gonna be
Select.
interesting
We've had
to
such
see where
recent
Dark
tape
ends
on
up.
this, Wyatt, that like, come on.
I already got
Really?
the move that I
We've
wanted
got
banned. Mini
the
fired.
Ascent comps.
It was like Christmas
expected
come early.
Nothing but that. This comp is very strong on this map.
You
and
say this
for
after
M80,
I
I'm
spent the
looking-
whole
looking at them to be shutting down
the whole
Silence
break
again.
talking
That's
about
going to
how I
be
support
Silence entries
people
are
and
really
my
good
friends.
on this map.
Oh, okay.
One of the better Jets that I've seen at finding entries on this map, period. So that's going to be important. And I was also, I will say, impressed yesterday that M80 were making a lot of mid-game adjustments against All Knights on defense that were really working out. They were picking the right spots to anchor, and the other
They-
ones
they
were
actually
going
play as
for
Bacon.
retake.
You're not a
But
player.
can they do it again? That is the question, and I really don't know.
We'll have to see an Abyss that's still pretty new versus a 2 game that has this on lock. This is going to be for advantage in the series. Time to head to Abyss and back over to your casters.
How good is
Flex
2 game? They're
maps
really good.
always provide
They're really
drama,
good.
especially in a best of 5 series. So I expect with this map being
Dude,
a little less
Chad is
rehearsed
really going
overall
for
in terms of
Bacon
official
today.
competitive
It's
play for
awesome.
M80, and maybe not the most convincing map that 2 game have in their pool, should provide for a very interesting matchup as we
okay,
head down
M80
the depths
on
of
defense,
Abyss with
2G on
starting off an
attack.
attack that looks pretty primed to hit over towards
And
there off the get.
somehow,
Maybe they
we're
don't
at
look the best in
2-2
terms of
on the
record as a team for
Pistols,
2G,
1-1 on
but
every
as
single map.
White mentioned, it's Silence on this
The best
Jet
possible thing
has
we
been
can get.
top notch, and all of those wins
J
or
Faith
losses
with the 15
always
months. Thank you so much for the
dropping
Prime, mate.
over 20
Appreciate you
every
doing that.
single one of these games, and also most of them
What is
happening
this in
on
middle?
the defensive side too. He popped off on the attack
They
against
both
All
walk
Knights
close
the last
towards
time
the
they played against
box
each other,
and
but you
then
have to be careful of 2G on the
they just
defensive
late
side.
react and
But
go
they start
behind,
off on the attack
or-
with a hit towards this A site, where M80
Got a camera
were
tag
looking
to
for
maybe
big
get one
control
here
in
through the
very
smoke and a
beginning,
trip.
and this
He's waiting
will
for the
be a
trip
bloodbath
first, then
in the
after
post
that
play.
he's going to go for the
That
camera
goes
kill.
well, just kind of hides up on top of the rafters.
Ooh, nice nade.
Will dissuade
Okay, that
It's
is
not
a
very great.
pixel
But the
perfect
spy cam
nade.
covered for a moment is good. Post plant set up now. Here comes the redraft from M80. Nat still somehow, even on low HP, makes this position good for one. Luis, paranoia,
and we're playing
drop
off
set as soon as
the,
flash comes
off
through,
the
immediately
site.
on the hop to VCT.
And get used to this because they pretty much replicated A main on Sunset. So, dude, if you can do it with pistols, They hit some shots fast here, by the way.
They played the post plant on the outside for 2G, and you mentioned Net somehow was still able to get a kill because that fragment missed when they threw it towards the heaven, and when the smoke dissipates, they probably think that the site's open because, or the
Two in smoke, they spam them so fast. And I think they were trying to body block, so like the first guy dies and then you think that's the diffuser, so then you focus on everyone else, but it ended up just shooting more bullets and just killing both.
Back towards the spawn like all Knights were doing, so they're a little bit more composed to play post plant on the outside. Just play the spam like it's a B site.
This is gonna be crazy. What a cleanup, man. All 5 here. And yeah, just insta dying before they can get the plant. Does it work?
So clean start here for 2G.
I think he's done it. I think he did it. That's sick.
He did it, yeah.
Ooh, that's close, man. That was nice. That was very fast decision making.
Hefty to say the least.
That is
But they got the orb, the amen.
Yeah, they got the orb, but no orb be 1,500.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're just going with the means, but I think it was just a nice little surprise that M80 was trying to do, just to flood through the owl drone that tries to clear it very early, and you're hoping to break crosshair placement. You were jumping across, but they had
You can't take the G2 out of net.
Just ADSing, getting all these
That's a
kills.
good comment.
Round that ended up there in 2G, going for mid control, but there's only Xander waiting behind, and with that smoke and no trips watching the jump up or the walk up aggressively from the defensive side of net, using both them towards the A side, which could be a good call though, because we have a mid to A split.
Yeah, Paranoia.
I didn't want to say that he should go big, but
give BCJ a chance to hold this
he at least did it right.
Goes 1 for 1. That's not bad.
The Omen flash is really good though. I like how fast they're playing this right now. Boy, he's done insane. He did insane. He was spamming him through the smoke down low as well. It was awesome.
Yeah, he got the jet pretty low before.
Yeah, like 10
with the
HP.
Towards the end there from Net in the back of the site, and man, the heat pop off for sure. That split towards Andy, thought that they had full map control for 2G, and not only that, that knife that was being thrown onto Heavens too, it also doesn't allow any.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Sims. Or any dashes
I saw it
come
on
out
Reddit.
from a pop flash from the top of the smokes, so it really didn't give a chance for 2G to have the cleanest takes and aggression to fight all around the A site. And 2G, or M80 rather, is able to anchor that quite well with their gun round. Also surviving a lot of players in the process.
One recon over towards A, and then insta group back. Sorry, over towards B, then insta group back, and this time we got a lurk late through middle, and they're just straight up just hitting A side all the time.
Smokes or anything else from the offense coming through. Trying to get late
and work out what the game plan is on this one. Pretty obvious. Recon.
Paranoia also in. Here wasting no time.
Lovely recon.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Well done. Even finds
Oh,
another
that was
off
great.
the smoke spam. Now it's just down to what the owl drone could see.
Oh my God. Okay, well.
There's really no chance. You have to try to contest this top position as much as you possibly can at tower. And as he drops, it is just going to be down to Prezi and Spike, who also have to fight that high ground battle.
But Ace it.
Not comfortable at all.
This should be so fun because the Spike is top side, so he
pretty much
for him to
impossible.
pick it up, he has to jump.
And Prezi will have to try to fight this 1v3 the hard way.
Yeah, and Spike out in the open too, and he has to jump up on top of the boxes, try to pick it up. At this point, you're gonna have to count your losses and just save with 35 seconds left. I mean, you don't have too much economy to work with in the next round. You lose this run here, you're at 2,400 at least. So it'll give a chance for a lot of these players to buy into a half-life. He can save this weapon, but he doesn't. So M80 now ties up the game. And that was also, I'd like to think there was at least a pop flash from the recon dart that BCJ kind of threw there on the top of Heaven, something that G2 did very proficiently when they're employing their defensive side of A here on Sunset. With that, you're able to get some strong pings coming through. BCJ just gets
I mean, this recon was good. I think he does his recon to the right, so they can't, it's harder to shoot, and then it gets people that are just committed. Right, I think he did his recon like here. These guys can't shoot it, and so if you commit it past here, like going for the plant, it's only going to scan you going for the plant. It's a really cool recon. You got to be good with timing. Wait, that's a nice recon as well for the site. Bro, they're really just spamming A hits.
Spike still looking for the plant. That will go down successfully. Defense rotating over, neural theft at the ready from M80. They've already spent it. Drone to follow.
Thrown into Omen Flash. Omen Flash should hit both. Doesn't hit the KO. Doesn't hit the KO, and the KO gets the kill at spawn.
2G line up the shots. Now it's down to a 2v3 situation. Weapon recovery hasn't fully happened though for 2G, so they're still fighting off Stinger, Guardian, and a Sheriff. But Prize, whoa, lots of damage and rings the bell of Xander, who still wins the fight. Tries to get the defuse out. Knows he's got at least one player for 2G deep. Xander
and there's the
just down to
no
Zap,
way.
and Xander will find
There's the
out.
issue you talked on the sunset video with
And M80
2G smoking
find the edge,
themselves.
going up 3-2.
That one's
And
that one's
Nismo was so
insane.
low in HP
How's he
as
getting
well.
that back, though?
After the end, the spams almost came through, and somehow Xander.
It's the Prime
can
Classic
see
with
through
the
smoke
Zeta
and get
Division
those
buddy.
last 2 kills. And yeah,
With
I
a
had a
classic.
question mark at the same time, just as much as you did here, Chip.
Weird
When you
dash.
tried to play the retake from M80, that dash that came across, and I looked back at the UI, Nismo still had 2 flashes available, so they were missing a little bit of communication into trying to get the best value of the dash,
Xander-
trying to
I mean,
fight
Xander's
back.
a god for
But
that. I
thankfully
have
here,
no idea
Xander's
he's
still
managed to
alive,
pull that one
and
off.
he's able to get a 4K in a round and allow M80
Repara,
to
thank you so
convert
much,
here,
man.
not allowing
Repara
2G to
Palzo
win
with the
first
primes.
and
Thank you,
take
thank
the
you.
lead
Welcome
now in
into the
this
slug
third
club.
map.
And they have an operator in hand for Koaladu, who, like the Deaths mentioned,
Xander doesn't want to play another year
Had
of
a career
Ascension.
map.
Yeah, it feels like it.
when they played this versus All Knights, they had a 75%
Still, that 1v4 the
win rate
other
on
night was
defense. They won
mental.
9 of them. So now Koaladu's getting it tested.
What's up, Ryan? How we done?
Oh, he wants more.
Yeah.
Not gonna have a chance for it though. 2G have not pushed out, and they're
Ryan,
gonna
did you just
respect
wake
the
up?
power
You still on
weapon
the
field.
weird sleeping pattern?
Exactly. This is where it's going to get dangerous for 2G on the attack. Koaladu showing such great defensive half against All Knights the last time on this map. The first time that M80 shows this map, this tournament, this year. And it's
And the
Koaladu
Heretics
hiding
camera.
inside smoke, stopping here. They're
So
dashing
much
away.
info.
2G already realizing that they want to move towards the B side, hit with an ult command.
Oh, good spam. Little firing range.
I'm
from
not
2G
sure you
right
can
over
do
to the
that
front side at B.
after getting hit.
Fragment also deals a little bit of damage to Xander, where Spike's is able to follow up on his own. Now it's down to the numbers. Hunter's Fury called out for the defense. Zap still watching the top corner. Not quite able to take down the player at B. But
Wyvern
the
tag,
reset
yeah, I
off of
really
where
felt
the
like he
spike
should have
gets
waited.
planted comes through a little bit deeper. M80 use that as a chance. And
Where's
now they
that
can move
recon
over
done?
through the middle of the map on this rotation through Link. Zap holding one corner. Flash out. Spikes doesn't see anything on his check. M80 running out of time. Need to find a way to try to break down this post plan, especially considering it's still 3v4, but the first shots, they will at least give
2v4.
2G a little bit more
Into a
space to
2v2.
run with. Follow
I've
up
hit,
is
they know there's
decent.
one on
Price
site.
still watching out of one corner, then Louise outside the site.
It was unlucky. There was a little bit of they were a little bit off here. Nismo was going to flash for him, and I don't think he was expecting him this close at the angle. They were nice trying the
Ended up
2v4.
being a good take for 2G towards the end. I thought the null command was going to move towards the site, but it seems that
Yeah, I
we
felt like
wanted to
Net kind of
see that
misplayed this pretty
counteract the
heavy.
Hunter's Fury out from BCJ. But he used it all the way back towards the spawn where he wasn't affected by the radius.
Problem
but
is, I'm pretty
unfortunately,
sure they've done their
things
research, and he
also
knows
did
that there's a
not
KO nade that's
weaken
about to land on his
or
head that
find
has to
any
flash him
players
out
setting
either
up here
side.
on the pulse
He's
plant
trying
right
to
after. So
run
2G ended up
across
having a pretty
with the
decent
cage
hold in
while
the
it's
pulse
up,
plant.
but
A 2 versus 1 towards the end, and
the recon
Silver
just
Lining is
scanned
the
him.
person playing all the
They
way
saw him
towards
that
the
he was
back,
going for
rising
it.
as this Cypher for a plant for him
I think he had
towards
to
the
just
danger.
wait for it,
Now
swing
they tie
right,
game
take the
3-3,
1v1.
and now zone comes out early. That's going to spot Xander, and he's going to be forced to reposition because he just got tagged.
Now it's Knives and a Stinger for silence. Xander, the only defender here, likely just going to forfeit the site. No chance to really hang on to this. Defensively, no ultimates that could be used in response to this forward pressure.
Damn, is this
So
what
again,
Abyss
trying to
is? Just
clear
straight
out,
up science?
Especially this catwalk play from silence is going to be difficult to do. Timing through the dark cover, not great. Shoulder is going to be seen, and that's enough for silence to throw out the knives, find the reset. Paranoia over towards Link. No contest yet. Fragment to delay. Long flank, though, from Koaladu. Huge 1v1 for Zap.
Ooh,
He
timing.
looks away from it. Can Koaladu make good on the play? No.
We get
Zap
2
gets the
kills that
read,
are just
and
for
now
angle
M80
diff.
will have to back away and save.
Yeah, the extra just tap on that side. He was just waiting for the 3 players to set up here to start flooding
A really
towards the
nice
front
round
B
for
side
2G to win.
so he could get that
They
fight.
get
And that one
so
single sidestep
much
gave a perfect line
money
Zap
for
to get
this,
the kill.
and this
I
guy
mean,
can
look at
just
those 2
hunt.
kills that just happened.
That's a
Xander's
really
around
important
the
kill,
corner,
man.
And then you see that
Takes
Silence
another
was
gun
able to
away
move
from
in
them.
front of the smoke
Dude,
on the
honestly,
other
the
side
Omen
of
might go
Heaven
for a duel
and
here
just
as well.
spots his opponent where his opponent can't see him.
Yeah, big duel
Free
gunner.
kill there. Then a free kill from Zap. And now potentially 3
Whoa.
kills here on
Wait.
Nano. I think he was able
Okay,
to-
Omen
oh,
got
not
the
able to
duel.
save it.
Saw it on
I
the
just
other
saw
cam.
here on the
Net died,
stage
yeah.
shot through the monitors where Net was not able to save his weapon. So
Yeah, so one
that's
gun
just
saved.
unlucky there from M80 with how they positioned themselves and just waited for the rotate to happen for the rest of the team.
I wonder if they
They just got caught
force.
off
I
guard.
think
Yeah,
Koala has
absolutely. It almost
ults.
even felt like there was a world where it's just a blind counter. I mean, you're trying to play for retake over towards the site that ends up getting hit.
Yeah, the money's in the bin, man.
You don't have anything to kind of retake, and as soon as Silence gets deep towards the backside of the site, he's just so hard to displace.
So after the timeout, does 2G go middle more?
We'll move into this next round, likely in a bit of a financial
They haven't even
Yeah,
had to
'cause
worry
the-
about the bottom of mid.
pretty solid, I think, in terms
The
of-
obvious
I would say their
adjustment
success on
for
executing
M80
has
is
been solid to
to
this point, but more
heavy
importantly,
sites,
when
yeah.
they do have numbers, they're taking good advantage of it by
Because
really
they
dominating these
I
sites
think
by
they
taking
hit
not just
A
a good safe post play, but
5
also
times
keeping
in a
couple
row,
players
and now they hit
planted
B
deep
2
in the
times in a
site
row.
and
Yeah.
really causing some issues for
They,
M80.
they at least split A a
Especially
couple
towards
of
the
times, I
B-side.
guess, so it
Yeah,
kind of
it
feels
seems
like
to
they
be
used to
quite
build a middle,
free
but
for Silence to move
I
in
kind
and
of
quite
count
passive
middle as
early
like
on M80's
like deep
defensive
middle.
side. I mean, again, Xander was playing on the top of heaven. He drops out towards Tetris, and he just waits for the rotate to happen because a lot of the focus right now for M80 is to look towards middle and look towards the A site. And now we have to look back into the timeout. Do we have enough economy here for Qualinum to go for an op? Do we want to contest this more towards the B side? But when they do, you know that it's
he
easy
doesn't
to
have
drone
ult.
here from the
He's
bottom
one
of the
away.
B ramp as well on the attack side. At least for now, it's not going to be the case. It's
Okay,
gonna be
one
a
hero
rifle for
gun.
Qualinum.
That is pretty
So that
much
if he
it. And they
dies,
go
at
for
least they saw the
the
blade storm
same
going into the
thing
next
as
round.
earlier, full pass
Try to
and
leverage
push
that with their
with
numbers.
info over towards B.
All drone going to be used first here for 2G, clearing out a lot of space up through top mid.
What happened to Net's camera?
Setup here, and it just really comes down to can 2G bait M80 to checking this? Not going to happen. Net's too smart.
it just
for that,
middle and they
especially as
broke
the
it
trusted
early?
Solo defender at B, and whoa, a little delayed stack up. For
I think
M80
so.
Towards A. Problem is this spy cam is going to read it if they do decide to get aggressive. Meanwhile, Net is just holding on to a
Yeah,
classic.
and
Yeah, Net is
pretty
not
obvious
gonna
on
die
this one. They
here.
decide to go
And
heavy
this will be
middle.
an
It's still a
open
nice
B
game
site,
plan
and
though. When you're
I
in the
mean, you're just
server,
trying
it feels
to-
so much harder to read.
Everything from the camera from Ryzy.
It'll also be
set
interesting
for
to
G-Main
see if they
contain all
do
of
it
M80 all
on
along, where they
that,
were
like
just
against
waiting
an
for
actual
that
buy
pop
round.
flash to happen
Pretty
when Qualinum
interesting
would get first
what just
contact
happened.
into A. But as
Nismo and
everything stays
Koala
quiet
pushed
towards middle,
the A
towards
main
main,
if the
towards
Net
even B,
died.
they have no information
And
towards B side because
Nismo
they
got
were
the orb
so
instead
focused
of
towards
Koala. I
middle.
thought
But
he
you know
was
that they're
gonna
gonna
get it
huddled up somewhere.
ult and give
Go for
him the
gamble
gun
to
for the
read towards
retake.
B side
Oh,
and
okay,
catch
yeah,
Net
that
off
probably would have
guard.
made
It
more
becomes,
sense.
An easier plant there for
Unless one of them
2G
bought heavy,
to
which
potentially
they didn't.
save this into a flawless.
Yeah. Silence going to get read over towards the connection. Good for the first BCJ. Good team shots coming through with Kowaladu. And wait a second. This is still doable. If you can hit one more shot, especially on the Spike, who is really caught looking both directions.
they know about the omen.
One side caught with the nade out. Doesn't really connect, but Luis around
It felt
the
like they
back.
know about the omen. Someone turned around pretty early on. They still actually did pretty good damage considering they were on eco. Just the issue is the money's so good right now. We've got a 5k, 5k. Not going to change anything.
And the most important thing too is that Zap didn't have to use his Hunter's Fury either. As they
Okay,
were
now we get the
losing,
off out.
he was losing teammates in the process of the retake of M80 against them. So he's able to save this into the next round. If not, it would have been a nice little W here for M80 on top of the damage that they've done to win and force out that ultimate on the side of the IGL of 2G. And he was playing it. I mean, you saw he had
Okay,
the
where
line,
did the
he was
op
watching
go?
that cross towards that ramp.
Massive on
This is what
A.
we're talking about here. The Owl drone coming out quite early to try to get some
Okay, so
deeper
then they
pings,
had one
actually.
round against the eco to make them feel like they might go middle. And then they go, yeah, we're just, this is one of the better things with Jet. You can fast kind of get over towards this box. It just combos so well. With just Omen Flash.
That's yeah, the Omen
So-
Flash in this solo. Yeah.
Yeah. It's what Lev do as well. It's really strong.
And yeah, he's gonna
The same pathing as Asmus.
Hit the shot at range. Spike though planted. Knives. Tagging on the first place. Prize
Nice.
down to just 84.
Big 1v2.
Frank's gonna force
Alright.
him out into the action where Nismo was waiting with open arms.
Wait.
With a little bit extra. 4-5
Yeah,
to
it's
count.
giving him
I
something
mean,
little
keep this
there.
tight.
Holy hell.
Felt like Net was playing a Japanese game show where he's just trying to avoid all the obstacles being thrown towards him. Somehow avoids the last beam of the Hunter's Fury and gets a random spray through his own cage, which was super important because that activated the neural theft for him to get information on where the positions of their opponents would be, which then allowed M80 to activate it a little bit more aggressively and Qualinum to get a successful kill onto Zap right there. Again, the last line of offense if they were to lose all the players in the back of that B site. So very well done towards the end on the anchoring.
We'll just up-go this time. Aggro over towards A. I mean, this knife's gonna...
And that timeout
okay, they're waiting for the knife.
There to not
do then go close after the knife. This KO is purposely getting hit by the knife.
But for Net to just try to contain as much as he could so that the rest could start
okay, higher, lower with this.
Continuous min control.
Takes first contact, so they try and swing wide so you get the op shot. I like that. This Jet's got to kill the... Oh.
There's the dash through, but Koala hits an impressive opening shot. Nismo, you thought was going to be dead
wait,
to rights.
This guy could really own this.
Not the case, though. Spikes eventually finished off Xander.
Thank you for that.
Response on the prize breaking through vents. And M80 hold the edge. 5v4. And a shot for Koala Noob. Hits on the spikes. Put out a commission again.
Lovely dash in to see him. Damn, this guy's so crisp, man. That was lovely from Koala though, after missing the shot updraft up, so it was harder for him to hit. This guy on A main should win the rounds. Okay, well, at least we got one right.
Critical one as M80 get us tied up with 2 to play in the half.
I liked how everyone from the back was drawing attention for
they were doing so much.
With the operator, yes, you had a
I almost cast it. I got a little bit nervous for that 1v1, the first 1v1 on A main.
But that angle is held so tightly by Koala Noob that he could just watch that angle confidently. And if it misses, it doesn't matter. Dashes away or at least holds the line for the rest of M80 to come back here for the retake. But once again, Net activating on the late flank. Well, sorry, activating this time for the first time on a late flank, but still, the story remains that he's been a pivotal part of M80's defensive line so far to keep this game close on a 5-5 scoreline in Abyss.
Yeah.
Not know how to plan on the ledge. They probably do. It might just be the fact that they're playing so heavy over towards heaven. I think that they just get spammed.
Very great now, all of a sudden. After a couple of rounds, we're starting to be kind of traded back and forth. That loss likely puts them into a weird spot. So do you try to limit the amount you spend here to get a full purchase for 12? Try to end this thing 6-6? Because that's the math in terms of how you would figure the probabilities would go if you do decide to go down that path. And I think that, you know, 6-6, if you're looking at 2G after what M80 showed us defensively yesterday, you got to be sitting here saying, that's great. I mean, we'll take that.
Exactly. And again, just to reiterate, the look of 2G on the defensive side too, with Silence on the defensive side, has dropped most of his kills in these 20 bombs against his opponents on the defensive side. So I think this is going to be very similar, where you might turn the table and see that this game could potentially go into its first overtime of the series with how good both of these teams are currently displaying a good defensive line.
3 times.
Well, back into it. Oh, 2Game are able to actually full purchase
moving
here,
the
so
op and 2G
this one, but what
pretty much
next?
looking
well,
like they're just going to run the exact same strat, or at least something similar. Maybe the server joins middle, or we're just doing the recon deep middle.
See how M80 just... See how M80 was... Everyone was ready to dodge the knife.
Yeah.
Like right at the edge of it.
Yeah, this was cool. Dodge knife, 3-person go close. And then just flash swing.
Silence, but the defense has to back off and just play a more reserved setup.
Yeah, I mean, that was thrown from the defensive side. It was a line for M80 to try to go for a pop flash recon dart and just go for sprays through the smoke when their opponents are blinded and just trying to avoid shots. So it only manages to do pop damage and now less defensive utility to hold the hit. Yeah. So 2G is just going to walk into it.
All the spam shots coming out of BCJ. He'll be revealed and chase
again.
Silence doesn't make
how is he managed to do that one back? Oh boy.
And that's enough for the Hunter's Fury to be earned. That's not gonna stall the plant though. 2G have to play reserve. That's the only issue.
Yeah, trade in so they can dash in again with the rifle.
And now it's on to the retake. Koala Noob first one forward. Paranoia just to block out.
Becomes nice, and we're here again.
Setup though. Koala Noob gives us the first offer. Doesn't work out. Smoke is down.
Oh boy, he went for it.
Tried to get the little floating flank. Not gonna work.
We're back again.
Now it's just Dismo. Now it's just no one. 2G takes the round.
Smoking themselves off and just spamming.
With the paranoia to clear the front part of the site first, but I almost
feel
after that recon
yeah, it's bad in A main.
They should have waited a bit to allow here Nismo to move forward and pop flash towards the A main so that floating ability, the floating capability of Koala Noob potentially could have had more than just one for his troubles. That would have been such a nice play if we actually maintained those flashes that are coming in from Nismo. If not right here, I mean, so many players would have been blinded. We did get some pings all top of that to try to get some shots through the smoke.
Could you do
But at
anything
the end of the day
against
here,
that?
it becomes a round
Push middle.
for 2G.
My flash
You
doesn't
talked
reach
about the
all of
economy.
this.
Yes, good for 2G, but also maintain quite
Yeah,
good for
it
M80.
is.
So they have another fighting chance of the op.
Yeah, Silence with knives.
Imagine Astra with this post plant. Yeah, it's the reason why people play Astra a lot.
Towards B, though.
Double line defensive setup. VCT and net making it look
Sage,
like old school.
it's one of the reasons I think Sage is actually like very viable on this map. That is really nice, bro. Dude, they just straight up sight hit every single round apart from against that eco after the timeout where they full pass the middle.
Silence doesn't quite lock down the knives. Paranoia comes through, and Nismo is going to do his balancing act on the outside of the map.
And that's why you're enjoying having an Omen in your composition too. These from the shadows, where it probably won't get hurt from any position that's been held on the defensive side. It allows for you to pinch so well.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, no risks taken here.
I think both teams will be happy with this half. 7 without 7 on attack with pistols, 5 without pistols. Pretty good for both teams.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this on top of that with how well 2G's been playing. I mean, if they get a pistol round, that's going to continue that momentum for them to close things out. But M80 has been having some good stellar pistol rounds on their side too since Abyss of the second map into this one of Icebox into this one now. Potentially
there's a lot of just
Abyss here in the
sight
second half.
hits into
But again, just to
after
reiterate what I was talking
B,
about
they
here
partially
on
played on
the,
site.
from the
A, they
shadows
just
of
played
the
off site
moment.
every single
the
time.
positioning you're playing on the defensive side, you almost have to play like Ivy on Tetris. You're playing towards heaven. You're trying to push up towards the lanes, or you're turtled up on a heaven and also towards bridge, just to make sure that you're not going to be pressured from one end, the forefront at the very beginning here, where the barriers that come up right away could already initiate and engage some initial fights. So nobody's going to hear the TP on the back end. That was nicely done there by Luis.
Patriot, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you. Welcome into Slug Club. Thank you for that.
Round. I just chuckled a bit because at first we had a little hello here to Sabrosa. This time we got a little hello to Shanks, of course.
You saw that too?
They're out there giving
big
it
hello. I mean, we're always praising the Sean Garys and also the Sliggies that's watch party, but it's nice to see here Sabrosa and Shanks also doing their part in the community and watching these games and supporting M80 potentially
nice. Everyone
here
gets a shout out for watching.
But 2G has something to say about this so far with the lead they've been holding on Abyss.
Yeah, they've been really clean. And I think, again, I've said this a couple of times so far on this event, but the most impressive part about the 2G story, outside of the fact that in a lot of ways, a lot of people said that they didn't even deserve to be here after their results in the actual stage finals of their region. They get here off of points, and it starts off hot.
Flame me more? What, on the broadcast? I mean, probably.
Matches, and then all of a sudden it starts to slow down. You have to match up versus an M80 squad on upper bracket finals round 1, and wouldn't you know it, they out game plan them. So I mean, it's just the progress this team has shown has been unbelievable, and they hold a small edge, but an edge nonetheless as they drop the sides into the pistol in the second half. So here we go. Sheriff in the mix here for Silence. Don't rule him out from being able to connect with that. Ghosts largely offered from the rest of the teams.
What the hell?
And M80's offense will play a
Alright, so we're here, right? 3-2.
Matt feeling things out at mids. Supplying some smoke support is Xander. But the one way over towards A will keep M80 away from finding any early entryway. So things will now have to move back.
Bit of pressure over
and
towards A into an instant group up B.
The waiting arms of Silence. How many can he find? Was miraculous in some ways with this weapon.
Oh, this is a good
during
knife.
the sunset play. There's the swing. Paranoia. Knife is out.
It doesn't change too much, and that's a lovely kill.
M80 find the first eliminations, and it's off to the
Are we
races.
really gonna get
Smoke
1-1
cover
pistol on
isn't
every
gonna
map?
provide too much.
Nice shot.
Almost had an angle, but Koala Noob equal to the task, and that's now gonna be a 5v2 post plant.
VCT still has drone.
No way. Ghost Sheriff here still
That's outrageous, isn't it?
2G, but this deep post plant is going to be difficult to get them out of. It has to start with 1 though. Pride's going to be the first one to check. And for M80, they are going to play the post plant smoke spam out towards this outer ledge.
Yeah, and this guy should
And why
just
shock dart also in play. Louis
Nice,
able to
nice.
find one, but that'll be about it. Pricey doing what he can, but Xander
Dude, I mean, he got a lot
Pricey
from the
win,
top
and
here.
it'll be
2
a
people
pistol
running at
win
him.
for M80. Looking for
I
the
think it's
anti-eco,
great for the
getting this thing
series
back to
that
level
every map
early.
is
What
1-1
M80's done
pistols.
a number of times
It's just the
before.
best when this happens.
No
So you
more
actually get to
critical
see like
spot
who's the true
than
best
doing
on the
it
map.
right here and getting this offense cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
Also hearing my teammate and co-commentator Vancilli has lost his internet, so you guys will be dealing with me till we
And
finally
the
get him
solo
back in.
cost is rough.
And the interesting thing, I think, just kind of looking at the M80 offense from what they did versus All Knights, you know, they didn't have much of a chance. They didn't really need to do too much.
Vancilli,
on the
yeah,
offense
dude,
after the
TMV
defensive
just DDoSed him because he
dominance
didn't
that
get a
they
shout
were
out.
able to showcase in that map number 5 as we get quick action for 2G trying to step aggressively through A. Knife is there, but it's late, and that's a good first blood. Zap trying to follow up, and ooh, does at least counteract, go 4v4, smoke down, and M80 are on the way, but Fragment's going to hold him at the front door for just a little while longer.
Nets just had a ghost, right? Sheriff?
Thank you so much for holding the fort here, Shift, but Airman is just going to try to hold back and flood back. Beautiful flash, though. That could do some damage against M80 in the Bulls plan.
Shot, man.
Nope, maybe not.
That was really impressive. I like that.
Just knows exactly where the hit's going to come from. Zap up top. Seeing if maybe he can find some timing. Wallet is low. Ahead is shown. Nismo there. Follow up. Pricey not going to work out. And Zap, well,
Good damage.
he's able to tally
Very
another,
good damage,
but doesn't look like much more
Few
will
guns
come. This
already.
Aldrone will hold him back a
Could
little
do
while
more.
longer. BCJ Nismo can also just wait to fire this, and the Aldrone will stare him down a little while longer. Shaw, the recon dart comes out. Should be a swing after this as soon as the next toggle.
Damn, bro, look at all this damage. Everyone,
Wow.
what a beast. He's playing so well. Doesn't get the rounds, but it's just incredible damage. Takes away 4 guns.
But for him to land that shot against Nismo, Nismo tried to get a timing off the flash to swing out, and he just held his crosshair. And as soon as he got partially flashed, because it didn't
No
look like
double
it really
swing,
went
bro. If
in
they
front of
double
his
swing and
face,
he
that
2
flash
taps them, they
way too
literally
high.
could lose the
But
rounds.
still
They
able
played
to
it right
connect here
still.
on beautiful shots, making it very expensive for M80 in their bonus round.
I
And
think
that's what you
M80
need
will
here
be
for
tempted
2G
to
side. When you
go
lost
for
the
an
pistol
orb
and you
for
lost
Koala
your
to
eco,
get it.
your gun round here is
Yeah,
going to
see,
be much
he only
more
has
fruitful.
a
I mean, look at
a
what you
shorty.
have here for M80.
Yeah,
The hero
yeah. And he's
rifle is
got
not
heavy
even to the
armor.
hands of net. Sorry, of Koala Noob, it's onto net. So right now
Looks like
for
2G
M80
kind
side,
of
they
on top
are
of this.
trying
They
to
do
focus
a
his orbs to get the
aggro
plates for
smoke.
Koala Noob. They
I think they wanted to try and defend it a little bit, or at least try and waste some time.
Give it up and
Yeah,
forfeit that position.
it pulled
And
out
that could
a
potentially
little bit of
be
YouTube
rather
from
a winning
M80 to
condition
clear
now
it.
for
Nismo
M80.
flashed 1.
Could be full armor as well for Koala Noob, so he's going to be pretty survivable, especially into the face of Eddie.
We're gonna keep an eye on Spike. He probably needs to save his
His knife, right?
Safely
yeah.
grab the orb, getting closer to the Hunter's Sphere before backing down. And we're down to 60 seconds here. Defense still holding very aggressively. Aldrin will make
This is great to get the Cypher to break.
Yeah, only the Cypher villains doesn't really give you much info.
He's often the lurker, so
And he broke it with a classic juice, even though he has a Vandal.
That's the most important thing, to let himself be known and
He was
shoot it
pretty
with
smart.
his classic instead of his Vandal
Damn.
too. So
You and
still the
Vancilli.
element of surprise available for M80, but there's 3 players of 2G in the back of the A site.
Love this position for
Nice bathing. I was gonna say, is he gonna absolutely send it into spawn? Oh, he's going for a play, man. Oh, he's really going for a play through the smoke as well. Wait, he didn't get that kill. At least got traded. Dude, Nets had a great round here.
Xander's able to put himself onto a Vandal.
The trip on spawn is so big.
Silence still has an outlaw, and the route he's taking will be absent of any rifles. Sander
Nice.
Reposition?
Whoa.
Whoa. Big.
Sander for
Big,
2,
big
and
bounce.
M80 pull off a 3.
Yeah, that's a
And it
bonus.
became once again net coming through after getting that kill.
feel like they
and
gotta,
giving the trade into the backstab of Koala Noob. Places
they
the
gotta-
trip towards the spawn so that Xander could just
they had a
fully
flash,
focus
right?
on watching AE heaven. So
Problem
yes,
is,
you
I don't think they
mentioned
had the
2
trip
versus 2
spawn, so
still
the trip
doable
spawn
for
was so
2G,
nice
but
when
because
they
you're
just
trying to
didn't
reach it
have
with
to
an
focus
outlaw,
spawn at all.
you
Can
kinda
full
wanted to
focus
have that
heaven.
swing to happen at the same time. But there was a little bit of a miscomm, it seems like, here, where
That's a
you were
giant
too
round, man. They
scared of a
had
swing
one
coming out from
gun
A main,
into it,
and
that's it.
Xander's able to
Obviously, they
isolate
managed to
2
pick up
easy
knives, but
1v1s, breaking the econ.
The only
Of
worry
2G. So everything
on
gets
spawn
reset
is
here
to
for
not be
M80
open for
their
someone to swing
advantage,
you
where they could
behind the
snowball
trip.
economy on their side here in the second half.
Luis
Yeah.
trying for a pixel peek with the sheriff.
And then there wasn't enough time for that, and the thing just
Of
got
the M80
broken.
attack. Down to
Yeah.
just a bullet worth of health, essentially, against all these Vandals.
Triples everything.
And M80 will just take the orb and get out of here. Now you've got Null Command at the ready. BCJ over towards B.
Okay, same thing. A little bit of pressure over towards A and then straight up group towards B.
Really help M80 gain some momentum here in this second half.
Net's staying with the group too, so not looking for any late lurks. He's just watching the camera for a
How
late
many the
push,
knife gets.
but wants to be with the rest of the team here to fight back towards the B main, where it's perfect. He'll have a 3 versus 1. Best thing Spikes could do is line up a couple of these sharing shots again.
Well, shots for Kuala-Noob, trying to catch the defense on the way out. Don't fully connect. Spike down to half HP. M80 will get the plant. And keep your eye on Luis.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe the Omen pushing behind, but he has no TP, so he can't go through the trip. He just has to break the trip, so they're going to know about it.
Towards the backside of B and says not interested.
Wait, and Xander goes for a flank as well.
Both Omens will be behind the trip, but Xander has a TP.
To happen from the front first before he can make this play from behind.
Well, he broke
Okay,
the
this
trip.
guy breaks the trip. And they're doing a lot of damage, but Xander should win the round. Like I said, Koala should win the round.
Luis, last one left. Timing of this flank has been missed. Dark cover is down, but he's gonna have to try to stick something.
Now that I see the plant, I'm kind of worried about Xander's
Because he would have been
flank.
super late for it.
Yeah, exactly. And Koala was 120 HP. Like if it goes down, it's worry.
Yes, you were mentioning here that they had to make some noise towards the
Okay,
front.
now we get the
But I
big
would've wished
Byrons.
him to just throw the blind ult before they actually activated towards Tetris, because that probably would have blinded a couple of players and make the kills a little bit easier for them to flood into the site. Although it still came down to the 3 players pushing through from Tetris.
There was a world. It was pretty close. You know that dual back sight, the first one that Koala took? That goes the other way, that's done. He just has no time to get there.
After all, because he broke
We'd have to run, the duel would take too long.
Exactly where he's at. So that's just unfortunate. That would have been an opportunity too. That
Envy stream is down because of lightning. Wait, really?
You hear the trip, but you won't pay attention to the trip being broken.
Fan City took him
That
back
could have
out.
been a nice win con there for 2G, but nonetheless, it's still a hemorrhaging that was stopped here into a thrifty potential of 2G that M80 is able to capitalize through. So that calls out now a tactical timeout for 2G. And for M80, Happy looks pretty relaxed on how the round and the map has been going in favor of M80 so far.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, this is another instance, though, where, again, those little moments you feel like in the long scheme of the timeline of the map, maybe the difference maker, because this has been just about as back and forth as any map that we've seen so far in the event. So when you deal with things like that quote-unquote, you know, bonus round.
Worry about his own internet day. It's just UK internet, man. I had it so many times out there.
The eco back your direction. That's a swing of 2-3 rounds that can be a major difference maker in a swing map of its own right. So yeah, this is an important follow-up here for 2G. Going back into the operator for silence. Hunter's Fury, neural touch at the ready. The same can be said though for
2-9
BCJ,
loss
and
bonus. They're going to be eco after this one as well. It'll still be. I mean, honestly, if they get a plan, they can maybe light buy it next.
I mean, is
light armor buy
getting
heavy.
ready to get grouped up with everybody pretty much if they want to go for this mid to A split.
I mean, Zap should.
It'll be fairly quick. But Zap's waiting just around the
Thank you for that.
Lots of damage, but cannot track onto the updrafted quality. Spikes. Little play off the ropes, avoids the Hunter Fury and finds one. Ismo dropping on forward. Neural Theft can be called into the mix, and M80 through the null command still being effective. Will work their way deep into sight and net, make sure there's no
convincing round.
over
I tell you what was really impressive though. It's like when people send it over towards Lotus. Like Hobbit,
and even if the value
when they
of the
send it
Hunter's
through the
Fury at
choke
the
point,
beginning
like
with
the
two
Jet
first
doing
pulses
this,
didn't
that
get
was
anything.
awesome by him.
It was
Because
Net's neural
it's such a
theft that
hard way to
actually
get
allowed
through.
for us to get
I think this
information
guy's
on
in at the
that
best
lineup
angle. You should
in
be
the back
like
of the
more
A
at
site and
an
give
off
value
angle
here
so you
for
can actually
quality
kind
to
of
get the entry.
like you want.
This continues to be a nice display of
As
execution
much
coming out from M80,
as
but
much as
overall,
Koala
to
did
look
great
back
to
into
dash
even
through,
before
this guy's
starting this
positioning
game,
doesn't
we were talking
really
a lot
make
about how
sense
Silence
because
has
they're
been
normal
very
wide
good
swinging you here
on
when you
this
kind of
map
want to just get him in
as
this
a Jet
corridor where they
against
can
all
only
of his
swing to a
teams that he's been
certain
playing
level.
against as a 2G player.
So
But
it
this
was
time
like
it's
it
really
was good from
cool to
M80, but I do feel like Zap messed up
positioning
positioning.
right now on this map, and he's been criticized so many times as
This duel a lot of the times, if you sit right, you get him when they're W and swing.
Icebox, where usually it's a Jet map, and then he's playing some
It was still
Yoru on other
awesome.
maps like
The dash
Heat
through
or
was still
even
great.
Ascent, but he's using a Yoru, and then you're thinking, oh, maybe he's just not comfortable with playing Jet anymore. And so many times he's been tweeting out, "Watch out, I'm going to be the best Jet there ever was in Valorant." And he wants to prove that right now on a Jet map like Abyss here, and he's showing it so far.
Yeah. Yep. And you know, I think the other side of this is not only has Quality kind of taken the reins, but
That's good.
silence has been a non-factor, and the operator has not hit like it had in a couple of rounds previously, a couple of maps previously when we've seen 2G find success in this map. It's just they've avoided the operator so darn well. So it's another part of, again, the utility usage on these executes. M80 has been solid to this point. Hunter Fury now out for the defense, fueling the threat, but Nismo opens the door with the first. Zap does push off one, finds the elimination. Quality still gets planted into a sneaky spot.
That's a gun delivered.
That's a gun.
Now means a rifle can get
Why the
collected.
auto
We'll
came
go
out.
3v3.
Luis will have a plant, and it's a for a spam plant. But on a good side here for 2G, you still have full utility on both.
Again,
Spike
VCT has
and
drawn.
Luis, and Smokes too. This would be hard for M80
Yeah,
to
every single
hold.
time. But this is because they use
They do
servo
have
to
an L
get on
drone
site, right?
though, in case things do get mixy. Paranoia is out, and they spam
Yeah, and he's
through
going
it.
to start droning now. Unless the nade's on his head.
Luis.
The nade's on his head stops the drone. Great flash. Oh, this is nice. You nade to make sure they have to go out into the open and you flash out.
Nat was one shot away and he missed everything.
Dude, who's
Net
missing
is
from their
coming out
chat?
with fire from yesterday
What even
to
was that?
today. They look so quiet in the first two maps versus All Knights, and suddenly you see Net starting to activate in the last two maps of the series, pulling through from M80 and now continuing to push forward as he stands up right now for the
Yeah,
Blacklight
straight up
replay.
giving it.
And he deserves it so far. This would
Oh.
be the second
Did he
time
break something
that
when he
Net
stood
would
up?
ascend into
I did see
partnership,
just a
and
random
the
chair
second
there.
time that he would get a trophy under the Ascension tournament, showing that he's still great value to any team and wants to prove to G2 that it was a mistake for G2 to drop him, to give that role over to Leaf in the Sentinel role, and that he wants to
Cheering.
come back in full
Just a
force
good
under
Valorant,
this
man. I
M80
don't mind who
banner
wins.
and to potentially create more ruckus into partnership.
He's been unbelievably good. Solo on the defense has been solid. His lurking has been really potent here on the offensive half to this point. He's already on to his ways again, just kind of working the B side of the map by himself, while the rest of his teammates are lurking down mid-library. Deep knife, deep smoke. It's going to get M80 a little bit further. And that means the defense has to respect
Yeah,
this.
but
You've
the
got
KO
Spike on
is
one side, the
kinda on top of
Aldro
this.
cutting through on the other, and they only see Xander, so Quality could stay here.
Kind of sitting in an off angle.
If he so chooses to. It just comes down
I don't think
to,
he's
will he draw
gonna
the
make
line
a
in the
play
sand
until
right here on
something
the corner
happens.
box.
Koala.
Someone will make some, yeah,
Spikes has
someone will make
sort of
noise
feeling as well.
somewhere.
And look at
Drone,
that, just
dart,
dashing
I
in,
don't
or
know.
sorry, not
He'll
dashing,
just
but
hold
pretty
it.
much
inserted
just
all
there
the way
for
back
once
towards
they
top middle
once they actually
for
start coming
Quality.
towards you, and
There's
then they
three
can
players
react.
that are
Yeah, now that
watching
he
spot.
got
They're
revealed
so
by the
weak here
knife,
on the B
he
side,
has to-
although walking right into
The bait
this
in for the
crossfire,
jet.
set up bait and
Oh,
switch
he
here.
didn't shoot the
Oh,
recon. Has to use the dash to
They
get
missed
out
the
of there.
recon, so Silence has
They're
to
still
dash
worried
away.
about that guy over towards middle
40
because I haven't
seconds
seen him
left.
yet.
Net has
And
only
then
just
so it's kind of like what they've been
scouted
doing the
out
whole
this
time,
site.
pressure over towards A, but this time we
He's
had
been able
pressure
to at
top
least
mid, so this
transmit that
rotate's
no
going
one's
to be a
shown
lot longer
themselves
as they
towards
clear
that
all of
B
this.
tower. But the spy
Good,
camp
cool
placement
round.
for 2G
30 seconds
is
left.
just sat here to say, come on in if you want to. We'll just keep playing for retake. Tools on the table. Null command at the ready. Neural set at the ready. Walnoob has knives if things get mixy. Plant will come through successfully.
Spikes planted.
Luis trying to scout things out. Will play
Big Jill.
around the back
Ooh,
of
what a
this, and he
Jill.
gets the first, trying to teleport away.
Hey, Omenal onto Omenal.
Extra lease on life, and
What is
makes
going
sure
on
that
there?
the
How much
Xander
can
chases
Koala
him
get
down.
on
Teleport,
site?
teleport.
Nothing.
Now from the front, Spikes gets the retake
Gone.
on the way. Oh, the shots
Gone.
from Zap.
Zap is doing great,
Find
man.
a clean retake, survive with 3, and get us back to within the same number.
And I was just about to mention where, yes, come into the site and plant because we'll play the retake, but they haven't been always the cleanest one there for 2G. And it came down to a lot of vaults that had to be used here, at least from the shadows, or at least a neural theft to get the information on the last few players remaining, and the null man on top of that.
M80 would
to
still be
just
here for
engage,
Nitro stage.
initiate,
I
and
honestly didn't watch
retake
enough of
and
tier 2.
defuse
I didn't
the
really watch
spike
them when
towards the
Nitro
end.
was in, so I don't know,
That
man.
is a lot that was expended on the
From what
side of
other
the
people
2G
said, it
camp when
sounded
they're
like they
behind
got
by
that it was
3,
an
and
upgrade,
M80
so.
only needs 2 rounds to close out this map. And you're looking at what
I
you
think
really
we
have
would
to try to
not be
cycle
here
off
because
in the next couple of rounds. Not too
Nitro
much
was
outside
kind
of
of
this late
stuck
form.
in an old mindset
Still an
of
important
trying to
round here,
play
though, for 2G.
the
You've got a
Valorant
couple
that he
of
was
players on
playing
both teams that
2020
are
Yeah.
when the
dealing
game
with some heavy
first came
pockets
out,
at the
but
moment. Lots of
that
cash for
mentality doesn't
Xander.
work anymore.
Pretty good for
Yeah.
Walnoob as
Done.
well. Other side, you've got Zap.
Hard to be out of
Luis,
this game
both
for a long
very
time.
healthy. Prize right
I say a
there.
long time. It was like 6
It's a very
months, but
important round, especially for 2G, and they try to get aggressive. Nismo doesn't take a lick of damage. But the presence through A main now either says for M80, you pause, try to re-clear it.
The first
or
comp
you just have to
M80
snag and go
brought
B or
out
go for the
after
line. Here comes
dropping
the play.
him was the
That would've been a
triple
spike
sentinel.
too if they actually got the
Oh,
kill
really?
there onto Nismo, so thank God he survives.
They didn't see this guy, right?
Pushing down into this B site as Pricey falls.
Jet is so good for
Luis
hitting
through
B
the
site.
cyber traps now into the dark
Jet
cover.
really makes the
He's still
fast
on
Bs
the site. They
doable.
know he's here somewhere. The knife is able to at least reveal him in
Massive
some
kill.
regard, and
The round
doesn't
secured.
make good on the surprise play. No Trojan horse here. So now it's just
It
the
seems I haven't
2v4.
spoken to him since he
Operator
came
has
to
been
stream
collected
last.
by Koala
I should
New.
reach out again.
That is an issue. And again, remember, the credits are not great for 2G right now.
Nope.
So maybe Silence gives this a look, and yeah, that'll be all he does. Backing away, they're going to try to play for OT.
They have to. At this point, Silence Rifle could be dropped to somebody else. They could use a Blade Storm. I heard Blade Storm's being utilized at the beginning of this round, but
That's
wasn't too
Koala.
sure if it's Koala or Silence. So yeah, Koala to activate in the rest of the site here with the team towards the B site. So there is still some fighting chance now for 2G going into the next round, saving these two weapons. But overall here again, count your lucky stars here for Nismo, because that's not going to happen a lot.
Interesting how much the difference is between saving in Valorant, saving in CS.
When he was pushing
Yeah,
out towards the A main.
people
But this
save
is
more in
one
CS, right?
important thing. Looking at how 2G's playing the defensive side, we've been always
Yeah,
praising
it's so
once
doable
again
because of the
Silence on
util.
defensive rounds, but you've mentioned it, Shift. They needed to get the op early on the defensive side for him to get the most value on how he's been playing this site, this map of Abyss here for 2G, and they've done such a good job.
Cowards.
to
I mean,
crush
it
that
makes
and
sense
not
in
give
that
a
game a
chance
lot of the
here
time.
for 2G to activate with an op. So very
Yeah,
well
I kind of
played
left when the
for
J
M80
meta
so
of
far to
saving
keep that economy low
started happening.
over on the side of their opponents.
That was
I
like
don't
my
even know
last
if
event.
Silence has tallied a single op kill.
Major was that?
And whoa, hold on a second. How about this? Op will be carried into the next
Ballard,
round.
alright.
Nismo's
Ballin.
going to hold it. So that's a little bit of a flex pickup as 2G
All
will
right, 4
set up
chances.
very aggressively
Four
in
chances.
towards B main. Luis, the player holding on to double stack box. Spike, the one trying to play contact for him. The knife does not reveal anything, and that will call onto the A defense to stay a little
the
more
opposite
alert,
this
knowing
time.
there's no immediate threat
Switching
towards
guns
B.
for the pick.
Orb collected for BCJ. One away from the Hunter's Fury now, I believe.
Make that
Unless
two.
that was
Yeah.
Nismo who grabbed that?
Yeah, BCJ is still 2 away right here. So that said, I still find it interesting that we still kept the Vandal for Silence, not go for the Blade Storm. So players are actually weak in terms of armor for one of the for the players actually, instead of having the most chances on your side to go for full shields on one end, because you are facing against the map point of M80.
Well, they know the operator's on the field now.
Yeah, and honestly, they
Shot
should be
comes
happy
through.
with that again, because
And
they
now everyone's
created
gonna go back over towards
question mark
Luis's
over towards
direction.
A.
Oh boy.
And they know
Yeah.
that the only thing to clear it is a recon, and they'll get info on
Hey,
that.
somehow we're connected.
Oh my goodness!
And they are just on top of that,
What?
thinking that something might change
No
here.
way. Some Spidey sense is tingling. Spikes also drops. That's the null command to get the site, and now
That
it's
should
just
be it,
down to
man.
5v3. Silence has
Unless
to
this
pop
Jet's
out
got
the
something
fades.
mad in him.
Oh, mercy. 2G in trouble. Can Silence provide a spark? First knife goes wide. Xander tries to
What a
take the
shutdown.
battle. Get out of his way. Trade is out, but the numbers are still so good for M80, including the operator still in the
That'll
hands
do
of
it,
Koala
man.
New.
How many
Just
how
down
many
the tap,
times
he's
BCJ
been
gonna have
revealed.
his drone for post plant
And
on
it's one
B
of those
man?
good luck
Yeah,
games
yeah,
for
That would
every
be
single
crazy.
time, yeah.
M80.
But they
They're
every
gonna
single
take
time
a
it made
2-1
sense, right? They got the
series
kills
count
early, or they had an
as
ult to get over
Koala
towards
New
site.
puts the nail in the
Yeah,
coffin.
it's
What a
crazy
match.
good too, because the area is so open, so the drum sees a lot of stuff.
Yeah, when you late to it.
So far for 2G.
They,
Remember, they are
well, we
also
said
a
double
team
maps
that
when
hasn't
Nismo's
been
on KO.
a BO5, but they are able to
I
keep
think
this
you
competitive
have
against
a
the
huge point there.
for a
Kick
team
denied.
on that side that
I mean,
emerges victorious.
the numbers
A team
back
that
it up.
has never
That's
really
all I'm
shown
saying.
their best before this year and pulls out a pretty standard comp. They're still playing it to perfection, right? It comes down to a composition.
Oh, I'll
that's
check
known
that
for
now,
how,
Luigi, on the
G2
break.
also runs it, or how
Let
other
me-
teams currently run it.
let me get it
So I
open.
mentioned an ascent the style of composition. So it comes down to just hitting your shots and winning your fights, and M80 did just that.
And now
They're one map
things
away.
get interesting. M80 find themselves up in the series, and with our final 2 maps possibly still to come, we have kind of a weird situation.
And we get our
where
second
2G
best
hasn't
map
played
on
one of
the
them,
season,
and M80
which
hasn't
is
played
Haven.
the other. So a bit of mystery
true.
as we head into map
See, I'm a
number
bit worried
4.
about
I'm sure our
Haven.
desk is gonna
I
be
know we look
speculating like
bad
crazy.
yesterday, but
Don't
like
go
I
one
always
more map
have
of
to
Ascension
point out
before we
that
send
2G
another team
haven't
to
played
VCT.
Haven the
We'll be back to
entire
talk
year.
about it in the
It's
back
their
side of the
permaban.
Yeah, but for them not to ban it,
Yeah, and
that
they
doesn't make you scared a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, because they showed a great ante before in this tournament. So there's that. And my guy Spikes in, I believe he'll be on Neon too.
Yeah. Okay, I will be back in a little bit, chat.
Imagine that, mate. Just imagine. That would be a dream come true, no? But I'm not. I don't think I'm tall enough to be a assistant coach. They're getting rid of short people. What's up, Edge? Chat. My cat came to pay me a visit. Now he's sitting on my lap. I can try and post a picture. I'm taller than Minnie, and so I guess I have a chance. I'm not that short. I'm average. Yeah, I'm looking at it, Luigi. I'm just doing it on my phone because yeah, it's easier. Yeah, you can do it. If anything, if you want to come to my chat and send a link in there. I have no idea, David. How is that? I don't have a camera, Nolan. I really don't have a camera. But next year, I'd rather M80 win champs, because if Brazil faces Germany next year, it will be just I don't know how it's called. It won't be one World Cup, because World Cup is 2 years from now. I can do that, Edge. I have no idea how to set that up, bro. Fios, we wouldn't qualify if it wasn't this new World Cup if this new World Cup format didn't give our region, like, I think it's 7 spots. We are shit right now. I agree with that. I can't like deny. But 7 spots for our region is crazy, bro. It's insanely crazy. We have 10 teams and we have 7 spots.
Yesterday was the first time that we've gotten to see their Abyss, and it was a strong showing, but we really only got to see a lot of their defense. So questions once we got to the side swap, and it was answered, Jen. Their attack side's pretty strong. It'll be great way to be closing out.
Yeah, now that both teams are settling in,
We are
ooh,
cooked,
we are
bro.
getting
I know
a
we are
very
cooked.
competitive series now. It started
Bolivia
really
won their
scrappy in
first
the
match at
beginning,
home
actually,
in
with TG
at
being
home,
more
no,
cognizant of
away
M80's aggro,
in more than
right
30
off the rip. They're
years. Like I
swinging
think
at 'em.
this
And this was a
this
style
last.
that M80 carried through from their
I
Icebox
have no
defense. And
idea.
I think 2G responded accordingly, just being more vigilant, you know, pre-aiming.
Hi
and
Mark,
just
I'm streaming.
waiting
Yeah,
for that
I
aggro
couldn't
push.
stream like
But when
the
M80 were on
previous
attack, they
games
just knew how to play off of their own smokes.
because
And even
it was
Koala
a
will
weekday
updraft
and the
above
matches.
them, play vertically, so there was just so many
Which matches?
angles of
The match
attack
starts
that made it
at 4
too much to
p.m. and I'm
handle,
still at
despite
work.
2G being such a good
But
team in this
I can't
chaos
today because
mode,
it's
it was very overwhelming to go up against M80 in these
weekend.
close quarter sites.
I mean, now we know for sure how Abyss is going to go down. And for 2G, I'm sure that's a devastating blow in this series as well. This is a 2G that was able to start the series off hot, but looking at some of the shots, looking at the confidence, and an M80 that was not leaving any stone unturned there, even like that spam kill through the box right at the end. A little bit of a tough way to be finding their footing for a series that otherwise started off quite strong here, Wyatt.
Yeah, definitely. Before getting into this, I was talking about not really knowing where to place M80's Abyss because we only had seen it one time, and it was excellent. Quality was going crazy. Is that always going to be what they're doing on Abyss? Evidently, this looks like one of their best maps. They've just never played it until the past 2 days, but that's a pretty good time to reveal that the new map that you've never played before is actually seemingly one of the best in your pool because they've just beaten 2 of the top 3 teams on it now, back to back. That is just so sick from them. Every first kill they had, they capitalized off of, and I mean, if you're looking at the scoreboard, you can just see the impact from multiple players on their team. Was
yeah,
really
Luigi, the
impressed
link
by
works.
Ness Cypher play here. Xander had his moments as well, but obviously, you can see the MVP. That man stole the show.
Yeah, and Zap carries that performance also from Icebox of being an MVP there. This is the guy where you gotta be on the edge of your seat when he's in a 1v3. He's converting a lot of these multi-kills, and he has a very
I
important
support
job
Loud
versus
in
Sova to
tier
control
1,
mid, get that
and
initial
I don't
information
really
off
have
the
a
rip.
tier
So
2 team,
Zap
but I really like
continues to
those
really have an
2G
impact
guys.
for 2G.
Unfortunately, just not.
I have
enough
a
points
player.
to
There's
get
a
anywhere
player
close to
from
closing out this series with
from
what M80 was
Brazil tier
delivering
2
on
that I
the other
really
end.
like
We
him.
highlighted Net from that press
He used to
map.
play
Net
for Red
also a standout
Canids.
performance in this one, but someone who we wanted to
Cortesia is
talk
his
about a
name.
little bit more,
He's a
we
controller
highlighted
main.
it before we got into the map. Whatever Jet was going to show up
Monkey
was
Caesar with the tier
probably
1.
going
Thank
to
you so much,
steal
man.
the show. And from
Appreciate the 7
Koala
months, bro.
Well, it's going to be him to steal the title. It's getting the win, and also, I mean, coming out here, Koala Noob again and again. I feel like we had the frag package yesterday after he popped off. And Jen, we're going right back to that.
And the casters pointed it out of just, we don't see Koala Noob on Jet as much as your regular duelist, but he is starting to reach that peak today. Going up against Silence to make him look silent is a feat in itself. And Koala Noob needed to be that entry guy, needed to be active and mobile and confident.
Have they ever been to
we didn't see
Malta?
at the start
I
of the
don't think
series
so.
yesterday, but now that his team is settling in, this is the same
I'm pretty
good-looking
sure I
Abyss
haven't.
from M80 that got brought out today.
And with that now, it's going to be M80 that are up 2 maps in this series. And 4th one coming up for Haven.
There's
and
a lot of
we talked about
gamers
some
that
of
live
the
there, though.
implications of Bind earlier on, but we never got into the intricacies of this map number 4, Haven. We talked about this Bind that we haven't seen on the opposing end. Well, Haven, we have not seen it from 2G. Since this has been in the pool for them, they have first banned it 5 times, second banned it once. The only time they've ever floated it was their last series up against M80, and they never had to go there. They closed it out in 2. Now, Wyatt, this is their life on the line, a map we've never seen from them.
Timber won't
And
get
I could
used.
expect them to play
maybe we'll
one
get used
or
on
other
Pearl.
of the 2 relevant meta
Maybe we'll get
comps,
used on
either the
Pearl, and then maybe
standard
that will spread
Jet
to other
Breach
maps
Silva
once
comp, which
once
is what
people are like,
M80 opt for,
what up? An
or
agent that can't be
the
traded?
Neon comp with Spike.
That's
They've
pretty
got
good.
2 different options. I mean, frankly, if you're wanting 2 games
Yeah,
to win
I think
right
we
now,
might see a
I would
little bit more
kinda
Chamber.
hope that they're going to have Spike play Neon and get
I
Silence.
think
over on
Bind's
the
Chamber is
Cypher,
pretty
because his
legit
Jet
still.
is just not
Bind Chamber?
up to scratch right now. Heading into this
Does the new
series,
TP allow you to do
interestingly
much
enough,
more? I
Silence
haven't,
and
honestly, I haven't
Koala
really
were the 2
explored
highest
too
rated
much.
Jets in the
I
tournament.
look briefly
Silence
at
is
like
number 1 with
Split, there's some
257
cooler
ACS,
stuff that
and
you
Koala
can
was number 2
do
with
now, but I still wouldn't
256.
use it over any of the
Literally 1
others.
ACS point off. But today,
Bind,
it doesn't
you
feel
can
like
go
a
down
contest
long, right?
at
You
all.
can be a TP
Koala
down
is
long.
just
Yeah,
straight
you
up
can.
playing
You can.
better. So I kind
Like
of
the
hope they
angle
bring out
down
the
long
neon
B,
comp.
yeah. That's actually pretty big.
That be the solution to their woes on, you know, the prior 2 maps.
Yeah, I think that's what
Miss
M80
Split?
really
I mean,
struggle with is
coming
neon,
back soon, dude.
because M80 have only
One
one
month.
non-neon map so far. So it's like 2G, could they bring back out the neon, really give M80 a run for their money, match that fire with fire, the aggro with aggro, maybe get M80 to settle a bit, because now that you're on a 3-site map, you're going to have a defense from M80 or just from both sides that are going to be stretched more thin. So that's where this neon can really run things over. So I hope to see the 2G neon.
Especially to the only loss that M80 have had on Haven for Ascension
Using
so far
Ison? Nah,
was
it's still really nice when
yesterday.
you drive around.
Dude, this neon that was running around, zapping them in the behind. So going into today, knowing that there's a very proficient neon user server, that would be a great adaptation. A difference going into Haven
Right,
this
Fio,
time
take it
around
easy,
as
man.
well. M80, this isn't the first map of the series
Bye,
anymore.
Fio.
They have warmed
Thank you so
up.
much,
They're
man.
a
See you
team
in a
that's
bit.
been known to take that momentum. They normally have these slow starts, and that's what we saw yesterday on that Haven. Now it's map 4 of the series, an opportunity to be closing this out. Wyatt, there is so much to be said here, and the fact that this agent's like can determine everything. Oh my goodness.
Coffee at 10 p.m.
Yeah,
Bro, I don't have
look,
coffee at
M80, they
any
can
time. I
taste
just don't like the
victory. They are
taste.
so close.
Look
to
at him,
doing what
chat.
They couldn't last year, winning the Ascension Finals, making it into the Partnership League. They are 1 map away. And you can really tell that between yesterday and today, they really have put an emphasis, whether that be from IGLing all the players together, the coaching staff, probably all of them, on their mentality in this game. They look fired up,
Drink water, man.
passionate,
I drink lots
and
of
they just
water.
weren't that yesterday, and that was their downfall in the first 2 maps. But man, what a different team.
Yeah, I think that 2G can just fall back to their Sunset comp. The Breach, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Sova, like go back to the comfort picks.
Yeah,
and
Sims,
you
that's
can-
me and my
even if
cat.
you don't have this wealth of strategy,
One of
2G
my cats.
can also just react to
How many cats you
M80
got?
and just punish what M80's
I have 2.
strat book
This is the
'cause
younger
M80
one.
has
I have
shown
like a
those faults on Haven
13-year-old
yesterday,
one,
despite
and
it
this
being
one is
map
2.
1 and them
So
quote, forgetting how to
the
play
older
the
one
game.
doesn't like
This is not
people
gonna
too
be
much.
the
He
same
chills
Haven
on
out
his
of M80,
place.
At least I hope so, or we're gonna be in for a long day.
This
But
one is
this
sociable.
a chance for 2G to fire back when their cards are not revealed. We don't know how practiced they
I
are.
watched
They
it
go to the
blob
map
because
for a reason.
the signatures won't run off because
They
it was
certainly
made
did,
with
but from 2G, they
it's
started
a
turning heads and
specific
having
ban
people talk
for
about them from the
writing
prep,
on
how they
tissue.
were able to counter in the first
They
place. Some
don't
of the prep done beforehand. Some,
right
of
now.
course, the calling from Zap in the servers.
Off
Zap
topic,
has
have I
been
played
showing
Deadlock?
up
Yeah.
today when you're looking at
Fun
the
game.
kills department.
I like it a lot.
The rest
It's really
of the
cool.
team, I feel like after that first map, we
It was-
haven't
it
gotten
was
to see
very
that same
addicting at the beginning.
unbridled confidence
I've not that I've
we've
gone
known
off it
to
a little
love
bit,
and
but
see
like,
from this team. And I think that's a confidence we need to go back to.
I just don't play it
for
as much
this
anymore,
Haven.
but it
They
is
were
really,
able
really
to
fun.
so aggressively in the past take these first peaks, win them out. Let's see that version of the team.
can
as
see
we head
why
into the
people are,
Black Light
like,
Agent Select. Is it the
putting
Jet,
a lot of time
or is
into
it
it.
going to be the Neon? The duelist choice is going to be huge in this, and it's it's crazy.
Okay, and no one,
Oh, they
no one
Fnatic
expected
comp.
that.
Duelist, let's go.
Oh, they Fnatic comp.
Okay.
Have M80 watched
Well,
enough of Fnatic
yeah, I'm
comp?
going to go ahead and say that.
Gotta stop them from getting the
I
orbs.
didn't expect
This is an
that.
undefeated comp, is it not?
Anyone here expect that?
Yeah, you
They're
two
bringing-
duelists on duelists.
They're bringing in the Fnatic comp.
I think
out of
they-
nowhere. I mean,
M80 should be
listen,
fine
I'm not mad at
against
trying to get
this
silent
because
spike to just go run around
there
and
was
shoot
a
everybody.
team in tier 2
That's-
playing
that's a
Yoru,
curveball
Jet,
for me. That's certainly a
Astra,
curveball for
Deadlock,
M80.
Sova.
Those guys just have to start hitting.
Okay.
That's what it comes down to. They have to start hitting individually.
I think that's the strat. That's how 2Game ended up winning over all nights before. It just came down
I mean,
to
it's a
just
strong comp.
shooting fest.
The
when
thing that
it
is
was all
scary
chaos
is
and no one knew where anything was.
These two
It
double
was about
duelists
those
is pretty
duelists,
cool.
and
They're
now you
really
got
good.
two of them for 2Game.
Really, really good players.
We've talked so much about this double duelist. We've had so much praise. Now we get to see it come to light in the most unconventional of way in the deciding map for 2G. It could be elimination here if they can't pull this out. We'll have to see what they can bring to this Haven. Time back for Vansilius and Chip to
Strong
take you
because of
through.
Alpha.
Couldn't have said it better
I'm
ourselves.
down
There,
to
Desmond, in
agree with that
particular,
as well.
why it really kind of starts the
Some of the stuff is
conversation
still
in the
pretty
right
good.
spot.
Like the A
Silence
main
and
defense
Spike
is actually
have
still pretty
not been
legit.
the same that we've seen them over the course of the last couple of days. Now you're running double duelists. There's no more
I agree that a lot
excuses.
is
You gotta
on
show up
the
here when it
ISO
matters
performing.
most.
For sure.
You definitely got to show up.
Vate 44
showing up
with the prime.
brand
Thank
new
you
comp,
with the
this
7
is
months, dude.
untested now for 2G. They've been
See here,
studying
man.
the
Thank you
tape
for
of
that.
Fnatic, and let's see if they can
Okay,
get anything
potentially
done here
the
with
last
those
map,
two
M80
at the helm.
2-1,
Spike
starting on
and
defense,
Silence also
2G on attack.
back on the line where M80, if they win this map, it's over for the run for 2G. And 2G, you want to start things
Decoy
off now
trips
on
the
on
alarm
attack
ball, we
side,
break the
into B
turret,
side.
double smokes as the
Activating
recon
shield
clears,
already.
we've got
The
nothing to
doubles
stop
have to
the
come through,
plant, and
and
we
the
have the
first
lurk
blood,
in
first blood.
garage, he then
Quality
TP's
trying
back
to
to
chase it
spawn.
down,
This is a
not gonna
nice
be able to get there
pistol.
because the gate crash has already sent Spike all the way deep in towards his spawn again.
Wow,
And
this is
Prizey is
awesome.
just gonna not allow any sort of a flank through grass. Paranoia cuts across the B side as M80 find their entrance back on in. Zap holding from one side.
Give me a
Silence the
countdown
other.
next round, please.
Tags are in. Xander's
Yeah.
right click. Formidable to say the least. Off the reload. Able to find the elimination. But BCJ and Xander have to do this all themselves in the 2v3. BCJ trying to hold. Here comes the bodyguard from Xander, but it's only so much. And
Very
Spikes will make
nicely
sure
done. This was a cool
no
pistol. They
further
had so
diffuse
much
to
going
come
on at the
through.
same time. It was a
And there
really
you
nice
go.
burst.
2G with the opening pistol.
This could have been a dangerous post plant
25,
because it
24,
wasn't really planted to a spot
23,
where
22,
you could just spam
Yeah, that's
the word.
perfect.
It was a
20.
whole half of a sphere that could be diffused here, so BCJ could have been wherever he could have been to survive the spams that would come across. But thankfully here, they still had the power of numbers. They also still isolated that last player that was trying to help him out, which was Xander here on that B site.
100 feet
They're able to
version of the
score
comp on
first here for this
13-7
two-game,
against Sen, even with cryo bomb
composition in this team,
fragging on
and
the ISO.
Quite an interesting
Hey,
one here.
maybe
This
not as
has
much onto
been
the ISO.
a permaban for 2G as well. We haven't
Maybe
seen
the
this
comp
all
hasn't
year.
lost.
They've never played it in the Brazilian side.
Jed
So
is on a
there's no
boat
tape.
with the 15 months. Thank you so much
Now,
for the prime.
hopefully,
Thank you,
M80
thank
has
you.
been studying the Fnatic composition too.
Yeah.
They could be ready for this. Looking to be ready at least for the second round. 4 players up on the A side.
Well, there we go again. Double tap out.
Triple
Decoy
short
goes
hold with the
first.
guy
It's just
spawn. They got a good
so
crossfire
hard to deal
still.
with initial hit. Step
Yeah,
on forward,
but
Silence, able to get the reset.
ISO shield.
BCJ just outside the dark cover. Koala Noob holding with him is 2G. Not able to plant, at least not as of yet. Nismo
I like
with his
the
shoulder. At least able to
I
see
like the side
something.
smoke actually.
Flashes out, but the trigger disappointing.
That's a nice way to do it, man. That was really, really crispy.
It's a black light flawless for
Use
Duty.
with the prime
Yeah,
also.
if anything,
Thank
the
you so
grid
much
shot
for that,
was
man. Welcome into the
98%
Slug Club.
accuracy,
Thank you for
'cause
doing that, dude.
It almost got nervous there where he would miss the
Sentinels
first shot.
is a bad
and then
Haven
sometimes
team.
like, oh, crap, I'm not getting all my
They
kills,
definitely
so
got better
this
throughout
could be
the year.
dangerous. But it also shows a lot
give 'em
here
that.
into how 2G's currently
I don't think it was one of their best,
facing
though.
the
I kind of agree
adversity
with you.
potentially ending their run if they
But it
lose
did
this
get
map
better as the year
against
progressed.
M80. The fact that he's able to still capitalize and reset and get these 3 kills, the fact that these guys have never played a BO5 and come out with this composition and are able to convert a pistol round and also win the anti-eco, it shows how much
How's the
grit
bonus
this team
looking?
has
Bonus is
right
looking
now
great.
as a team.
3 rifles, double Spectre.
Oh, it's a bonus that will feature 2 Vandals, a Guardian, 2 Spectres, and Spikes is already getting aggressive.
And we might be good for a bonus here as well. Load the pressure over towards A. Giant question mark because we 5-person, sorry, 4-person send it up towards C. Holy hell, they're all over them. That first kill has completely wrecked them.
M80 are thrown for a loop. They went through all their smokes towards that side. There's no more smokes towards the front of the C site either for Xander. But thankfully, Net was holding here towards that ceiling, so nobody on the attack could push forward for 2G.
Would it ever do analytical and casting similar to Still? I think it just works better as a watch party. Like, I'm not hype enough for casting.
Well, holds back this M80 retake. Try to change up the angle. Xander's
And I wouldn't want to
gonna
force
over
it.
towards the plateau. Silence all right there with Zap. Just sprays down. Trades are decent. M80 trying to fight from the high ground. Have to fight this position that long. You also have a cut across the map as Prize is going to try to work his way in through Garage, and there will be no further elements of this retake for M80, and even beyond that, Xander will not be able
Plus
to
it's
save a
just
weapon.
hard
The
in
bonus
general
is
as well.
good in 2G.
That was a great round. Great round from them. Really loved it.
Jinx
I
it
mean,
here for 2G, but it's
they
looking
completely
to
owned
be
the minimap game-wise.
a very strong showing for them to push this to a map 5. Because again,
that's
M80
the power
thrown
of the
on a loop.
Yoru, right?
One single push forward, taking
Yeah,
down
pretty much.
BCJ. That's trying
One
to do the
TP
recon
too.
solo play towards the A side,
Fold them.
swings towards the sewers and gets caught. And not
More of a
only
shocked
that,
but calm
the
kind of
fact they
guy.
tried to
Yeah, that's a
flood
good way to sum it
retake
up.
and it gets countered
Dude,
by
I've just watched too
a
many
flash
games,
from
man. That's
Spike
what
and
it
a
is.
recon
It's hard
for
for me
Zap
to get, like,
all the players
crazy
blinded and
eyes.
hit by a ping. M80 does not look ready to play against this comp, so Xander has to be on point on how he reads this play, and also for the coaching staff to watch it round by round to try to come back in this game.
Smoke, recon ball through long, double
Whoa.
stack for M80. Fallen
Really?
aggressive right up through sewer, but he misses the window. Xander also could have had to be pushed off, and Earl Theft going to force him back into sight where the hit is already underway.
Yeah, the
Sheriff in hand for him. Decoy just goes a bit
the
awry, and,
default cage that they're doing here really own them.
Flawless for 2G.
And this is where you're playing against the lower buys of your opponents, where you could snowball
Too old
so
to get
much
hyped as well,
around
Tam.
the ISO. And
Thank you for
this
that.
is such an important ult
Still
to
though,
bring now with
surely,
the kill contract
surely that
going
goes
into
for
the
him
next
as well.
round, where you have a gun round available here for M80, and you're already seeing him looking at each other, trying to figure out
that's a
how
nice
to play
early
against it.
timeout.
And already
I say
we have the
early, it's
timeout
pretty
coming
much
out
on
from
cue.
M80, just to at least calm the snowballing effect that two game are
Favorite map
doing
to
here
watch?
on
I always
the
prefer
attack side.
Haven, man. I
But
think
now again,
Haven's just the
trying to
best
figure
map in
things
this
out.
game.
How do you play around here? This double duelist pulled out by 2Game.
And this is the important
Is it
part,
like
and
being
I'm glad
over
you brought
20?
this
Bro,
up,
that was a long
because
time
this may
ago.
seem premature,
I mean, I know I
think,
still
in
am
the
over
larger
20, but
scheme of when a timeout gets
I mean, you'll
called,
find out
but
soon enough.
This is an important moment. You've seen now a couple of, you saw the bonus, you saw a full gun round, and Happy needs to make a call of, hey guys, remember, this is what this comp does best.
How many
This is how
total
we
viewers do I
best
have right now?
counter it with what
I'm
we
not sure,
have on
dude.
the
I
table.
never really look
You
at my
have to be
viewers.
able to
I
give
don't
them the game
really...
plan now, because you weren't able to prep this map
I'm not really
at all
about
for what 2Game
that
are going to do. You have a
to like
mind in
change
terms of what
anything.
you want to do.
I think that's
Obviously,
like
it's your
not
pick,
a good,
but it's one of those
good way
situations
of
that
doing this
you
stuff,
don't know
because then you
what
get
you're
like
playing
2
against.
viewer
You don't
based.
really get to play a counter strat until you start to see what 2Game are doing. 4 rounds in, now you've got an idea in terms of what 2Game wants to do, and M80 can really start to establish what their identity in this map is going to look like.
Yeah, and the thing too is how do you nullify Spike's map control that he's currently taking by himself here for the team for 2Game, because this is something that's not unorthodox here. Kolanu plays this agent as well. He's also
okay,
able
ISO
to
ult,
create
pretty
a
hard
lot
to
of
lose
these
around with the
fakes and
ISO
TP
ult,
out
not
and
gonna
then
lie.
just
It is
throw their
a
opponents into
crazy
a
strong
false
ult.
rotate.
Drone
So
into
that
ISO
said,
ult
the
into rush the
will stop
site.
that pace. There's a lot of things happening towards the
Oi,
C site
we
already, though.
dodged the
Xander's able
ult
to
though,
avoid.
that's pretty
I
nice.
really like what he
Great
tried
start
to
of
do.
these for M80.
BCJ,
He knows if he gets the controller to the drone stalls Xander, right?
Yeah,
If he gets the controller and gets the kill, it's pretty much a done round with a C plant.
I mean, I think they're just getting the first person they see here, honestly. Everything's got...
How do you deal with a double
Yeah,
block
that makes
sense.
down these long choke points?
Yep.
And unless you can
Oh, he
find
just
out
barely
like
got
Fault
off
Line
of
and
it.
Oh no,
Roy,
Xander
it
did great
feels
to
like
get
it's
out of
free
here.
entry. This time Xander just steps up, finds
As
a
soon
kill,
as he hears
shuts
that,
down the
well,
play.
he kind of
If
knows
anything,
as soon as
the
the
first thing was
drone's
step
here, but
away
as soon as he
from
hears
the
the
ult that prevents him from
shield
getting
pop
all
as
these
well,
kills
you know
after, 'cause
100%.
this would have been a different
Heart
story
Attack
as well
Jack
if
with
he
the
got
Prime,
caught by
thank you
that.
so
Now
much,
it's
man. Appreciate the
that's
11
C-site
months.
open.
Thank you,
That's
thank you.
contingency, as you mentioned before, that gets so much value because there was no defenders on the side of M80 holding up towards the garage. And that's the other thing too. On the other side of the attack though for 2G, they never really went into any garage control for the split into the C site. So there wasn't really any big ways to really attack Xander. With him dancing out of the garage, at least there in the mid-round, Pricey gets that kill and an opportunity here for 2G
Imagine they steal
to turn
this
it around
somehow.
on a pulse plan.
They need to worry about what happens over towards garage. Fault line will come through first, trying to get the isolation over to Luis. He's trying to get the teleport out and go all in and out of the dark cover.
Switch positions.
Yeah.
To keep Luis occupied. But keep in mind,
He had the omen bug. You know when you're like in the side of the smoke and it like fades, but then you still get it hits you. You couldn't fully see him. Whoa, that was close though, man. That was real close.
Oh my
On
god.
the board.
Oh, that was
Does
so close
Koala
there for 2G
like
because
throw
that
the op
TP
to
coming in from
use his
Luis
knives on
was
this one?
actually
It's a
quite
weird one. The
sick,
money's not
'cause
great.
most of the times the
I think
open
he'll-
game
around like
outside of B main,
3,200.
out of
I think he'll
contention,
throw it
out
to
of any
Xander,
danger, and he's
who
willing to go
play
head-to-head
top
against
C
players
on and off
inside
and
And then
the
he'll
lane.
just start knifing,
And
yeah.
In
thankfully
the
for
hero
M80,
knife, yeah.
it was a dash available from Koala Noob, goes right through the smoke, and Luis couldn't get that pick, and then almost Pricey winning a 1 versus 3. So despite M80 having a great start with how Xander was holding towards the C site, it still ended up being a very, very costly round for M80 to win. They carry over and off, but look at the rest of the buy.
Yeah.
It's half shields, only a guardian, and a couple of rifles.
Contingency out. BCJ aggressive through
Yeah,
a
not
long
on this
play
one.
for the orb. Collects it.
Oh.
And wants more. Bold, to say the least, but at least confirms the information. You also saw for a moment the contingency was already thrown
It was
over
close
towards
the run
C.
before. It's insanely
That's
close.
not part of this play. What
They
do
did
you
really good in the
use
2v4 to make
if
it so
you're
much
2Game
damage.
Esports to crack the code on either of these sites? Because usually it's a double tap contingency. They don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Could have been potentially trying to control the A orb as well while they're selling this fake towards C, so you could have a dimensional drift.
Yeah.
So you're actually really nullifying the opportunity to gain good value out of your recon. And literally talking about recons, it's the Owl drone to try to sell a fake. You're trying to insert
Drone
here
and then the
after
insta
you've
drone
won that,
back.
but they
I'm gonna
didn't
flash
bring
this
the
guy
Aldo.
W
This is
forwards
huge
to
stuff
see him.
for
Yes, he does. Very nice.
Well, I mean, that's just an overheat from Xander. He thinks he's got him dead to rights. The
He thinks this is one
Just
person.
holds the angle, turns that into a free first blood. Nismo, fault line, avoided by
Yeah, there's some
Silence.
tunnel vision going on here.
Plus get the reset of the double tap. Luis, up and over. Not going to be able to take down Koala Noob, who tries to now have to do it himself. Operator and knives to play with. 125 collective health pool.
Left.
But the spike is on A, and there's a long lurk from Zap.
Give me the spike planted.
Good first. And if he gets the read into Zap, maybe there's a chance, but he's just trying to hold the op in. Yep, he will just
Ooh, he had
narrowly.
him.
Well,
Wait,
I say
there's
that.
noise though.
So just narrowly avoids Zap, but he runs right back to his direction, and 2G will get up for again.
What a brutal time.
Feeling it.
Win one, lose the next.
Still
1-9
was a
loss
great
bonus.
attempt, though,
Everyone
from
sits
Xander
around
to run it down. Yes, it looked
2,100.
questionable at the play, but to follow behind the Allen drone that it spots the opponents because the Allen drone didn't get shot. He blinds 2 players, but look at that. Pricey
Yeah, there was a
staying
double
very
tunnel vision
close,
here.
and being nearsighted, you're still able to potentially spot the tip of the barrel of Xander walking through, and you win that fight. That was huge there for the side of 2G, but once again, not necessarily defaulting to a point where it's just Euro making noise at this point. That double walk down in that spot into sewers, once again, shows here for M80 that they're being thrown for these fakes.
Yeah. Dimensional drift contingency, wide open C site. Just classics and a sheriff for net. Hunter's Fury, maybe, but unlikely. Spike will be planted. Luis will make sure of it.
Spike
And
planted.
there will be a long lurk from Koala Noob. He saw the gate crash come back, but he's in a little bit of
He's
trouble.
gonna let
getting
them
through
get
this
onto
trap
site
wire.
and then
The rest
play
of his
late,
teammates
play this
stacked up,
super
looking
late.
to play the other side of the site. Paranoia cuts across, recon bolt in the backside. Is there any opportunity for Koala Noob to get some isolation? Doesn't look
Yeah,
likely.
decides to
Double
go.
tap
Oh,
for
honestly,
Koala
this
Noob
is a
does
nice
make
timing on
his
this.
play, but
Whoa, they put a
totally
silver
catch one
into
by
it.
surprise. Hunter's Fury
That is really,
That's
really
able to
bold,
tally
man.
off the neural theft that also I think got popped, or probably the recon that got initially hit. But Luis getting 2 has now made this round extremely expensive
And
for
he's gonna
M80.
try to get half before the
And
smoke
VCT will
goes.
not have a chance to further onto the fusel.
Especially when Koala Noob can
2G
get
got
that
a silver
backstab
ult
there,
out of them
and
as well.
That allows here
Like
that neural
that.
theft to be thrown by Pricey just on the body of Koala Noob, which then gives you the information and not an opportunity for Xander to really go in and diffuse off the smoke that he covered himself with to try to hit that diffuse. So it looked pretty good, at least to flood back
Zasin
in
with
that
the
moment,
Prime. Thank
and
you
it
so
looked
much for the
fairly
5 months.
decent in amount of damage that they were able to do, but
Has
it
the
turns
game
out to
been?
be
Yeah,
fairly
pretty
costly
decent, man.
on the eco side of M80 when
We haven't
you're
had,
forced
like,
out
too
and you
close
try
a
to
map
gamble play
yet.
with the Hunter's
Yeah.
Fury.
This was kind of the
That's gonna hurt
closest.
here on your attack side for M80 for sure.
Yeah, really, really, really badly.
Here.
Well, operators back in hands of Koala Noob. Rifles for everyone else. A couple of light armors to be considerate of. Kill contract is nearly earned for Silence. Same can be said for Zap and his Hunter's Fury. The only other thing to really kind of consider is if Net finds elimination, he will have a lockdown. Angle held by Koala Noob over towards A long. But the hit for 2G. Looking to once again just play this contingency down. See, that is a very interesting
It is.
contingency.
He's gonna be getting
Doesn't really
ISO
block
ult
the
with
lane,
this
it
one,
just tries
so
to
gets
block that top
ISO ult.
platform, and there will be
Yeah,
no execute beyond that.
If anything, it gets you on the top of the C, the top C at least if you want to explode around that.
I mean,
But
it just gives
that
you the
said,
orb
you're
every
seeing
single
how
time. And
M80,
on a
with the amount of times
comp
that they're
where
trying to
this
fight
kind of
back
secures
against
you
Euro, making
around
a lot of
and
noise
this
and
Inferi
getting
secures
TP'd
you
out and being
around,
forced
that's
on these
insane.
rotates, they're anchoring up a little bit more.
And, like,
But
this
when
is
they
pretty
anchor
good
up
at
a little bit
securing
more, Look
around.
at how much space 2G has to be able to play around.
Yeah. Well, this
You
could
have to
get
play
interesting.
so reactive.
Yeah, Net's going to get an alarm off. Yeah, this is a good look from the observers. He gets one. He can immediately get to a position to pop lockdown and stop this play from even happening.
Yeah,
He's
do they
looking to get out of
just
sight.
insta-get out of
Wants the
here?
lockdown to come through.
Oh, he does it nice and early with 30 seconds. What's the cooling like from 2G?
Again, they've got no contingency here. Legitimately, not
He's
just
trying to
proximity,
force
in
but
the
also
B.
where they rotate to. They're going to
Yeah.
try to go B.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Now
mercy.
Nismo
Can
has
they
a
actually get
stun,
there in
2
time?
flashes.
Ooh,
They're
C.
going to do it one step forward. They're going to go
Yeah,
to
nice.
C.
C's good. Look at the
BCJ's going to have a
minimap.
recon for this.
It's
It's
nice
coming
here,
down
though.
to does he
There
get a
wasn't much
read?
hesitation
He
as
can't,
well, honestly. It was
Because he
good
already
call.
used a Hunter's Fury on the previous round, so even if he gets a recon there, he can't deny the plant.
10 seconds
So this is
left.
still winnable for 2G.
Yeah, they got to be careful because if
for the
Zap
retake
manages to get a
either.
luck kill here and gets a Sova ult, this retake's very
The
hard.
problem here for 2G is they have to be very cautious of is there going to be some sort of a flank with the heavy defensive stack towards A. Spikes the first one up. Good damage. Does not collect the elimination though. Koala
Yeah,
tried
keep
to
an eye
enter
on
with
Zap
an
here.
upgrade.
Zap might get a kill in the
Fault
back.
line hits almost everybody.
He
Now
does.
here comes
Oh, he
the
doesn't.
one.
Spike's got it.
Spike for the
Oh my god.
first. Trying to lock
It might
down the
actually
site
save
best
them.
he can. Rise deals with one. Trades back and forth. Koala Noob still landing. Zap off of the reveal. Trying to come back over towards the spike. Able to take that one. But
No.
nothing
Do you know what's
more.
crazy
Koala
here,
Noob
chat?
for three.
Is there's
And
a
with the
duel
spike
on
defused
this guy on
halfway,
spawn.
it's
This
M80
guy
getting
just
their
went
second.
for it.
And you
And
called
so
it a
did this
beautiful
guy
fault
here.
line
The
coming
guy
out
in
from
sight
Nismo
gets the
because
kill,
they
not
were
the
trying
person
to set up
behind. This was
a
the
high
Sova.
round
Would have
after
been
they
all.
avoided
Would
the
have probably
first
been the
flag being
rounds.
thrown by Nismo
That
as
is
well.
nuts.
But then after the fault line happens,
The
you
little
saw
things
already
sometimes.
that Luis tried to jump into safety, back towards default, trying to make plays in that spot, and then unfortunately falls, and it makes that lurk not work out here for Zap. He does do some econ damage at that point, but it becomes a good flood retake in the end, based off the fault line thrown from Nismo. So great value once again off the utility. Yes, he maybe
got
has
some
not
nice
had
ults,
the
though.
best in terms of fragging capabilities in these roles so far in the last two maps, but he's definitely making the util work in favor for
Yeah,
M80. to at
classic
least
Omen
salvage
ult
his second
towards
round.
heaven. Another ISO ult that doesn't hit
Not gonna
anyone
lie,
though.
this ISO gameplay has been
And then,
less
I
than
mean, this guy's got to
inspiring.
get out of there. And these two on short, do they then just push long?
Both come up empty again.
Yeah.
Site will be taken, but
Kinda.
M80 are fully healthy.
They're just holding strong
and
on
they
short.
are one
What a
Nismo
weird round.
elimination away from having a Rolling Thunder for this retake, and Luis has shown himself.
Nismo
and
one
Nismo
away from his ult is
clearly
big.
has
They
a
haven't
chance
cleared
to punish.
sewers though. They haven't cleared sewer shift, and there's double players
I'm sure he's
there
going to
for
be given
M80.
a pick.
Looking at it,
That's
and
nice.
Net
And
will
then
say
you just
not
hold
so
the angle with the
fast.
op now.
Nismo
Oh
now
man,
in the
Net's
front,
done
Net
insane.
working through
I don't
Suarez.
think they know
Second
about
pair
Koala.
is
Yeah,
gonna
they don't
land.
even think the one
And the
shot.
fall down from Nismo doesn't really work out, actually.
Well, we still got the
Silence
Sova ult though, so they got to tap spike early.
Luis right
Is
there
he going
with
to
them
pop
when he
this
catches a
Sova?
face
Nah.
full of frags.
Sure.
Just down to Zap, which has
Ah,
been
it's
enough
unlucky.
before. Recon bolt does not get around the corner, but it may work out. Koala Noob
that-
still gets revealed by
that
it.
work?
He knows it's on the edge, but Koala Noob with the operator not going to miss. A second tallied in a row, and M80 have brought us back to within
Pretty
three.
sure that shouldn't scan him.
Surprised that it got the ping there onto Koala.
I'm pretty sure that shouldn't scan him.
Overextending on the missed recon
That makes
dart
no
was
sense
thrown
to
there
me.
by Zap. That could have been a dangerous wall bang there where you could have gone lucky for Zap and convert here this clutch in a one
Didn't matter
versus
either
three.
way, but
for somebody that we've been praising for the first two maps where Zap was getting so many multi-kills, he's actually been
It was on the
falling a little
corner. It was like
quiet here
close
going
to the
into these
corner.
rounds
It
where
must have been
in
closer
these
to the
moments where
corner
you have
than
to
I
clutch, where you have to
thought.
step up to the plate. We're not seeing it as much anymore.
No.
So it's not really just on, you know, Silence and Spike faltering just a little bit. And again, their stamina is being tested in this BL5, and it's falling short.
The confidence is here on this one. Disrespects the
Koala Noob
Omen
just
smoke at
runs
long.
it down A long. Oh my. And all of a sudden 2G got to be sitting here like, what? No way.
Honestly, like
Koala Noob
5
starts
is
doing
pretty
that,
good against
we're
this
in
comp.
trouble.
It's so strong on
I'm down
attack.
for it because Koala Noob pushing one extremities for like a one and
Breach,
done.
ooh,
while you
breach
have,
damage a little bit
Zimmer
late on this
inserted
one.
towards long C and a
Keep an
triple
eye on
stack
the
towards
Omen.
that spot. Now you're killing two birds with one stone. Right, you're putting one at the front, getting these kills, but we'll talk about it in a bit. There's an alert from Luis.
Oh, now
It's a
he knows
4-on-4.
about him.
Really well done. Good isolation.
Breach
Luis getting
ult hits
aggressive.
two.
Now the Rolling Thunder trying to find the retake over from the A
The
side
judge
of the
can
map.
clear
Luis
garage.
Trying to shake off the status effects. Now takes his peek, and what a timing from Luis gets two. Net, Koala Noob trying to make this happen. Knives are out.
Yeah,
Has to deal
as soon
with
as
the initial trap. Hunter's Fury. It's able to get to halfway, and he sneaks away. Koala Noob almost tries to break the corner. Net with the re-trigger.
I did what a
Not gonna work as
what a mad
Rifle
round this
finalized
was.
the
This is
last
cool though.
two kills in 2G.
Yeah, they handled it in the
Find themselves
4v5
their
really well.
Again, this is just going to be continuous.
Yeah,
they
good
played
play from
really
both
well.
of these
As
teams.
soon as the
Yeah,
breach
those-
damage is
If
too
you
late,
realize
it's
is here
like
that he took down the
such a
Euro
dope
And
round.
and they're getting a lot of those
Technically, they had the
lurks
right
in
read
garage
where,
right
you
now.
know,
Yeah.
Euro
That
TPs
guy
with the
got
rest
pinched
have been
heavy.
working towards the C site, so they had 3 players stacked there for M80. But this is a great way for 2G to just up the tempo wherever
Omen on
you know,
site,
the pressure
yeah,
is
he
coming
did awesome.
from, and they've avoided at least the pure stack that was happening here from M80 towards the C side to get the plant towards B. But it's Koala Noob activating everything, and now they're 2 rounds away of closing at least the
Pressure
gap.
over towards
where
A, straight
2G
up
looks
C
so
here.
dominant in the first half. Have to think on their toes, push it down towards middle.
Throw the
Low
spike to
buy that
Euro.
they have here.
When they go into,
Pure
but
rifle for Koala Noob. And no opportunities to retake because there's a double
Yeah.
trip in the back from Pricey.
Yeah, they say one's not enough. We'll throw both. No way Koala Noob gets through that. He is on the hero rifle. Aldrone will see just silence. This angle from Spikes is a dangerous one. Paranoia is out though. That pushes him back towards the gate crash.
It's gonna be a spam fest.
Net is still in position here, trying to threaten the
Keep an eye on the Omen that's now spawned. After the spike. Oh my, that's impressive spam.
He's behind the play of the defense. Net has done well over the backside. Xander gonna get to halfway. You gotta go. You gotta
Whoa, that was close though. That was so close. Dude, who got the first kill on BCJ defusing? Because that was the most important kill. Otherwise, that's a half into a half pretty fast there.
2G. We're M80 with the pressure that Net has been bringing. You talked about double trips here, where technically you should not be able to get value out of a flank.
That was
he still
big,
manages to get 2 sheriff kills on top of that against 2G. But thankfully, from the shadows coming back, the last line of offense for Luis is able to save that round for 2G and not make it
back to back, number C hit.
of M80.
I think we're just doing this with Yoro, and this really is a Fnatic classic. Even stolen the ult rounds.
Trying to up the tempo, going with the contingency, off here, the dimensional drift to clear out the C site, and it's going to be a full execute now.
Whoa, wait, there might be an opportunity for to recontest their garage here for M80. Spikes has moved his way back into this
Net
position,
is the
but he's
person
missed
that
the
has
cross
Killjoy
coverage
ult,
right
so he
side of the
definitely
window.
doesn't want to go down garage here.
Yeah. Lockdown out. Aldrone scouts
He can go down now, he's used it, I guess. Oh, traded the lockdown.
Lockdown does get destroyed, and Silence takes good effect of it. Kill contract comes through. 1v1 me, bro.
Oh, they're gonna knife it. They're gonna knife it.
Later.
Never mind.
That was awesome,
At
man.
least they had everything.
He had a very good half.
If Silence
He
was
had a
going
very,
to lose
very
that
good half.
fight, there was definitely going to be a guaranteed round, no matter what, coming out from 2G. But the value that Price
Bro, it's
has
just
been
an
getting
absolute
out of these
party
neural
over there.
theft to not allow Net and M80 to get the most value out of the lockdown was everything there, especially giving his life away. I think that was Spike as that Yoru. Even if he died to Xander, at least he broke that lockdown. And that was a great selfless play to allow 2G to tally up 9 rounds of their first half on a composition that they've never played before, on a map that they haven't played all year, and they have an opportunity now to push this into M80's permaban that they never played all year.
That
couldn't write Ascension any better than this.
Yeah, I mean, I like this from 2G. Like saving
again, you know, for 2 games,
saving a map like
great,
this for playoffs is so big.
Not a map that they've played.
Just having it ready.
The ISO was effective in terms of Silence finding kills, but I'm not gonna lie, there were
yeah,
moments where
that's
it
really
like the
really
finding the
sick.
same value that you would normally expect, especially considering these, you know, trendsetters of Fnatic and how they played it, but still making good use of it. I mean, the first half numbers are pretty solid. Obviously, at the end, it starts to come through, but I don't know. It's one of those situations that now I think the question really ramps up because, let's be candid.
Yeah, again, for people that are new in the halves, the coaches can speak to each of the
You
teams.
have to
So
play aggressive with. It's just, it's
remind them about everything that's going on.
There's not really any other option. You really
Game
can't
plan, the
finesse between
ante,
getting
your
pulled.
own
It's either you have
stuff.
to play as a 5-man force early for something like a trap play,
How to
or
play
you
against
play for
this
a 5-man
comp.
retake. It's just not a lot of extra
Knowing
utility.
that the ISO double
on the
damage is
ISO
going to
and
go
Yoru
fast
that
over
helps out,
towards
especially
A.
in a
That they
3-side
like to
map.
fight A a lot.
I still think, though,
Maybe you can
they
go
have
fast
a
B
pretty
against this
decent
a lot.
composition to hold somewhat into the defensive side, because Pricey could definitely hold a lot of information on his own on one half of the map, while the rest here could try to play. He can still play good retakes with recon darts and flashes coming out from Spike and Zap. So I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily a bad cop to play on defense. Definitely, because you're playing double duelists, it almost looks like you have to be fairly aggressive, but there's still great util coming out from an ISO that allows for you to scale back, that maybe
If it made to lose 2 Ascension finals, yeah, it'd be the same as what happened to Rare Atom.
See how it all builds.
Like a
This 2G
Org's
squad
nightmare.
has been kind of stapled of their identity as being an aggressive side, or aggressive team rather, I should say.
Oh, this is
Spikes will get a lot
a
of
nice
Sentry turret nearby,
Cypher
a lot of
setup
bot
for the
moves
defense.
pressingly in front of it.
Koala broke the cam,
But he can
so
only
he
split the contact
thinks
and
he
Gatecrash
cleared
won't
the
let him
info,
more,
but
so
there's
he
a
can
trip.
Gatecrash back if
There's
he
a trip
wants to,
again.
but instead,
We've seen a couple of these
Alpha
recently.
kicks him out of position.
So the Killjoy one.
So
Doesn't
good.
give it up fully yet, though, and Luis,
Yeah,
meanwhile,
he picked up the
Even-
trip
gonna
and then
see
he
if
placed
can
the
find
trip deeper.
contact on this little shoulder
Yeah.
piece. Darts are
He
in,
can
fair
free a
noise.
rotate.
2G want to fight this. There's the double tap. First shot going to be countered. 1-for-1 goes the initial exchange, but M80 not feeling good about this backup, and now they're going to go to garage.
This whole time, it was just one player per Spike
They
on the
get
A
2
side, so they
people
still
on
have
site.
the most numbers
One
over
goes
here
back
towards B and
site.
C for 2G.
They've read this, though, have 2G's defense.
Yeah, what are we doing here? Where are we going?
Xander Maybe
The
thinking
callback
about
to
trying
A
push
would
to
be
the window.
unreal.
Net
The
is
callback
already
to
up.
B is...
Do they hear anything? Here's the re-wrap back. Luis holding into a corner.
This is
Just
really,
need
really
to go
weird.
1 for 1, you'd think. M80 doubling back again, but Luis
they
has
double
cleared
back
the front of
again?
B, so now the defense can start to get
Hard
to
to
work
get
on
into here.
putting
This
their
guy back
attention
sight
right
should
back
be
over towards
alright,
C.
man.
Slipping through. Paranoia out. Spikes. Pardon me. Sorry, man. I guess I wasn't familiar with your game. 2-tap headshot comes through, and the last
Hey,
one standing
lovely
is
from
Xander's
them, man.
Oh,
flag.
he
Gonna
did
run away
great.
with this map.
And whoa. How about those
There's
ghost
some
shots?
great
A
shots.
game of cat and mouse in the pistol round, having 2 players inserted into the garage, both Xander and Net. They try to pull a rotate by running back towards the front of the B site. Net calls it. Here's a little bit of a rotate. They're weaker now on the B site. They're weaker now on C.
Oh, look at
Let's
it.
try to head back towards that spot, but 2G was not giving them any type of space or any type of free kills. It ended up being a 1 for 1, and then Spike's just playing the off angle when you don't have too much utility left on your last moments trying to hit the site. And there you just land your shots, you win the pistol, and it's looking once again to be, unfortunately, not the cleanest haven that we see coming out of M80.
That is a lovely time in this.
play here
And
by
he
Luis,
could
followed
absolutely
up
clean
on
them
the
up as they
boulder
all ate the
ability
double
up.
damage.
Nice, I believe, from the other side of the map. Looked like it. Nismo last one left, and he's stuck. Wow. Overwhelming pressure. 2G up 11-3 on a map they have yet to ever show. And
Pretty
what
clean
are
without
they cooking?
losing any guns.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's also
No,
here
they're-
on
they're
the
just
amount of
smashing them on
times
this
that
map.
M80 have been
It's
playing
such
this
a
map of
dude, it's such a
Haven
hard
where
comp to play
they've
against.
been studying the tape when they were playing against All Knights on top of that
The
yesterday.
thing about
when
ISO, man.
M80
ISO is
lost that, what,
strong.
13-3 against All
Yeah.
Knights.
I feel like if
Definitely
you
2G
have
is like,
a
oh,
good
we definitely
spacing
have what it takes
with
here to play
ISO, you
against
should
this
be
composition.
unbeatable.
How All Knights look pretty good
'Cause
here.
Just 'cause
He's
against
getting a
M80.
always
shield
getting a
again
You mentioned that
and
vulnerability
trading.
to
Yeah.
fight back towards the B main hit was perfect. Look at another contingency. Shot darts on top of that, but it misses.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
Paranoia
here we
follows.
stayed back for M80.
That's a lot of utility spent, but 2G will have
Immediately
a lobby
clear
control.
the pressure on it.
And as Spikes makes his way over to C, he's looking to hit a blind side up and over the box. There's the pop
Wow.
flash, and he sees everything.
Oh my
Wow.
That's so unlucky.
The Bulldog
That's a sick
spam
flash, man.
Does not connect. Prizey, backside of the site, trying to stay alive through the after. Has to find cover, 'cause
I mean,
BCJ's
CB
on the
find
way
him as
in,
well.
and M80
How
are gonna
is
get
that
their
clean?
board as soon as they deal with that.
Yeah, I don't know how they got away with a side hit
And
this
that
easy.
is a saving grace
Because
here
it
for
was
M80
looking
because
outrageous,
you
that
mentioned,
flash,
yes,
they
a lot of
ate it.
utility
That's
was
a
being
really
used
nice
there
flash.
from 2G's side,
Like,
but
I'm
it
just trying to
actually
think of the
funneled
actual POV of
all of
how it
M80
would look
for
on
in
when
towards
you're
the
running
C
up.
side, where
You
all
literally
of
don't
the
see that
cyber
until
trips are
it
being
pops.
set up there for
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
you're
don't.
turning that.
I think we're just a little bit. We committed
And it's off a
bit too
camera
much,
too,
rather,
so
for the
he's
flash
hitting
out
the
of
flash.
Spikes. Yes,
Yeah.
they
He
got
knows
so many
someone's
players blinded, and he just had a little bit of an RNG moment where he couldn't even get one, unfortunately. But outside of that, you're kind of
He got unlucky because there was too many targets, so he kind of didn't choose one.
Yeah.
So that is, again, saving grace for M80 to convert a very healthy gun round against a bonus of 2G. But 2G still has great control at the defensive side, putting M80 in moments and positions where they want to fight them until that happens.
Yeah, just a walk down 1v1, and Xander's not done. Whoa, okay. How about that? Opens things up nicely here. Gun round looking pretty precarious.
That's
for
when you have
2G,
someone on your team who can do
3v5.
that.
Net on the back pedal. Will get safely into A lobby. He's the one responsible for
It's a
this
really
angle,
good
though.
reactive push, but they should
And
constantly.
Spikes
Yeah,
is
I was
coming
gonna say they should
across.
constantly be on
Net
top of
is
this.
primed and ready. 5v2.
Yes, Wham,
Surely
with the
2G are looking to save.
Slug Club membership on YouTube. Thank you so much, bro.
No choice at that
Thank you for the
point.
support. What do you
This
think about
is
this
a
comp?
lure.
Wait, what
I
do you
mean, an
think
expensive
about
buy
the
coming out
comp?
from 2G and
It's in
nothing
this
that
comp?
carry
Dude, this is a
over
great comp.
with the extension.
This
It looks
is
so
great
hard to
for-
play against.
This is great for M80 here because they got 3 1v1s on A. But if they kept going A, they wouldn't see the deep cam on C. But now they saw it.
They could lose this.
Good on one. And 80 stuck at the choke point. Paranoia hits everything, but just the transfer not
Yeah,
there
they
for
really
Prize.
could have lost that
With
because
the
they
target-rich
all
environment,
tanked that
maybe just
Omen
don't know
flash
who to
as
shoot
well.
at.
Yeah, that
That
another
was
great flash.
really, really
Themselves
close.
another one on the board.
Can you see everyone changing their comp next year? There'll be some similarities, right? Ascent is normally going to stay similar. I think this Haven comp is going to be very popular.
I don't know which
People
one.
will probably use a little bit more Astra.
But,
Astra 5 stars is
you're able
very
to convert
good.
another round there for M80, and that could have
So yeah,
been
we'll see
fairly
some.
dangerous looking on the side here of
It
the
feels like
attack
the best
because of
meta at the moment.
crossfire that was set up.
There's so many
From
possibilities
that
right now.
trip,
It's very
ended
open
up
for
being
teams.
so good
Like I
for
don't think
2G,
people can
where it
flame
looked like we were gonna
many
see,
comps
oh,
unless they
look
like
at that
fundamentally have an
vandal
issue or a
The
weakness.
slow motion is criminal.
And that gets like heavy exploited. Ooh, we're trying to hide from the
Bo5
recon.
set through early for M80 down A long. Pistols out and
And they're just on top of it.
Spikes is dead. There's
I think they
nowhere
saw
to go
the
there,
smoke
brother.
coming.
Yeah.
M80 looking like they just want to
Yeah,
just
they
take this
they must
straight
have
over
seen
to A.
something, or
Silence
like
has been good in these moments, but not
they must
this
have seen
time.
something.
And that will
About
likely be
that,
enough for them to just say,
TSM did
"Let's take our
something
5v
about this
multiple
on C
somewhere
against
else if we
them
want
too.
to. Get the
They
defense
do
little
a
more limited on numbers.
dart that's close C, like
this was where you're
right
gonna
on
start
the
scaling ultimates as well here
left
for
corner
M80. So
of the,
far, the second half has been working well for them.
C
Yeah,
lane.
like this.
2G,
I
as I
think I've
mentioned
seen
before,
Yeah, I'm
it's not
seeing
necessarily
it.
the composition
That's
that
exactly what
you think
it
would
is.
be
TSM
the
did
weakest
it
here
against
on the
them and
defensive side.
stole
I still
around.
think they could be fairly decent, but they are giving a little bit of their tells at the beginning of these rounds where they keep
Yeah,
trying
we'll
to go
see,
for
we'll see
these
some good changes.
contingency shot
Especially as we're
darts,
seeing
blinded
some
hits here
buffs.
onto M80.
We got a
For
Sage
M80
buff.
so
We got
far, at
a
the beginning of
Phoenix
these
buff
rounds,
coming
they
up.
haven't really been
That's a little bit
contesting that
scary,
area
depending
from
on
the get-go.
how
They've been
strong
avoiding all
it
that
is.
utility from the
More
start,
scary for
and that
ranked, I
gives
would
them an
say,
opportunity to
Phoenix
work
wise.
that map a little bit more to their favor, especially
Sage
on
and
the
Pro
side
play
of the
for
map,
sure could be
where
ranked.
now,
Sage and ranked is good as well.
that
Do
conditioning here
you
for
hunt
M80 that says, hey,
as
we're not
breach
really
here
hitting this
for the
A
orb?
site really,
Yeah.
and we're finishing towards C a lot into the mid round.
1000%.
You might see one of those moments where they just want to brute force it back after the initial utility
There
from
it
2G
is.
on the A side and just re-hit A, especially going into the next round
Now
where
going for
Bismo
the
has
jab.
a Rolling Thunder available for them
Yeah,
to really
both.
hit this site.
Well, it's Blacklight flawless here for M80 against the full share.
Someone bought it out, Bacon. Heretics bought it out, right?
Starts to fill up round by
The
round.
Haven Sage.
11-3 comeback. I don't want to say is impossible because we've seen it once before already in this event. Shout out to that Caloris and All Knights matchup. Never thought I'd see the day in the major
What
tournament.
about Vice on Ascent? Vice on Ascent's pretty
So
good.
there's
The problem is
definitely
you're
a
most
chance
likely
here.
getting rid of the
Just comes
KO,
down to
which
can
then
you
means that
keep
people
the
can just run
puzzle
fast strats
putting
against
together,
you,
you know,
which
keep
then
this
kind of means that
momentum
you're weak
building, 'cause,
against the
again, I
KO
just
comp.
worry
The
that
KO
they
can
go
just
for
like
2G off this
spam
composition,
really
they're gonna be caught
fast
trying to
hits
play too
against you. So
Definitely.
I do think
And
Vice
now
is
for
like
M80 as
kind of
well
good,
is
but
to try to see if they
I don't know,
want to
man.
counter into that aggression.
The problem with
too.
Ascent
So
is that
2G now
default comp is
realizing,
so
I mean,
good.
this is a great moment to call
Vice
the
can
timeout.
counter that,
I think there was
surely.
a couple of rounds ago where 2G felt like they had full control
You'd be
of
surprised,
this
man.
map,
Like
so
a
they
set
permitted
B
themselves to
exec
overpeak and really
fast
tried to
is
overextend a couple of
crazy
these
hard
fights
unless you have an
just
Odin.
because their shots were landing on how they were fighting against M80.
And then even
They're
a
realizing
lot of
here
the
that
stuff is
M80
hard.
are
I get that there's
really
a
staying
wall and
as
stuff,
a
but you can also break
to
this
try
stuff
to
with
fight into
KO,
map
nade,
control,
and Sova.
not too much defaulting
And
into extremities
Killjoy
or
Molly as
keeping
well.
players
Like,
inserted
it's a
into
comp that
these
has so
heavy
much.
gun rounds. So now the timeout is going into that. Would you want to save? Okay, I thought we were going straight to action. I was going to go crazy there. But I thought it was going to be in those moments where you're going to try to save a little bit more of the vulnerability in the shock darts to try to
But yeah,
play
you'll
this
see some
retakes, 'cause you
people
really haven't had a
experiment
chance
for
to
sure.
go for a full 5-player
We're in a good
retake
spot at the
either.
moment. It'll be
Yeah,
fun.
that's very
And the cool
true.
thing about next year is there's
So
more
lots of
breaks
things to
in
discuss,
between
a lot of
the
things to think
events,
over as we get
so
into our
teams
next
should have
full
some
gun round
really
here,
good
round
stuff down.
18. Lots of ultimates on the table as well. In particular, look at Nismo with the Rolling Thunder. Spike
Exactly.
may also just sit here and say, I've got Dimensional Drift. Let's heavy stack one side of the map and play for retake on the other as Zap gets to work on his Hunter's Fury. Spike's going to get aggressive, though. Oh, that's just one of those moments where you wonder,
140.
maybe a little
Phantom
too
moment.
greedy.
Phantom moment, though, it was a 140 there onto Koala Noob where he potentially was trying to TP out of that. But again, the game plan was there. Rolling Thunder going into the A site. You saw that for 2G. They wanted to play a little bit more
Recon?
passively and try to play the retake with Util.
Oh,
but this
did
time,
you use
they
his
won't
recon
have
early?
spikes,
Oh,
they
yeah, he
won't have
did.
flashes to retake into the site
He
for 2G.
recon for the A
A
take.
lot of chunk damage
There
off those
is a
shock darts
lot
from
of
Zap.
damage done here. If Nismo can get under heaven, then they win the round. Oh, okay, this
Good
works a
amount
little
of
bit better.
information.
Xander goes under
There is
heaven,
no
still
one
has
on the
Omen
long
flash.
flank, though.
Should be an
So for
impossible
2G,
retake.
this is all about trying to flood
Could
your
be
way
Omen
through.
flash for
Contingency
Omen
comes
flash,
out
Omen
first.
flash for
Aftershock
Omen
holds it
flash.
off. Paranoia now on the way in.
Yeah, that's
Koala
what they
Noob
do.
hold early.
Omen flash for
Fall
Omen
back,
flash.
pushes
They've got
them
to
off.
go back.
With
You have
the
to respect the
stun.
one way
Into
and
the site. They're out of utility.
the one would have to mess up, I feel like.
Quality off the reveal. Silence trying to play around the backside of the dark cover. It's not going to work.
Yeah, they save too much util, huh?
crack the code on the spike site, and M80 have flipped
What's
the
the
eco
money?
back
I
into
didn't even
their
check the
favor
money.
again.
Do they have to eco?
Because the best thing that they had
Yeah,
was
the
a
eco
paranoia
again.
to try to
Oh,
combine
really?
They have
with
buy
the
of some
recon
sorts.
dart. It only pings one player on top of that, and the other ones were just able to avoid it because
Unless
you're not
they
flashed, you're not
force
being
with light
blinded
shields.
by, a Euro flash. You can't really run around.
But
You
on
don't have to
defense,
run
it's
around the
harder
site trying to
because you
look for
don't
some
get
cover. And
plants, right?
speaking of
So
cover, the one way is being
it's
thrown
hard to
by
get
Xander
the
as
extra
well,
money for
into the
to do it.
spawn to not allow 2G to get the best out of the reflexes.
Breach ult diff. Yeah, I mean that's why breach ult. That's why the majority of breach ults go over towards A, just so you can save that bit of util.
Scenarios. Again, doing a great job.
Like normally
punishing
people
the
will
first blood
actually use an
against the
omen flash anyway, and you
overcommitment
just save like the
of
breach
Spike right here
damage
once
when the
again,
omen
trying to
flash.
contest towards the A side.
But
He saw 3.
they kind of
That's how you answer
kind of
that.
save both.
Yeah, I'll say. And now there's an opportunity with this stack over towards A long. They can push up and collect this weapon, and M80 are aware of that.
It's gonna be
So they're
interesting
make an aggressive
because
move
this
over
could
towards
backfire for 2G. 4v5 and you get a little bit looser with your ults.
And over towards the backside of the defensive spawn. How
Okay,
risky is
3v5, we're definitely going to use ults now.
So that's enough for him to find an elimination, but the Nanostorm to follow will keep the numbers.
This is gonna be
at least for
important.
now,
There goes
favor
one.
2G, but the plant is on.
Sorry, 4v3.
But Net's gonna put his down right away. Are they gonna wait this
Yeah,
out?
and
Are
this
they
is one of
gonna
those
have to
combos.
serious?
Net
So
gets a
Arcade
kill
is gonna
before. Might
Yeah,
have done enough
not bad
there.
Considering it's a double ult setup. Lockdown expires. Here comes the retake. Xander wants to hold close. Steps in. He's able to avoid
ISO
the
diff,
recon,
man.
but not the double tap. Just down to Nismo.
Yeah, that's the.
Out, and again,
That's what I'm talking about, the ISO and the
he gets
spacing.
out of this one. Sam is right there waiting in 2G. Put us on map point.
How does a double tap save you? As
Yeah,
Nismo
the
goes
shield.
inside that smoke. He actually hits
Good
the
shot, you
headshot, but the
survive.
double tap saves
ISO.
him, which then allows there for the rest of 2G to flood inside that smoke. The spike flash coming out of that one as well. You already knew it was going to be a commitment coming out here from 2G as they were committing on these fights and winning these fights before M80 was still able to set up into the post plant. And yeah, you're gonna call the timeout for M80 for sure. This is map point.
Treacher, thank you so much. Thank you with the tier 1.
First time on the stage playing
Thank
a
you so much,
BO5,
dude. Appreciate the
and they're
17 months.
about to push this into a map 5.
Map 5? Yeah, looking likely.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, wow. Drama, thick as ever. 2 game, now a chance. The set
ISO,
just
yeah,
the
I don't like
distance
ISO, man.
Where they would technically,
like
again,
ISO.
coming out of the upper bracket, this is where their advantage
I will say
comes to
ISO is the
play.
least
It's at the
fun
end of a
to
series
play
that looks
against
like
in
this.
ranked as well.
But can they get it over the hurdle? Because even though that's a throwaway in some regard by M80, there's still a lot of success they've been able to build on offense. So this tactical pause coming out of it, can they clean up
ISO
those
Neon.
things?
See, I
Can they
don't mind
find
playing
a
against
way
the Neon.
to catch 5 in a row? The problem would be 2 games.
I can
in that
laugh off the
span
Neon,
are
man.
gonna
Like
have
if a
a chance to earn
Neon
some
slides
results
by
back
me,
again.
I whiff. I'm like, sure.
And you almost have to at
Like
this
an
point in your
ISO,
shift.
I don't know.
Because
So
again,
annoying.
behind the permaban for
It's so
M80.
annoying.
The last time they played that map was a map 4, the 4th map that they played against the Guard, where they lost in overtime.
ISO
12
Reina,
to 14.
yeah, just
And you definitely
kills
don't
and
want
trades
to
that should have happened.
force this into the 5th map.
Neon takes more skill.
Everything in the
Yeah.
map, Vito, was in your favor here to close it.
I think
right now.
Reina, even Reina
Flex
takes more
pickup,
skill
though.
because you
Offensive
have to get a
operator
kill
spikes,
to
I
get
believe,
out.
was seen by
I
the
saw you
drone
don't
late as
really.
it started to
You can
cruise
just
its
pop
way
the
into the
shit.
garage window. 1v1 isolated between the Omens here over towards A lobby. Luis sneaks under the box. Silence nearby. But all of this is just Xander trying to make sure the flank stays held.
He holds this the
as
longer
Garage
this
has already
guy's
been
going to own
taken,
people.
And the 2G defense are going to rely on a trap
As long as he
wire
doesn't
to defend B and stack the C side
stand
instead.
up.
I was about to mention that too, because the turret hasn't
VCT
seen anybody
is coming
towards
to
middle. I think it would have been a
drone.
good call as they're stopping the
Hey,
tempo
guy
here to
from
maybe
shore.
break some
Wait,
util towards the front.
coming
That
to
will pull out the
recon.
rotate out from 2G or force the hand on that side. Seems to be the case to start. They are trying to walk up slowly here. It's been smoked out. Now
Yeah, and
Luis
this
in
is the
hole for
difference
that drop from
between
Xander.
droning and reconning.
Not checking corners,
And
again, careful.
that's why everyone
There, I was about to say, about to give you the world
everyone will
star
use their
century
drone there. You
back.
got too many angles to
Over
check.
the back, only able to find one
Sometimes you
for
gotta
all
learn the hard
defensive
way.
trade, but is that enough to securely get this plant put together? 4v2. There's the vulnerability. Fault line to response.
That's
Someone
BCJ's
sidesteps.
ult.
It doesn't make a difference. BCJ still snaps over it. Oh, BCJ opens the door for a 1v1. Luis v Nismo. Luis off the bat. Nismo prepared for this. How does the action
no.
happen? Luis
Very,
wins
very
the
nice,
1v1.
man.
You
Okay, we
want
go
about
to
five?
binds.
You got
So
it.
this was 2G's permaban. And then now we got M80's permaban.
Yeah.
Dude, that was a nice comp that they had here. Shout out to the Fnatic comp.
Yeah, they were they looked very ready for this.
I mean, yeah, they were floating the map right in prior matchups. You know they're prepped. You know they have something prepped. Muted House, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 27 months. Long time, dude. Thank you for that.
Can
you say that louder one more time for the folks in the back?
M80 has never played this map, and he lost it in overtime.
Wait, he actually did it.
Last year on this very stage of Ascension.
Oh, drama. It's absolute cinema. Could it get any better than this? I don't know. It's going to be a little bit of a prickly point. As Vance mentioned, some PTSD possibly around the corner, but it's a map 5 and we come back after the break.
The game starts long
Yeah, it
before
could be a
the game
banger.
starts.
Gotta be a little bit worried if you're M80 here.
Our faster
Wonder what
hands.
comp they use.
Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
What do I have to freestyle over? A beat? You want me to rap? Favorite Kendrick track? I think I like You from To Pimp a Butterfly a lot. That track is sick, but I also like Sing About Me from Sing About You. Right now, Sing About Me from Sing About Me, yeah, from Good Kid, Mad City. I have both of those in vinyl. I do Sims, but not really a huge fan, but I like him. I'm not really a CD type of guy. I have some vinyls. And I used to have some DVDs.
And it's official. We have a map
But
5
mostly like
ahead of
live
us. After
show
being up in the
DVDs.
series, M80, they're 2-1. They go over to Haven, something that has been a
Oh, that's pretty
ban
sick, Nick
coming out
Mick.
from the side of 2G. Something we have not seen from them. And something where they pull out this double duelist, this ISO, this Yoru. We had so many questions going into it. But right away, Jen, they were answering. They had this aggression. They had this confidence. They had what it takes to win, to push it the distance.
Yeah, it just felt like such a YOLO comp where, yes, this was seen in VCT in the past, but for this team, for 2G, they've only
I'm just
played
I'm an M80 fan.
this exact composition,
I am
but these two duelists
Sliggy's
on
mod,
Breeze, that was a
and I
while
really
ago. 2G just
support and
resorted
like
to
this
being
team.
very solo play focused, hence the ISO and the Yoru. And to beat the Yoru
I'm a mod
for all
for
of you on this
Xander,
map, by the
so
way,
I
is
guess that's where it
crazy.
comes
But the
from.
issue for me was when watching M80's defense, which got rolled. I think they just let 2G into the C site for free. No smokes,
chat, right
no
now I have
contesting, no
I have a
hindrance, and the
debate.
retakes were really tough for M80 to pull out, and maybe M80 were confident because of those two
Call
duels,
me a
and maybe the
flowers.
limited
That's
utility
a
that 2G
cool
had,
question
but 2G
because
were frying
I don't
them.
even have a
On the
driver's
post plants,
license.
Like M80 weren't smoking C
Not
bombs,
even
so
a
2G
driver's
better
license.
angles
I
to
don't know
fire
how to
from.
drive a
So,
car.
yeah, retakes were tough.
So
for
I
M80.
do not have a car.
Which is crazy as well. Because
I have a
the
dilemma
C-side
in my
defense
life right
is
now.
usually
Like
where M80
there will be this
thrive. I
music
really
festival in
respect
Brazil
how
next
good they
year.
are at flood
Lollapalooza.
retaking, especially over at that site. But yeah,
And
they were just
there is one of the
brute
days
force up in their
that
face, taking
there's
the fight to them. Like
an artist that I really like to watch.
They were getting so
But
many
I only
aggressive kills
want to
on
watch
attack.
this
And
one
that
artist
is
from like
obviously
the whole
name of
day.
the game
There's
when you have
maybe
this
another
double
one
duelist, and
that I
especially
would
the
like
ISO.
to
That's what
watch.
ISO does. Run in,
But
shoot,
I don't know
have
if
the
I
shield
should
up.
go.
There were a lot of times as
Should
well
I
where the
go
double
to a
tap shield
festival
was
just to
actually
watch
just
Tool
purely keeping
and
silence
Sepultura,
alive.
or should I not go for this?
I mean, even at the end,
I'm
just through
28.
that smoke and being
I
able to have the
recently
shield and
turned
that double-
28 like
that double chance at life.
9
And there's
years
so
ago,
much
9
flashiness
days ago.
about these
9 years.
duelists.
What the fuck am
We
I
didn't
saying?
even really got to talk about anyone else on the team. He's a fantastic save for
'Cause
gameplay
there's
coming
like,
on out, and just the entire team really stepping up when needed. So
Worth
huge
it.
congratulations to them
Okay.
to push it into this map 5. And when we're talking about this
37
2G squad and what
confirmed,
we got to see
okay.
on Haven, from the get-go, they kind of set
I
a pace here,
turned,
Jen, that was like,
28
oh, okay, like they got these ideas. They've been banning it out, but
on the
this is
12th.
good. I mean, even going back as
So,
early as round
yeah.
3, a little duelist cheekiness.
Yeah,
when we're looking at
I never
Sillars.
saw the
Yeah,
the
I mean,
artist
Yoru was
before.
faking them out,
And I don't think I would
quality
have
would-
another
would
chance
know
to
this
see
page
them.
in the strat
I don't think
book,
they're
and
they're
there
throwing
was one
a
round in round 3 where
solo
Spike had just
show
teleported out, got
either.
a kill on A, and it got all of M80 scrambling to get to A when the hit was actually happening at C, which again, the retakes are going to be even more difficult for M80 if they lack
going on?
time
Is chat
to
flaming you
do
for
it.
age as well?
So it was my
I don't
games,
mind
it was
seeing
also
the
great
other
fragging
artists,
from
like,
the, 2G
whatever.
department using
Yeah,
those
chat
duelists,
is
but
flaming my
mad
age
respect
because
to
like
Spike, big fan
I
of his
told them
Yoru.
that I
I
don't
mean,
I don't
that
have
kinda
a
set the
driver's
pace as well,
license. I
'cause
don't
when
know how
we're
to
looking
drive a
at
car.
that attacking end here,
But
Wyatt,
depending on
we
where
needed
you
the
live,
duelists
it's not.
to kind of be stepping
Well,
up,
they-
and it wasn't
they're-
just Spike. We got to see some
Bacon is
cheekiness
coming
there,
at me.
But we got to talk about silence
Bacon,
and kind of
I
what the
guarantee
impact
Bacon
was
can't
coming
drive
out from
either.
here, especially with all the rounds that 2G was able to string together.
That would be
Still
so funny.
gives it.
Silence was fully rejuvenated
Eh?
on that map. I mean, just on his attack side
Oh
alone,
my
he went
God,
15
Bacon.
for 8. That's where he really got the huge majority
Yeah, I
of
live
his kills.
in
Again,
Brazil.
this
I live in
brute
the
force
capital
fighting
too.
forward. This was such a cool way to end the half off too. Just dodge that paranoia, 2 kills, sends Nismo to the gulag, beats him in a 1v1 to
Going game
swap
5,
sides
yeah, map
after
5
that.
is here,
Because
man.
of him, they got
Map
out
5.
to such a huge lead that
M80
despite
have played this
M80
once in 2
starting to
years.
string some rounds together, when they got on attack, it just didn't matter. They were already in position to win. He literally got more kills on attack on Haven than
Like,
he got
my
on
family
either
have a
of the
car, but
last 2
I could
maps
borrow it,
in
but
their
I-
entirety. And what a time to
I don't
heat up,
mind.
because when we
I
get to
don't-
the next map, he's going
I don't
to be
use
on
it
raid.
too much.
He's got to keep this form up if 2G
You want to giggle?
get
Go look
into
at
the
X last
partnership league.
game on Bind.
You're exactly right.
Bro,
and
just
what
tell
a
the chat.
time
Tell
to
me
be
in the
heating
chat,
up.
come on.
We have to start talking about this
Wait, is
map
it on
line
stream?
and what is ahead of us now. looking at this bind, leaving it as the
Tell me
map
it was on
5
stream.
in the series, I think a better script could not have been written.
Could do a
We're
VOD
looking
review
at
of it if
2G
it was
and
on
what they've
stream.
gotten to show us on bind. This has been strong for them. And M80, completely unknown.
And drive manual?
time
Yeah, I
in
mean everyone in the UK
M80's
learns like
history
that.
have they
Well, I
ever
say everyone.
played
What,
this
Nathan?
map. Last
People
year
do
in the grand
automatic as
finals,
well,
they
but
I
yeah.
haven't
took
admitted
overtime loss
anything.
to the guard, and it was the beginning of the end for them, losing out on the 4th map shortly after, and the series
Can I drive? Yeah.
losing their shot.
It was a little bit
VCT
late to it. Like,
Americas.
what
They
was
have
I,
an
21,
opportunity now
20?
to rewrite that script, but they permabanned it all year long. Jen, we don't know what they have in store for us, but
I
that's the
could
same thing
borrow
that we
if
just
I
said
had a
for 2G
license,
on
but
Haven, and look what
I,
happened
like
there.
I meant to
got
say that I don't
a
need to buy a
small
car
bit
for
of
me.
cope,
I
'cause
could
this
borrow
is
theirs,
an
but I
amazing
don't
version of
mind it.
M80
That's why I
roster,
never
different
took the
one
driver's
than when
license.
they face the
The
guard.
egg dropped
Now
a
you have
big
VCJ,
5 to
who if they
17.
go to the Gecko, which I assume they will. He's an incredible Gecko player when it comes to Ascension challengers overall. Like, yeah,
Like,
they don't
I have a question.
M80's
Go on.
raise is a big
It's
question
2-2
mark,
now.
but have
M80
you ever
won
really
both
doubted
maps
what M80
where
can
Nismo
do
played
when they
KO,
don't have enough
Yeah.
time
and
on
lost
Jet?
both
Koala
maps
Noob
where
will
he
go
did.
crazy. I think this is strong.
Should they play
Saw
KO on
Xander
mine?
Yeah,
look
if
on
I'm here, I'm
Icebox,
just
how they
saying, give me
worked around
KO.
his walls and
I'll win
tempo
this
to
game no
crunch
matter
teams
what you play.
pushing,
Give me KO right now.
past it.
It's our
I
permaban?
have hope for M80,
Yeah,
but yeah,
give me KO.
this is not a map you wanted to get to.
I mean, a little more than cope going into this.
Unless
and
they have something
remembering
pracked,
that
which I
match
don't
from
think they
last
do.
Year, I think there is the possibility here. The thing is Silence was popping off and really starting to warm up that last map. Last year, when we saw this
The
overtime
Nismo
loss
raise?
for
Damn, that's a
M80,
while. That's
it
been a
was
while
step
since I've
up
seen a
from
Nismo raise.
to get them
Go
to
double
that point
duel
in the
list.
first place.
Jet-
That trio from
Jet
last year,
raise.
Nismo, Koala Noob, and Xander, all big step ups. Koala Noob has been showing up on the day. Xander, there's so much to say. Nismo, when he plays lights out, it's so good for this team. And when we're looking for that,
I'd love to
firepower,
see
Wyatt,
the
that we need here for the bind,
Yoru
I'm looking
raise
at Nismo,
one.
and it needs to be now
It makes
or
sense
never.
role wise.
If Nismo plays Raze for the last map of any competition M80 will be playing this year, and it's the map
Koala
to
Chamber.
decide
Last
whether or
year,
not
Koala
your
played
2
Brim.
years of hard work, this extra year of sticking together
Koala
to try
Brim.
and make it into the partnership.
It was
league
Xander,
will all
Viper,
be
Koala
worth it.
Brim,
He used to play
Nismo.
Raze for this team so often.
I'm
and
not
was
against the,
fantastic on
not
the
against
Agent.
the
He's
Brim-
pretty much
the
been
Brim
playing
op.
only Breach with a little bit of KO.
That's G-Man.
If he
Thank you
can
with the Prime,
find
bro. I
his
appreciate
form,
that.
if he's
Thank you so
on
much,
that
dude.
Agent, M80 can win this game. They can win this.
Thank you for
upset
the Prime
map
usage,
that is their
mate.
permaban.
They're going up against a very lethal trio on the 2G side of. First, you got Zap on the
Of course,
Sky,
I'm
who's
not.
been lights out. Going to be throwing out the lights, too, when it comes to this upcoming map bind. Then you got Spike on the Gecko. You know, a duelist that frags
And
on it
Xander
even
both
when
play
he's not playing
Viper.
duelist. And
You got
Silent
Viper
on the
Cypher.
Raze. This is, I think, going to be a solid
Brim.
map for 2G to try and convert against, well, an M80 strat book that they got to dig deep for.
I gotta say, this as the final map, it really doesn't get more poetic. This is the first map that 2G
there's so many questions of what
played
they're actually gonna
debuting
pick,
in this
yeah.
Ascension tournament, crushing Rada and defying the expectations everyone had for them as the Brazilian second seed. And for
You'd
M80,
expect the
it's
Fade
the map
Gecko
they've
comp.
always been,
That requires
the
a little
last
bit of
time they
practice,
played,
though.
It was a loss to
Not
the
crazy
Guard,
amounts,
where they
because
failed to
I'm not saying it's
qualify
the most
last year. I mean, it
complicated. You
doesn't
farm a
get
lot of orbs.
more
You have a
storybook
default. We've all
ending
seen the
than
video.
this.
The
But,
scriptwriters working
it does require
overtime for
a
this
little
one,
bit of
that
practice.
is for sure. But the defined expectations from 2G.
Imagine Jess was lying and they've been
M80
practicing this the whole
favorites
time.
Now coming down to this, the Blacklight Agent Select. We've
Then they
talked
would have
about
been
what we
floating
know
it.
from 2G.
They
We
would have been
talked about
doing what 2G
expectations
were
for
doing and
M80,
floating it.
But let's see where they
Exactly.
decide to go. I mean, on out, it's going to be
Nismo
Koala at
Sky.
Raze. Nismo on
Koala
the Sky.
Raze.
Look here, Wyatt.
Xander
and what they're about
Brim.
to offer in this map
BCJ
Yeah, earlier
Gecko.
this year in NA Challenge,
It's a mirror.
Net.
was picking up the Raze at
Dang.
time before
Yeah,
they
they literally
swapped
just
the
went for
Lotus
their comp.
for instance, and he looked pretty good, but Nismo always looked a
Yeah.
tad bit better. Gualanoob is in great form though.
It all comes
All
down
I'm
to
saying
this
is,
one
and this is
final
not coping,
map here in the
chat,
grand
chill.
finals. The whole
Xander
season
dropped
coming down to
600
this.
ACS on
Two
Brimstone
game-defying
before.
expectations, one
That's
last time.
100%
Or can
correct.
M80 close out what they couldn't last year? Time to head over to Bind, and for the final time today, to your casters, Van Silly and Shift.
Of course, we have a mirror matchup because why not? We have to.
This could be an absolute
who's
banger.
the better squad.
I haven't
at
played
the
this
end
for
of
like
the
a
day.
year.
It's going to be a tall obstacle to hurdle here for M80. There's pain points all around this.
They got to
map
get off
on
to a good
stages
start.
that look like this. It's a map that should frame up for 2 games favor, but shoulds, woulds, and coulds are all out the window.
Koala
here,
doesn't
We're in
play
one
Raze
final map
often,
worth of
right?
Valorant.
One more map to
No.
decide it all, and 2G gets to
When
start
they used
on
to
the
play
attack.
Raze,
2G
it usually
are also
was
shaky on this map.
Nismo.
Yes,
Nismo,
they
yeah.
defeated and dismantled Reta when
Okay,
they won like
last map
13
chat.
rounds in a
M80
row
on defense,
before,
2G on attack.
Losing also in overtime against All Knights when they had a 9-3 lead.
We've got four people here.
Successes that they've been getting has been
I
on
have
the
9
attack
people
side,
here.
where they get to kick things off right here.
Aggressive setup here for M80
Double
over
flash.
towards
Wall
the
up, double
octagon.
flash.
Wall goes up, the defense with delay recovery immediately. Paint shells are out.
The hell is this wall?
Both sides with the ball.
Why is there so much
Through it.
space here?
Even trades back and forth. Pinstripe
Spike
goes to kill
down,
feed.
team.
Numbers in favor though of the offense. Molly at play. Louise and Xander trying to fight this one out. Not the greatest Molly you've ever seen, but Xander still tries to step up to take the fight. Doesn't work out. And now it's down to one of the big question points. Koala Noob, who's played a lot of Yoru and a lot of Omen, now finds himself on Raze. What can he do with this agent at hand?
Lovely,
The answer in
lovely
this
pistol
round
this is.
nothing particularly
Dude, they had a
captivating
safety
as
net here.
2G
They're pinging
hold the
it.
numbers
Is this
and
not the
win
wall
pistol.
diff?
And
Like,
now we
if this
get to
is
talk about
the good
storyline
wall,
of MBD as
we've
well
only
with
got
this
the gap here.
composition. Yes, Koala Noob has not played any Raze.
Yeah,
I think
I feel like
ever
it would have
this
been
year.
different.
Ever since
The
playing
two
against
people, or the people that got
the
kills
guard
didn't get
matchup.
killed by
So
didn't get
this
hit
is
by
a
the
big
double
question
flash
mark for
combo.
him. And a lot of fans
Yeah.
right now in North America seeing Nismo on this sky would scratch their heads, being like, "Why don't we give this?"
I think
over
it's
to
because he
Nismo,
wanted to
who's
do
always
the
played it
wall
so
that
well
goes
back in
through
his
the
Ghost Gaming
TP.
days on top of that
But
too.
even
So
the one
this
that
is
goes
gonna
through
be
the
a
TP,
huge
there's a
test
better
for
one
M80 on
that
the
lives
Hey, you can
defensive
still do one
side.
that's
They
tight.
wanted to bring the
They
fight
they
first
changed up
in
the wall
second
so it's the
round,
tight wall
but
now.
they are getting denied by Silence once again.
It's not even the tight wall. We messed it up fully.
Popping off on the previous map and continuing to pop off now in map number 5.
Dude, and the Raze gets all of the eco kills as well. Can't get much better for 2G. Oh boy.
And no weapon collection for prize, so we'll stick with what we've
How
got for
close
this
are they to
bonus.
Razor? They're going to a bonus. They're 2 away from Razor.
Looks like so. Pretty significant in terms of what this bonus will be, but now it's time to see what M80 really have to offer here on this defense.
And Shift, this is again 2 rounds where they tried to fight against.
Do you know if M80 has any strats for this map? I mean, they tried to do a double flash combo.
They wanted to
The
have
wall
the
just
cleanest
was a little
trades
bit
as
wrong.
possible in the pistol round up towards the octagon. Yes, there was a few, but
Dude,
it was
they ended
still
up getting
2G
like a
that was
3-person
able to
dog stun in the round
brute force their
before
way
it.
through that line of defense and get that
I
plant.
think it might have been.
And now not only there a clean second round for 2G, the crowd, the Brazilian fans are screaming behind that. There is a lot of pressure right
Okay,
now for
I like
M80.
this. Instant
Having
pressure
to play
question mark
on this map,
created.
and this now
And
good
then
round coming
that
through
hopefully keeps the
is an
3 people
extremity
here
control
long
of
enough
both showers and B
for us
main,
to head
where
over
you're giving
towards
all the
A where
space
there's 2
now
people.
over to this walk up on short. Maintaining showers is
It is a
great.
weak
They still
bonus
have
though.
great
Wait,
delays
we didn't
possible.
even buy
Koala Noob's
rifles on
paint
these
shells
2?
and the mollies.
It's saving so much money. Oh my god, this is the bonus of all bonuses and they just got 2 guns here now, so their money's out of control. Oh, this is dumb, surely. This is the most devastating way.
So far through the first 3. Follow-up attempt for M80.
This is like the most, this is like the biggest bonus I've ever seen, where 2 people don't buy rifles on top of it. I don't even know what to call this. And they're still going to win.
It's the ultimate bonus.
We'll just have to sit and save.
Caught off guard with utility in hand.
And they
got a
save.
Xander was trying to get that molly out onto
And
default.
this guy can go
Almost
pick up one of the
looking at how things
guns.
are being set up here by M80,
This
where
bro's on
they
a
never
race
really
to
wanted
see
go
how
for a
fast he
showers
can get
crunch.
9k.
I potentially would have probably just wanted to leave G2 go for the plant instead, so you guarantee for you to have a 5 versus 5 retake and not
Dude, it's such a to heaven, mate.
a spike plant
Yeah,
defusal.
that's exactly what I was thinking.
You get caught off guard and you rotates. Yes, Silence ties here from the spike, but this is a bonus round converted by 2G.
Yeah. Tried to get greedy for that handle. Doesn't get away with it. But still, like you mentioned, it was just a bonus. So no worries here to get the purchase up. And the problem for M80 fans is you're going to have to wait a little while longer before we see what this defense is made of. Because so far, it's paper thin. And, well, to this point, I mean, again, it's, you know, a pistol round that really is just a trade fest over through B. The showers crunch, like you kind of called. doesn't fully
They
work
show
out.
out
'cause 2G just
showers,
take the
follow
fight
it
to 'em
out,
on their bonus.
get raised to pick up the orb.
M80 still put together a pretty manageable
Not even
purchase.
picking up the
judge
orb,
didn't
don't even
play
need
as
to use
maybe
the
the most
official.
considerable option, especially over towards this U-Haul position.
We saved the
Wingman
official for
at
after
range,
plan.
just getting his steps in, trying to get to work on the plan, and we'll be fine for it.
The good
they're
news
gonna-
is
they're
that the
running
plan
away with
is
this.
there for the spam play, the lineups play, where M80 are going for a triple flank. Xander has to stay alive in U-Haul with his judge.
Oh, does well, does better than well. Finds essentially an elimination plus damage on the board. Fries flashed out of position, has to go.
Who still has his smoke?
Here for M80, but Luis turns and finds two. Make
Holy
it all three.
hell,
Last player
what?
left is Koala Noob, who just has to
I don't
back
think
away
he
to
saw
stop the Vandal.
any
That
of
is
those
so
guys.
What
He
was
shot
up,
through
right?
the wall, yeah.
Played a great center roll in the previous round. This time around, gets contact on the play, nullifies the flash coming through from Nismo, and pulls up the wall so that everybody can just be focused on looking towards U-Haul while Luis had the lineup. Yes, there's some damage coming through from Koala Noob. This is a saving grace. Keeping the Vandal into the next round, and probably going to be the hero rifle going into the next round for M80.
I think
So
you're right.
you're
I think
almost
this
gonna
is
throw away
3
round number
through a
5,
smoke.
round number 5 right here.
Because
and
we were
But
we
I
were
mean,
on
His team
for round
spots
number
him.
6,
Like his
we're
team
gonna
knows
Yeah.
hopefully string things
that.
back in favor of
the
M80.
yes,
But
the
once
Viper.
again,
We were on
tempo dictated now
the
by
Viper
2G,
POV, and
also
he heard
from
and
Map
saw them.
Patrol, Pulse
So he's
Plan,
just
entries,
like
all
suppressing
being
fire.
won. Everything is checked on the side of the Brazilian squad.
Wow. Already the tack pause comes through for M80. Lots to discuss, I'm sure, especially considering the fact that 2G really haven't been pressured at all in terms of what their initial setups have looked like on the offense. Yeah, you can go back to the pistol and really cite that, but it's the pistol. Who really cares now that we're into guns? So, what do you discuss here, Vance? I mean, do you looking to play more retake than M80 have been stapled on? Or do you want to try to see something more creative and maybe a bit more trappy in terms of using the teleporters and trying to see what quality to create in this raid?
Really worried for him.
Yeah, right now it really comes down to getting all those utility and ultimates available to have the best value out of these crunches.
First time I'm getting my confidence shaky. I need a couple of
I
rounds.
don't think you
Yeah.
can feel confident after what you've seen in these rounds.
From 2G at the very beginning. If not, again, once they realize that it was open and you go for a triple flank, that also gets denied.
4 rounds,
So
I couldn't
don't
be
think
less
they're gonna
confident
go
with what
for
I've seen.
these type of pushes, but more into just being more reactive.
Goes
and trying
into
to
a
get
big
this
buy
pop
round. They
as
have
soon
to
as
eco
possible here.
after,
Oh, we were
and
flying
we got
around.
fish all
Yeah,
razor.
we'll see.
Yep, and we're looking to just get aggressively, potentially a crunch towards showers.
That's my old Molly idea as well. But you lock them in. This is nice though. It's so good with fish ult. This one. It's a big kill from Xander, but they just got to deal with so much. It's just way too many ults. Whoa. I mean, Xander's made it doable. Koala's got a 1v2.
Another exchange that looks decent for M80 to start, but 2G
Asante,
find a
thank
way
you
to
so much for the
continue
prime.
with
Thank you,
post
thank you.
And it almost looked there
Thanks
for
for the 2
2G.
months,
He has
man.
There's gonna be
another
a
usage of
fumble there
the
towards
fish.
long B because of that thrash not clearing out towards the left
So,
side. But
It's gonna
pushing
be
out
off
towards
top of the
Hookah
spike.
was
Rough
everything to
this.
pinch back against M80. Koala Noob wants to go for this though.
Has to. Thrash has been recollected.
This guy has to shoot the...
Thrash
Okay,
doesn't care about the
he knows where they
boombox.
both are now.
And it's just a pause.
Damn,
Ball
that's some
deployed by
absolute
Tang.
movement. That is some tech and a half. That was awesome.
That fish leapt upstream about a mile. Gets the connection, and that's enough for now a major impacting round count early in favor of 2 game.
That is some thrash tech right there.
Yeah, that was
It
incredible.
almost looks like he's basically KZing, getting the best amount of units possible to dodge all of those bullets, to not give a chance to Koala to spray it down, and even hit him on the edge of the radius. That now, right here, Shift, brings a big question mark because you're coming out of this timeout.
They got
with the
no
first
money.
buy,
They got
and you
good
still
ults, but they got
couldn't
no
get
money,
around,
so you have
and
to
you got
probably
diffed by a fish.
tank the eco, and then you're at
Sometimes it do be
0-6.
like that. Wow. Not a great start here for M80. 2 game.
I wonder if we see the Koala op
Outlaw in the
he
hands of
saved for
Silence,
it.
who is looking down
Yeah, I
belong
think
to
that
see
makes
if
a lot
M80
of
are gonna try
sense.
something
Bean
crazy.
Slicer with the prime.
Sheriff
Thank you so much,
Stingers,
man.
orbital
Thanks for the 7
strike.
months.
That's the tools available for M80. One away from a showstopper. So if Koala can connect.
Mentioned, yeah,
on
he's talking
some
about
sort of an
KZ
entry
maps.
towards A, maybe there's some extra kill potential there.
Oh boy,
Just hoping for that's going to get cleared.
yes, man.
Breaks that.
A lovely
Shot.
shot.
Spray. That's unfortunate. You're just trying to go for desperate measures here on your lower buy and hoping to get one. And you're seeing this forcing ahead.
What would you do here?
trying to peek out.
They gotta just do the most random strats. They got a 4-person walk push showers, 4-person walk push down long, 4-person late push here. Yeah, just do random stuff. If you sit back, you're gonna get owned, I'm pretty sure. I think the op is a good idea. Like, see if they can use the op, see if they can get some rounds. Probably gonna go top truck or something, but I think you just gotta play. If you don't practice the map much, you just gotta do some random stuff, man. Hope for the best.
To convert here this round. Yeah, definitely.
This is one of those moments where M80 may just want to try to play sacrifice to the spike here.
I mean, you can always go aggro on
give away a
defense.
couple of kills. You're looking at Seeker,
With, like,
closer
numbers.
to things like a showstopper. You're closer to a Viper's pit, but if they're gonna make a walk-up happen. M80 finding a couple eliminations. Okay, this is decent, but the problem is the post plant. Spikes also avoids the mosh pit.
Yeah.
We are ulting.
Does not come through. So 2G
No.
survive with 3. M80 going to come into the next round with a couple of the key ultimates, and this is going to be called a must-win round, you would think, for the M80 defense.
I did. I thought I heard, it's all you, little... And then he died. And that's just unfortunate. That was a thrash being used there. Another one of those moments where I get it. I understand it. It's very similar to what happened here towards Haven. You're getting these instant kills. You have some map control. You also mosh towards U-Haul, so you think here that nobody's going to push in that
The
spot.
op comes out. This should be the round that they get in.
But Spike just slipped through. He slipped through and got those kills. And that is a thorn on the side. Thankfully, there's still 3 other ults to work with and an operator out in the hands of Koala Noob.
Grim, oh, he's pretty far away. Oh wow, they got him away from it. Wow, that's insane. They sky dog, they make sure he goes out of the ult, and then they Grim ult on top of his head, but they make sure that it leans heavier towards the Viper ult so he can't run back into the Viper ult, and then the Viper ult goes down. It's a lot of investment for it, I'll say that much, but it's still pretty cool.
Nismo's about to get tested here towards Long B. Everything's been broken so far, but this continues to be a default. TPs would be easy now for 2G to just pinch back on the A side. But again, you have the rocket available for Koala Noob here.
He's going to have to step up and try to hit something here. Dizzy will
Wow, he hit that one blind?
And that actually gets one.
How's he done that?
Stays safe. Up and over.
Double ult gives you, he's got to get something for it. Oh boy.
That's actually some good damage from the showstopper. Doesn't connect for the kill, but at least put some damage over towards that bench position. Spike has been played. But once again, Xander caught with the molly off. Nismo tried to catch the corner off the truck, not going to work out. And now you're just down to what Koala Noob can snap on. BCJ trying to follow up. They know they got a player in the corner. Operator exchange for a rifle.
God, they need this round. They invested so much.
Full advantage for M80. Post plant setup. Advantage for 2G. Who sees who first? Corner for Prize.
Yeah.
Gets caught by BCJ. Spikes is low.
So doable, man.
Has to try to contest as the wingman gets to work. Doesn't find anything though as it gets denied by the mosh pit.
Okay, great shot, and he can go pick up his op as well. They're on the boards. Let's see how many they can see how many they can get.
And that is some saving grace right there, because it looked like it was going to be once again a little bit of miscommunication on how you're trying to retake the site here for the team. Feeling the pressure.
Honestly,
for
the half and half crowd, it's kind of sick.
Like opposite day,
Kind of
where
sick.
it's 2G looking like they played 1,000 BO5s.
You know the moment Xander sees the guy triple and get his molly out, he doesn't see it because he uses left-hand model, so it covers his screen.
Oh, okay. But I don't think it would have changed anything, right? Because it was just time.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
least are M80 players after winning the round, so at least they still have that fight. They do not look defeated, and they still have a chance here to fight back.
BCJ taking shots over towards the Trailblazer. Eyes by the look of it. Silence taking the aggressive high ground angle. Seekers behind this offensive play. Responded to by the defense.
It's cool, man. Viper all covers the planter. Can we spam the wingman? No, we cannot. Wingman gets the plant down. It is outside of the Viper, though, right? No, it's in it.
At least a couple players over towards Showers. BCJ called upon to have to hold this. See if they can keep their teammates alive. Zap off the pinch. Does well to catch Xander. Flashing forward.
You guys gotta face this guy Showers or do something. Oh yeah, you can tell they don't practice this map. It's so disorganized.
Flash comes through again. Silence able to connect. And now it's just down to Koala and Net. No chance for Net to do anything playing through Spices, and 2G will get their 7.
That is so good from 2G to continue to add the pressure around the pit. Despite them playing around that to control
7-1. That's why every time you're in the call, man. It's like every game.
Stuff. It's fate. It's meant to be.
Against your team as well.
He can't run with his knife out to help out the team.
That's crazy.
Give away his position if there was somebody there towards the short A. So the consistent pressure that's coming out here from 2G and not giving a chance for M80 to have the cleanest retakes. So you went into these moments, Shift, that we just mentioned before. We talked about it, where they tried to play a death ball and they're getting denied. Now they're playing more reactionary, trying to play spike defusal with the utility. It's getting denied as well. And now you can't go for the single flank. Now you have an opposite Brazil here in favor of 2G in the lead, 7-1.
Oh, we're dealing with a forced buy situation for M80's defense. Stacked up and off. You line them up.
Wow. What are you supposed to do?
Elos for 2G, and this forced buy has gone completely wrong. It's going to be 8-1.
2G are feeling it so far. Not only through these rounds that they're winning, but how they're winning them.
Yeah, I was just running it down.
Too much util behind of how you're brute forcing against
they literally are just brute force sending it.
And this type of
Stim back into swings.
Look how they're continuing to push forward.
Sending the dog out.
Fundamentals are there too. They're so composed in these fights that 2G are looking to be potentially the team to ascend in this BO5. Net about to get backstabbed. Won't realize here this pinch coming through. And that's no weapon
in the
save.
bin.
More economy broken on the side of M80. 8-1 on the scoreline, where you're looking at the storyline here, Shift.
Yeah, Ninja, I think you're right.
At the map veto, did we leave Bind as the last map available here to play on when you've never seen your opponents play on this map before? Usually you just want to bring it as the comfort of being like, technically this should be an easy win for us as a map 3. And they're gambling it on here. And yet, they're still showing a one-sided scoreline on the side of Brazil.
I mean, that's just the bonus of coming out of the upper bracket.
Yeah, they got no money on this one, really. Stinger, Bulldog.
The advantage is coming through in full right now for 2G. Limited purchase here. Quality still affording into the Bulldog. Bold to say the least. Because you drop this round, and you can't afford in the next. This may be too far gone.
It's a disastrous way to lose, man. This is how that year ends. On your Palmer ban.
With a couple of sheriffs in the play. BCJ on a pretty aggressive corner. Not gonna happen.
And they walk contact up short.
Start to come through.
That's exactly that. You need your shots to hit.
Man.
And they are not hitting.
Nothing's going right now, fans. Well, unless you're a 2G fan, in which case everything's going
Did they
right.
miss a shot? Yeah. I mean, they're crispy with it, man. But every single swing right now, pretty much, like, especially like the original swings from short, there's just so many numbers. Spacing's just nice.
Anybody that's watching this stream so far in the North American stream, they are not liking the results so far.
Oh yeah, this can't be.
Well, Nismo, do what you can here, brother. He does get one, but it's not even a footnote. You've got some fully maxed out bank accounts on 2G's side. They are going to be able to purchase.
Yeah, you gotta use a second timeout. You gotta send it. You gotta tell them to just 4-person send it down long, 3-person send it down long. They retake them wherever they react.
But if I could
They're just getting run over. You gotta gamble it way more.
The place of this
They're trying to play
map.
they don't
Remember,
practice the map.
13
It's just nothing's
10
together.
rounds won on the attack when they went for the full reversal.
Davin, hello mate, how we doing? Thank you with the prime.
On the attack
Been a while.
against All Knights before they lost.
Thank you.
10-13 against All Knights.
Appreciate the prime.
The defensive side. So 2G needs
It's another account of yours, or what's going on?
Defensive round as possible. If not, M80 also
Good
still
start.
has a chance to come back.
They still need to tally more than
The RKG, thank you with the 5 gifted as well, man. Thank you so much for doing that. Chat, you know what to do. Get the Oiler Slug spam going. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Anyone got gifted, make sure you add the RKG. Grand Final Oilers, yeah, they're here.
Defensive wall goes up. Spam in towards Hookah. Some of it does land. And that's enough for 2G to just heal their way back in towards mid-sands.
Here's the thing, though. They've already inserted Pricey inside Showers, who almost caught Kola Noob there. Thankfully, Kolonov even makes it out quite healthy, and that's going to nullify a little bit of the rotation that they were able to pull out. Still a stronghold that M80 has here, right by you all.
Okay.
Thrash to initiate things, it will get a hit.
Yeah, but it does go right in towards the teleporter, which Kolonov
Oh, they tunnel vision's crazy.
Excuse me? That's a
We're desperate.
chase if I've ever seen one.
Why would we
And
do
now,
that?
all of a sudden, you don't
Desperate.
know that
It's
Price has gotten
9-1.
deep in towards the A site. BCJ
Guy's not even gonna be able to
thought
pick
he
up
had
his ult.
this
Is he gonna
locked
die
down.
picking up his ult?
Will be able to
Oh yeah, he's
Oh
doing
my
so
God,
fast
he's
now.
But here
Even
comes
being
Price.
fast is crazy
He
to,
has
to do that.
no idea about the guy behind.
And it's just no shots are
Yeah,
landing
12
right now
seconds.
for
This guy
M80.
can't kill the
It's gonna
spike
be a
either.
spike
Maybe this guy
plant.
can kill a
Nismo
spike.
tries to deny it. He
Oh,
does.
oh,
He's got one
spike on the
and
floor,
stops
5
down to
seconds.
5
That's a 1 round.
Follow-up from that
They
is
double the
good.
rounds.
52. Do they actually offer these gunfights? Nismo and Xander still trying to hang on, and the clock will expire on the round. M80 maybe just get a little bit bailed out
Two.
right there.
The half.
Oh my God, what a hero play towards the end to deny the spike plant, because you want to say that M80 is hungry here to ascend, but they are definitely not hungry for the spaghetti that's being dropped so far. Yes, you've detained a person with the thrash into the TP, but
Damn.
Koala Noob had pain shells.
Silly.
You had a Mosh available
Jeff
here
Allen,
for
thank
BCJ
you
as
for the
well.
gifted.
Why not throw it in there to try to guarantee the kill and not throw your body
Damn.
away? So if it wasn't for that kill onto
This is
the
an
wingman,
absolutely savage
that would
line.
have been definitely a 10-1 scoreline, and there's breathing chance now in round number 12.
And that trying to hold the same angle that Koala Noob had previously. Seekers are out early.
Dude,
Fight
Seekers
down.
into
Showstopper.
Razor'd into
BCJ
Brimble.
Still alive, if only barely. Orbital strike also sent down.
What can you do, man? Those ults are too good. Those ults are far too good.
And we've got ourselves a 4v2. Thrash at the
They
ready
got
for spike.
fish out off of
And
it.
it may
They
come
got their
out
own
easy.
Razor,
Sure
but I
will.
don't think it's gonna matter
Right
on
through the
this.
fire and the flames.
Yeah.
Lands on the Koala Noob. They know they've got isolation. Shorty's out.
No
Xander denies
way.
with the mosh pit. Does finish off the kill. Koala Noob can't get the gun
10-2.
back down. And it's a 10-round half.
10-2. The RKG, 5 more. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you doing that. 40 all together. 5 right now, 10 all together as well right now. Thank you so much, RKG. Got you know what to do. Before we wait for the second half. Good day, Slug Oiler going for the RKG. Thank you so much for that, bro. Appreciate you.
10-2. 3 rounds
Oh, he's a
away.
lot all
The
together as well,
crowd
man.
here in
Thanks for all of
Brazil
that. Thank you very
behind
much.
2G. 3 rounds away of ascending. What crazy of a story this is for a team that has made it without winning a single split this year in Brazil, and are about to topple the #1 seed of North America. A team that looked unstoppable ever since Xander and Net joined into the responsibility to IGL and come in as a group.
Give anything you
and
can to an
dominate the
M80
North
fan,
American
some
scene.
kind of copium.
Winning all 5 of their matches.
Attack should
in the
be
group
easier in a map
stages.
that you don't practice.
So now when
Pretty
it
much.
comes down to the
At least you can do
playoffs,
stuff together.
very
You're not
similar
isolated. Don't have to
story
worry
to
about
last year
crossfires.
against the guard,
Yeah.
dominating throughout
It's one of those
the whole
maps though where
season of
after plant
challengers,
and
getting
crossfires
to
are really
this point
important.
here in the
Oh,
grand
and that is
finals
a defeated
and
coach.
faltering to the guard 1-3
I have another
in the
copium.
grand final series.
Okay.
They are getting
2G got
a little bit of a
9-3
glimpse
against
and
All
a
Knights in
return
this map,
of what happened to them last year
and
here.
they lost
For
10 in a row
Have to have the composure.
and
Okay.
lose the map.
It's so tough going into a 5th
That's
map.
better than
You
mine.
don't have any selection or choice of what it's going to look like.
He was on
And it puts
defense
you in a
too.
map that we've already said a handful of times. It was their hard veto all year long. Legitimately more than just a thorn in the side. You have to win this pistol. You cannot afford to make any mistakes on a map that you have not been able to truly do much VOD review on really at all.
See
A
the
tall
thing I
task,
meant
but for
about
2Game Esports, they have
the map
taken
veto,
advantage
like
of running through
why
the
did they
upper
pick
bracket.
Abyss
Now
as the
they're just
3rd
3
map
rounds
and
away.
not this?
And that's the thing. There's not too much tape to study upon for
it's
M80,
weird.
and M80 had
mean,
everything here to get
It
ready
happened.
to
It
play
happened in
against 2G.
EMEA
And you
Ascension
don't
again.
come
It was
out
a
with
really similar
anything
vibe.
that's out of the ordinary. This
Where,
is a standard
like,
comp coming through.
the map that I felt most
Coined a
confident
lot
for.
here in the Americas overall. You're
Who would
trying to play the most
Apex? Yeah, it would have been
basic
Apex to win. It
composition,
was
the
the
most
last
played
map.
composition to your side.
I'm not entirely sure. I guess it's just
Let
like
it trail
if you
behind
can
now
get it
by
there.
8. This
Ploop
round
with the Prime.
can't
Thank you for the 19 months.
any more than
They
this.
also
The most
like it's not the best
important
map for 2G,
pistol
right? They
round
played
of
4-1-2.
M80's career
Yeah.
for the second time this Ascension.
Oh, look at this though, Vans. The contact
So I
of
guess
the
it's
Trailblazer
I guess
through
it's the
Hookah
unknown.
has an aggressive
Maybe they
push
thought they had done something
through
similar to their
showers.
Haven.
double stack.
Two
players watching it,
though.
Well, until they're not. And all of a sudden,
This is a great
now you've
push,
got the
man.
map
Two
completely in your
person
control
push
of your
from
2G.
showers clears it. Means we
Advantage
can get the
definitely to the
rotate going
defense.
in. Speaking
Opportunity
of
as
rotate,
well
this guy's going to
for
go
Spike
join
to
them.
rejoin
It's
her
going
on
to
the
be
back
4
flank.
people on site with a
Here
guy
comes the hit
fast
from the
behind
front.
in the flank.
Angels trying to delay through main. Dizzy denied. Net still finds the opener. Zap
What an
inside the
absolute
container,
shot
only
from
get one, and
Sander.
that's a clean take. But will they
How long
expect
did the brim smoke
Luis
last
on
for?
the flank? Wingman with the
20.
plant. Spike, can he create
Yeah, I don't know
any
like when
noise?
it went down.
Here comes Luis up the top. Good one tap.
Dude, he goes back.
Noob not gonna peek. Luis getting to work with another smoke to come in. Second shots are
No,
good.
guys,
Avoids
think
the
about it.
flash. Shots in for damage. Now it's just down to 1. Spike 1v2.
Hey,
They up and
pistol?
over's good. Koala Noob wins the pistol.
There's your coach, man.
And as soon as it
There's
was the
your coach.
smoke that dissipated,
It
you
starts
see
with 1.
how they're playing not to lose here. Losing a bit of that confidence for M80. How slow they were on the attack and how they were trying to find the timing to flash through with the smoke dissipating on their side to flip the map on the defensive side. But the smoke on the attack also disappeared and allowed Luis to almost win this one against Koala Noob, who had to be on point. Stuck like a turret right in the current. Stuck like a turret, rather, right in the cubby of the B site.
Okay,
to land
so
those 2
who needs
kills
to get most of
and
these
win the pistol
kills?
for M80.
And honestly, the 3 people that did pretty good in pistol. We got
I
great.
think we
ult.
need to win the round. Just win the round.
You gotta plan ahead, man.
Not really
Yeah,
fully
this is
gonna
the right
land
way
it
to
here
do
when
it.
we get to
I'd
the
even be
full
in
HP.
for a double up
Zap
default,
just
man. We're
hoping
gonna
for
get
the
that
connection.
raise
Not
ult, gotta win
gonna
that
happen.
bonus round.
Go the way M80 Trailblazers follow up. No smokes placed as of yet, but the defense is already committed on the rotation.
Yeah, there's 5 players here. And it seems as though for 2G, they're just waiting for this wall to come back down to bait M80 to run back in. And there's still a Dizzy, there's still paint shells.
Oh,
It could
Okay,
hurt.
but Koala still got one of the kills. This is good for his ult.
Dizzy back up and over. Silence decayed off the mouse pit. That'll be enough for Xander to put him out of commission. Defensive wall goes
Hey,
back
you
up
guys
once
can
again.
TP. Think about how many
Holds
people are
M80
here.
Teleport
Yeah,
will
don't be
come
scared.
through.
Pick
It's a
up the
wide
orb.
open A. It's going to be a post plant.
And you see here for
Go.
2G, they're not
BCJ
really
goes
trying
for
to
it.
push here to see if there's any weapons left behind by Nismo. They're really wanting to try to catch the timings here off M80 after
one
the
for the
pulse plan.
plan as well.
A reclear, but it becomes a solo reclear on short. Huge for Zap.
Whoa. First shots are good. Post plant, though, is over towards Showers. Xander's holding at the U-Haul. Timing is going to be everything for him. If he can hold this position, these defenders at Showers don't have to.
God, this is kind of scary, isn't it?
Okay, shots are dead or good. Xander follows up. Absolutely brilliant, just down to 1. Prizey trying to make his way over. Knows that he's probably going to have a crossfire setup in some regard, whether it be through U-Hauls or over towards Showers. Gets the first. Tries to slide through for more. Net doesn't even come close. Now it's a 1v1. Toggles onto the spike. There's the shoulder peek. Xander going to force him to hold it. Trying to get to halfway, and Xander
I told you, we need to get the round, not the orb, so just the round.
Hey,
It almost
you
got
can't
to a
even
point
bonus
where I was
this, you
like,
gotta
"Oh,
force.
I gotta
The
criticize
most
2G
perfect
a
time
bit
for an
because
NA
it's
buy
their
is
wingman
when I allow it.
player trying to run out of heaven. Spike that has the wingman that can help out on the defuse so that the other players can just focus on guns and try to fight. And we know how good 2G are on these shares, especially in this moment right there. A 2K into the Showers, almost winning that one against Xander. It has to be the clutch master of Xander once
Yeah,
again,
they did it.
saving M80. But that is only one weapon saved
Okay,
into
so
this
step
round.
one was a pistol,
So
this is
small
step
shields
2.
across, and it's going to be at least a gun round for both of these teams, and a huge swing round that would break the econ of either side.
Big time. Absolutely big time. That's the only benefit for M80 funding the 2 straight plants, is they're able to afford this quote-unquote bonus round as their full gun round. 3-2 split for the defense of 2G. Looking to get something going on their defensive side. No peeks or pokes over towards B long
He hears
yet
that,
for the
right?
defenders. Utility being held on to, a couple of pings are out, and M80 are going to test their luck with
Yeah.
the touch as the defensive wall goes back
Feels
up,
like
and M80
it.
will now rotate back over to see if they can join net at main.
You're happy with this. Lots of space given up here for 2G, so M80 could just move and freely pick up the orb. BCJ's one away here from the Thrash. Net still trying to create some sort of diversion here towards this A site, and it's a battle of wasting out the smokes with his versus the Brimstone.
Wow, are they
leaving
gonna
less here for
flash
2G
through?
inside the
What
site.
is the
So they
timing gonna
feel
be
they
like
have
on
to
this?
activate here towards Long B.
Here's the thing, though. They're trying to flash and dash over, but then do they expect that 2G or 3-man
Huge.
stack doesn't make a
Oh.
difference until
Oh, that was
Oh
crisp.
my goodness, he may have saved the round. How is he allowed to
2v2
get
though.
3? 2v2. Plant's gonna come
seconds left.
through. Spike and LZ on the rotation over.
1 kill away from Razor.
Thank God Koala Noob is once again there with the backstab from Hookah. Getting the
Ooh,
punt
close
down,
contact
putting it
into
on a 2
swing.
versus 2,
He
but
can,
they
come,
are
he can come the
separated.
wingman
This
though.
will be the first contact. Great delay here with
Shot.
the snake bite.
Oh.
Great shot there onto Spike as well.
Yeah, the Dizzy doesn't even get up over the top of the wall, so doesn't even have a chance of getting any effect in.
No
Beacon for
smokes.
LZ does have a volley
Pretty
to fly off
sure
if he wants to try to
He can
separate
isolate
Okay,
one with the
smokes.
molly.
Problem is, he's running out of time.
Oh, bro, he's saving.
And maybe I'd be giving the call that he's
Ooh,
just going
he's
to
Yeah.
saving.
Wow.
Koala's going to be
And
one
he's
away
gonna get
from
five
Ray's
here.
ult as well.
Wow, the Prize
Oh,
ever
boy.
give themselves a chance to
Yeah, I
possibly
mean,
pull that back.
honestly, it's
Prizey
actually so
so
doable
far
now.
has been a key part
Step
of
3.
2G, making
That's
sure
the
that
belief. The belief will hit in right
they
now.
cannot snowball the economy on their side. The amount of share of kills that he's got in that previous round, that 3K that he got right there, if it wasn't for if it was for a less coordinated split there for M80,
GG
quality
timeout
wasn't there
makes
to
a lot of
save the day.
sense. Good timing on
That
this
would
also.
have been a different story that we would talk about in this moment for this pause that is now being called out by 2G.
This was insane.
Letting these rounds
How he
slip
got free
just
there
in the
was
last moment.
insane. It was
Yes,
outrageous.
bring that
I want
confidence to say,
M80
hey,
to play
we've
this
won
round
these
like
rounds, we've
back
dominated our
because
attack
they
side.
saved the
But now
weapon,
we've lost
so
pistol, we've lost
I
the second
imagine
round,
they're gonna
we've
do
lost our
something
bonus
aggro
as
with
well.
it.
Bro, I want to see these
Or a
guys
gun run
get
against the bonus.
outlaw out,
Yep.
man.
Well,
Yeah, you're right.
The ecos would be so much easier if they got an outlaw out on
You
multiple
still had
rounds.
some good plans
And
coming down here for
you,
M80 that
with
allows
the
them to go
outlaw,
for
you
these
get an easy
half-kill
eco, but you
rifle
also
rounds.
put the pressure
But
for
2G
the
definitely didn't wanna
Yeah, they
for the
gotta buy
next
heavy
round,
armor.
right?
Yeah.
They gotta buy heavy. They might
Because a lot of
go-
people as well, if like you haven't been buying it out historically, like they might buy a little bit into
Well,
this
timeout's gonna
one
expire
that they
here,
can
2G.
afford light armor, and then it gets really weird.
Yeah.
Then go down to like bulldogs and stuff.
Exactly.
So good.
This is almost ancient history in terms of Valorant schemes.
You create an extra layer of mind games in there about this.
Yeah.
So,
An outlaw here would go
that's,
crazy.
again, a year old at this point, but
Yeah, I'd love to see
more
it.
than that. But still, it's one of those things that you have to keep in mind that even though this may not necessarily be in the competitive rotation for them, of course they're scrimming, and if that leads us to believe
Okay,
anything,
no outlaw.
maybe
Official.
there's a little bit of extra hope.
Probably going to be using
maybe
Official
as
on
they're
this
starting
just
to put
because how
something together.
close they are onto other ults, and they're probably just waterfall
half for
ults.
M80 against the guard versus a weak defensive half for
Yeah,
2G
true.
against all the teams they played so far in Ascension.
Yeah, good point.
So the script continues to be written. A low buy that you have for 2G. Hero rifle for Luis. So we're looking for early control for M80 with the Dizzy being
shot.
thrown by
Great
BCJ.
kill.
Thrash also
Didn't see this guy go out.
engaging on the push. Playing all the way back on a default.
Now they
waiting
know
for
where
the
the gun
push for
is.
a deep
That
to the
was
wall,
good, though.
And that's potentially
It
going
was
to
still
even
good
it up
from that.
for a tad. In the scenario of this post plan.
Oh, in silence, he thought for a moment he was going to have one of those magical moments again.
Okay, he traded himself.
He does get the trigger
Just
pull
got
to
it
the
off.
showstopper. Nearly gets booped out of midair. But it's only a
Net
1
is
for 1,
pretty
leaving it down to
low.
Marshall
I mean,
and
they
a
have
Judge
double
for the
molly, they're
retake.
fine.
And this post plant is all through A main.
And
M80
fish out.
Very recognizable.
They
about
hopefully
the
don't want to
situation,
use fish
knowing
out,
that
to be
this
honest,
is not
but-
going to be any part of a full purchase. You've got Thrash.
that's a
you've got
really
another
early
post
molly.
molly.
I'm not sure about that
Do
one.
not leave anything to
Okay,
chance.
they're going to
There's the
use
Thrash.
Fisher and it gets
Flash
insta
out behind
cancelled.
that BCJ, gets pushed off the angle.
I mean, a
Prizey
round's
gives
a
himself an
round, but
opportunity for the
2G will be
1v2.
celebrating
Doesn't
with
work
how
out.
much
So now it's on
was
to
used
Zap.
to.
There's the toggle. Plays for counter flash. None's there, and time is going to expire on this play. Just comes down to
What's this thing, bro?
I just noticed the brim from defense, Luis.
Despite them
He
winning that
has no
round for
money.
M80, I was just
Oh, really?
inhaling a
Invest
little bit
into
at
it?
this point because
Like,
I looked
he
at
has
Nick
50
setting up
credits.
This lineup. Yes, he
Oh.
grouped up with everybody else to get talked off by Nismo to give
Yeah,
a
he'll
fighting
just
chance
buy
here in
light
the post
armor,
plan.
bulldog
That
then, I
said, though,
guess,
the
right?
lineup was perfect, but the plant was
Judge, no.
It was actually
The
too
Viper
hard
has
up
a
It could be
close house
Judge,
where
yeah.
Viper
if it
spit. Yeah,
was a
Viper
different
has
scenario where somebody was sticking onto that
ults.
spike,
They could give
Give it
Viper
Judge.
a
So
judge
respect,
and give him
anything.
a right.
Thankfully, though, it was a lower buy from 2G, so
M80 have Brimall, right?
too much of a surprise in terms
Yeah.
of a result. Although
We go for Guardian?
pulled out a showstopper on the side of the attack.
No stem.
2G
Yeah.
is so close to getting all
Exactly,
like
and you're
one
working
away
out the
from a lot.
economy once again.
And they
trying to
really
keep it as
used
low
the
as possible
smoke
for M80,
to-
where at some point
They use
That
the
bank is gonna
Viper
break.
smoke that you can't pick up to hide from the sky flash.
Play over the top of B long here. M80 have been surprised, if not befuddled, by these little corner peeks before. Shots will be
Dude,
on the
I
answer, both
cannot
sides.
believe
Xander will at least keep it
if
1
I
for 1.
am
Seekers
silence here,
just
I'm
picking the defensive place
furious.
while they try to
Why is
rotate
the
in.
sky not
And
peaked that?
M80 just to pause
Yeah,
for it.
his
They actually
teammate
pulled Viper's
let him
pit early in the round.
completely
Now
alone.
Intentions with an orbital strike can go back over towards A to break down the site.
Yeah, and that was just Seekers.
It looked from X-ray, it looked like they were gonna double swing one from the left and from the right.
I think he wanted to fall back and use his ult, and it just kind of sold his teammate out. Well, there's the Brim ult. It maybe gets them a plant. Doesn't look like it. Oh, they don't get anything for the Brim ult. And Viper's here, and we have a Viper molly, and there's 30 seconds.
Snake bite down initially. Whoa, they get concussed. They get stalled out. Touch here. And Rise is in a prime position to get a reset. The defense trying to run over
A huge kill. We've got a molly on spawn. Are they going to fast flood this? This is a great satchel to stop that.
As BCJ will successfully plant 3v3.
Giant 3v3, man.
Spike and Zap trying
Wingman,
to
kind of have to send him out early, yeah.
Wingman into the corner.
Boy. What is that? I didn't see him. 180, 180 field of view.
Around the back. Can he pull a 1v3? No toggle on the spike yet, but
there they are on the board on this. 2
2
away. Money for M80.
So well for M80 to fight back against Pricey.
There's 2 people that kind of are low. They're going to force, obviously, but it's going to be like light armor guardian, maybe.
But the post plant, Kolanu by himself in the corner, cleared out by a wingman, where it had to be him the first point of contact.
Little bro, yeah, his field of view is 180, man. It's wild.
But both of them got isolated because of the bad position that they
I wonder
had
if that's one of the possible nerfs.
Afraid here to fight against the duels.
Change it. Yeah, it could be. I think it'll be all
And you're the
based.
first contact. And
Yeah, I
then
think so
maybe
too.
swing it out because he's been on point at least to try to keep this within reach for M80 to tie up the game. Instead, it's a round for 2G and still an opportunity to buy for M80 though.
Unbelievable scenes.
Chat, this is it, by the way.
Thrash at the ready for spike.
Like, you gotta think about their money after this one. There'll be 2-4 loss bonus on top of all of this. Like that's Stinger's light armor, basically. Maybe some heavy armor, maybe some util. Like, they gotta win this one.
Everything got stalled out at the very beginning from an aggressive
Good news is
smoke
if they
thrown on
do
the
win
defensive
it,
side for Luis, but
like these
you're
3
at the
can't
minute
really
mark, but
buy.
there's not many smokes left, so
That's
again,
a giant pick, and I love that they go
try to
aggro with
keep
double.
and Ned, unfortunately, in this
Raise
moment,
1 away
cannot
from
win.
ult, Brim 1
The
away
push
from
coming
ult,
out
and
from
they
the
keep double
showers.
pushing.
To gamble now to move in towards short, but they will potentially get pinched into the backstab.
Yeah, this is a smart setup for 2G.
Go down to the showers,
They can use
Joe.
the Thrash to clear out U-Hauls. So you just stack yourself up around the back through Spices and over through Shower. M80 also aware of this play. Paint shells are out. Flashback as well, denied. This pre-fire is good. M80 are going to walk away with 2. Luis able to trade one back over to strike. He's going to throw it right now.
They just stick this. Wingman just sticks this. Oh my god. Wingman just sticks this. Damn, Wingman. Wingman gets the 180 slap and Wingman just insta diffuses. He's having a life game, man. I can't. He's winning them 2 rounds in a row.
To eliminate M80.
He's actually the
2 rounds,
MVP.
On bind.
He's actually the MVP. I can't.
And now you're seeing pictures of yesterday where you need it. BCJ
That's such a
going up
smart
for teammates to get loud
Brim
to
ult,
hype
though.
things up, but it is quite
It's so smart.
Yeah, it was really good.
timeouts coming through, and it is going to be the most important timeout being called by Happy, the coach. Happy needs to bring his name over to the faces of this team of M80 to at least crack a smile, to at least do something here for them to be able to fight back, because now 2G has full control
Biggest
of
timeout of the year.
side.
Yeah. 6 in a row. 6 in a row, and everyone's they got the plant. So everyone's money's at 2,800 basically.
Previous to this most
Like they got a couple of kills, a few of them, and some, yeah, 2-8, 3K for some.
Timeouts here, we're not even calming. And you can see, I think that sigh right there says more than we can in terms of the situation that M80 currently find themselves in. 2 game around away. M80 have to try to pull something out of a playbook that is thin, having not played it much in the competitive season.
I didn't even see players looking at fist bumps or anything before we get back here from the pause. They are in their own heads now for M80. And that they may continue to be in their own heads. If
Here
this
we go.
final round right here, potentially the final round of 2G, closes out the chances of M80 A broken buy that you have.
Idol goes down towards long, sees nothing. They don't 4-person exec from hookah though, right?
Paint shells were sent down. Rising able to get himself safely in the container. A little bit of free fire does land. Keep in mind, you still have
Oh, they got a Brimall out of them. They got Brimall, they got all the Sky Flashes. And they got a lot out of them here.
Early pressure healing coming through. And now you got to be thinking,
sorry, Brim
what's the
Smoke.
go call? They still have not taken a peek in towards B main yet. Has M80.
This is good. At least a flash that was thrown here on the defensive side knows that there's somebody playing aggressively towards Octagon, so you could go for a late fish.
Fuji was so smart to bring the Outlaw that we talked about.
There's no snake bite available from Pricey to slow down the hookah.
Yeah, the Outlaw is the one here, man.
Does not deal with the fish. Pricey though inside the
Outlaw's
site.
getting rotated over, and we got a Razor.
You also replace him with
It's the
Spike now on
backup.
the backside of the site.
The backup.
Showstopper will make its way into the site as well as Silence joins the party at B. No commitment yet for M80.
Seekers is great. Discovers the guy close left.
Pricey has to deal with it, backs up and down.
Yeah, this was nice.
The hit is on.
There's Razor. Oh yeah, Razor. Wow, what a god. What a god.
Yes, sir, why not? It's down to
DCJ won't be free.
It's a team that had never seen a grand final.
Damn, they actually did it. 2G, respect, man. They honestly, they're great. This was definitely the map, the double map VO really helping them out as well. That was big.
Yeah, it really paid off.
Yeah, it really did. Damn respect though, they look great.
2G cannot believe their eyes.
Spike? It's June, right? Is this the dude that's 17 and his birthday's in June? You just get a sub until then, it's fine.
Challengers. And now are able to defeat here M80. A core around Spike, Pricey, and Zap that has been around here since 2023 in June.
Thank you, Bacon.
Trying to chase the dream of making here into ascending.
Oh man, it feels bad for the org though. Back to back.
So under the banner of 2G.
Back to back. Yeah, it's devastating for the boys.
What do you say? What a series of Valorant. And for 2Game Esports,
They played so well though, man.
Write a story of path to
That's the best that
better
Zap guys
than
played,
that.
at least that I've seen from all of the
Grit,
playoff games.
determination, and just straight up perseverance. And it all starts with, by the way, Vansili, the fact that they come into a group stage and immediately just grab the spotlight and say, look at us. And when we start to
Yeah,
do
you can
that,
tell they were
we
liking
say,
this,
well,
man.
what do we have to look at? Because the next 3 games don't really go all that well for them.
Yep.
But you meet this M80 squad in upper bracket round 1, you out-prep them, you out-plan them, you beat them in 2. You then take out All Knights, a team that came out with some fire, some aggression, and you take care of business there. And out of the upper bracket, you get the benefit of the double bans. You put M80 on a map that they do not play, and you find yourself a dominant
A
win.
Panda Sniper with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Scenes. And well, in a moment, you're going to see the lift of the trophy as 2Game Esports.
Hey, that's
give
nice from
credit
them,
where
though. That's
credit
cool.
is due. M80 falls short, but at the top of the
Solid
tower.
respect, as
2Game
always.
Esports, your VCT Ascension America's champion.
Okay, another Brazilian team as well.
Couldn't write a better Cinderella story than this for 2Game. Taking the opportunity of what was gifted to them. After waiting on the sidelines during the group
played well.
stages
They played
to
really,
get to
really
this
well.
moment. But man, does that have to stay
They're a
for
really good
M80
team.
for the
I'm
second
excited
time,
to see them
the second
next
year
year.
in a row. We talk about cores between Spike, Pricey, and Zap. But the core, unfortunately, here on the side of Xander, Nismo, and Koala Nude, they fall just short. But at least to rejoice now on the side of 2Game, this means a lot for the Brazilian scene where you're looking at the Americas most of the times here, Shift, where most of the talents just get recycled between MIBR and Furia. But now you have a full team ascending from challengers.
Trump's accountant with the Prime, thank you with the 10 months, bro. Appreciate you.
A lot of hope, faith, and new talent breeding outside of Brazil.
The other story, and I know the desk was going to touch on this. This is a team of 2Game Esport where, again, our favored storylines about them came by the name of Spike and Silence.
Yeah, I mean those two are so talented.
From day one is the guy that pops off here today. Zap undeniably the difference maker.
Alright, dude, this Zaps
guy
guy's had one of the best series. He played great as well.
Was
I
not
agree.
called upon much, but how big was he?
Pacific
in
tomorrow?
individual moments,
Yeah,
maybe not
either the
full
second
on
or the third
1v
game,
multiple
around
clutches,
then.
But as an individual standing tall against multiple M80 members, and good for a couple.
Zap?
I mean, it's
Dude,
just
this Zap guy's gonna be
unsung
great, to be
heroes, so
honest.
to
Like,
speak,
he's gonna
step
be
up.
very
And I think
entertaining.
for what it's worth, that's
He,
what you look
he
for out of a
loves to
complete
give it, man.
squad,
It's gonna be awesome.
Not just relying on a couple of pop-off players, but you get it done in the end when it matters most through a grueling series where all 5 players really could be battling for that MVP.
Can you imagine how much this means here for 2G's
Third
potential
Pacific
going
game
into
will be
the
a banger.
Americas?
That's
Because
the,
a lot of these moments where
still the
you're
upper
looking at
bracket game,
challengers
right?
teams, you have these conversations of like, hey, they're doing good in their region, they're doing good in challengers, but can they actually play against the best of the best that now VCT Americas has to offer? And think back about this BO5 again here, Shift. This is a BO5, the first time that you have for 2G. They also played their permaban as the 4th map, when it was a lead here from M80 to close things out potentially on Haven, and then they leave the permaban of M80 as the last map to be
First game
played,
interviews?
and still showed
Yeah, I think it'll stick around. It might be in Portuguese though, right?
On that 5th map. It
don't know if
means
there'll be a
so much
translate
now
or not.
into the potential that 2G has.
The girl
we've
that
got a
does
new
the
team that's gonna be doing
interviews
the VCT
usually
Americas
translates.
season.
If
For
she
the fans
doesn't,
tonight, that will do it on
I'll
the
do it.
casting desk as
Nice.
we send things back over to our analyst in Sierra to give us our final reactions for the evening.
Oh,
Thanks, Shift. Thanks, Van.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be in
What a
English, so they're gonna do
match.
this.
What a series.
We could go to the
What
other
a
stream,
way to
right?
be ending off Ascension Americas. Coming into this right away, 2G showed us that they were a team to not underestimate.
wait, Des.
and
Best way to
through
do this
it
is
all,
you,
they
Des,
have
you
made their
go
way
watch the
through that
Brazilian
upper
stream, and I'll
bracket,
raid you and you translate it.
through this playoffs,
That
and
works
now
fine.
into
Let's do
VCT
that.
Americas.
Chat, let's
I
all-
mean,
let's
this
all
is
go
the number
raid
2
Des and
seed
we'll all
from
follow
Brazil,
Des.
guys. This was the team that almost
Thank you so
didn't
much, everyone. Thank you.
qualify. But the talent.
If you wanna check
from
out the
this
interview,
region,
Des
so great.
will,
They'll have the chance to prove that.
Des will
Jen,
translate
across the
it.
board, stand
I think
up
that's the best way to
performances
do this.
all series long from this team.
Yeah, as if that they don't lose a
Yeah,
single
everyone go
series
follow
in
Des as well,
playoffs while going
for
2
sure.
and 3 in groups.
Okay, thank you so
Like,
much, everyone. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you all
can't
for being
believe
here.
how much 2G
Pacific
peaked
got the same thing going on.
in playoffs. Like,
Where
when
there's like,
all the stakes
I
are
mean,
on the
everyone's
line,
still in it
was
at the moment. It's
incredible. I especially
lower
wanna
bracket.
shout out Spike. 'Cause, yeah,
It's only
it was
2
fun
days
to
in,
not
so we haven't
see
missed
his
too much.
neon there
But yeah, we'll be
on
watching that in
Haven
like
before, but his Gecko,
6
I
hours,
was
7
hyping
hours
up
when I wake up.
BCJ. I thought that was going to be a tough
Right, thank you so much,
matchup,
everyone. Thank you,
but
thank you. Make
Spike
sure you follow
really
Des' channel.
showed us a
Right, peace, everyone. Peace, peace,
masterclass
peace.
on the Gecko.
In a little
the
bit.
thrash tags of just the wingmans flushing people out of these nooks and crannies on the B site to the
YouTube
wingman
chat. See you guys in a little bit, right?
clutches, the mollies, like Spike. I mean, Wyatt, we were going crazy how Spike was